NBA on NBC is brought to you by Miller Lite Ice. The night is young. By Toyota, who invites you to experience the tranquility of the all-new Avalon. And by Nike, who encourages you to participate in the lives of America's youth.
Welcome back to New York and Madison Square Garden. Game one between the Pacers and the Knicks. Here's the way the Indiana Pacers will start in the backcourt. Jackson, the former Knick, the new face in the Indiana lineup from a year ago with Reggie Miller. And up front, the 7'4" Rick Smits, regular season averaged about 18 points a game. 6'10" Derek McKee is the small forward. And Dale Davis, the leading rebounder for the Pacers at 6'11". And the coach, Larry Brown, used to pay 60 cents to sit in the upper deck at Madison Square Garden to see the Knicks play, and his hero was Coach Red Holtzman. Here's the way New York will line up to start game one. In the backcourt, Harper off a 30-point performance, game 4 against Cleveland, and Starks, who set an NBA record 217 trays this season. Patrick Ewing, top scorer and rebounder, with Charles Smith and Oakley at the forwards. And Pat Riley, the Knicks coach, more playoff wins than any other coach in NBA history. Dan Hicks with us, working the sideline today, and it's been a season of nagging injuries for Patrick Ewing. Dan, what's the latest?
Well, indeed it has. You might remember, Tom, that Patrick Ewing missed the last couple of regular season games with a sore hamstring. Well, he battled the Cavs in the first round. He also battled his own calves. They have been very sore. He goes through a pregame regimen every game. He gets electronic stimulus before this game, about an hour and a half. But the most important thing is to keep them warm during the course of the game. He'll get heat packs on the bench during the game for that. Now, as a player, Patrick Ewing downplayed this injury, but Pat Riley told us yesterday that he's very concerned about the health of his big star. Tom?
All right, Dan. Joe Crawford, Bill Oakes, Ed F. Rush, the officials, the game underway. These two teams have met the last 3 seasons in the playoffs, and if familiarity breeds contempt, this is contempt on court. Ewing's forced shot won't go, and Smits the rebound.
The Knicks will definitely try to get Smits in foul trouble. That's always been a nemesis for him.
Smits dishing to McKee for the lay-in.
Smits playing with so much more confidence. In the past, that would have been a turnover. Smits and Ewing getting very physical early.
Don't you sense that this whole Pacer team plays with more confidence now? Ewing picked off by Reggie Miller. 2-on-2 break. Jackson takes it all the way and lays it in.
And they're certainly showing that confidence that you mentioned, Tom. They had the early meeting this morning. Byron Scott, Reggie Miller doing most of the talking.
Outside shot good by Charles Oakley. Knicks first point.
Penetration by both point guards. A big key in this entire series. Draw the defense in. The spot shooters will have to find the range. There will be no easy baskets at the hoop today.
Miller's shot blocked. Starks brings it the other way. Pacers back, though, on defense. They'll set it up on the half court. Smith found an open lane to the hoop.
Used his quickness. Smits wise, though, not to pick up a silly foul on a play he has no chance of executing.
Game tied at 4.
Smits in the post.
Bumping with Ewing down low on the block. Unable to get position. Now they get the ball to Smits. The jump hook rims out. Smits got it back. Wide open shot, good by Dale Davis.
Dale Davis, who has worked relentlessly on developing an offensive game. One of the first players out for the Pacers before every game, trying to get that jumper to fall.
Harper can't get it down. McKee at 6'10" leads the break. No look to Davis, wide open, missed it, tapped it, no good. Finally knocked out of bounds by Charles Smith of New York.
Charles Oakley, a moment ago when Reggie Miller sliced down the lane. Oakley, who does everything that's never in the stat sheet, and then Jackson finding Dale Davis. That play's got to go down. The Pacers playing better early, but if they're going to miss shots like that, they're going to allow the Knicks back in this game.
Davis should have just slammed it, shouldn't he? Ball almost swiped for Miller, and then Ewing rejects. Harper jumper leads the Knicks break. They're 3-on-2. Oakley got it. 4 points early for Charles Oakley.
Block shots by the big guys, Oakley and Ewing, feeding the fast break. You mentioned dunking at the hoop. You have to finish strong, but at this high level, you're going to have very few dunks.
Smith regaining control and laying it in. And New York has its first lead.
Every New York basket has been off a broken offensive play for Indiana, while the Pacers have been better in the set offense.
Miller, his first 2 shots blocked, finally gets one away and hits.
Reggie promised us yesterday that he'd be bad this series.
Last thing he said to us as he left the room we were in talking to him, he said, "I promise I will be bad." Oakley has been bad early. He has a half-dozen points. And the Knicks extend their lead again.
Pacers can live with that. Their biggest concern is Ewing going for huge numbers and getting Smits in foul trouble. Smits wide open in the post.
There's the entry pass. And jams in Ewing's face.
Every Pacer is now scored. Smits playing very aggressive with a sense of anger.
Smith went right by Derek McKee, who fouled him.
Patrick Ewing is going to slap this ball away, keep it in play the way he learned from his college coach, John Thompson, who's in attendance today. And then Rick Smits right back with the reverse pivot that Shaquille O'Neal has finally mastered. When you're 7'4" or as big as Shaq and you get the ball that deep, there's nothing any defender, even as good a one as Patrick Ewing, can do.
Was it George Thompson from Johntown, or is it John Thompson from Georgetown?
I'll get it right one of these days.
There is John
Coach Thompson, an ex-Celtics, like every other ex-Celtic, so very sad about the closing of the Boston Garden Friday night.
You were in attendance. That had to be an emotional moment as Miller misses a tray. Davis.
It was very emotional up in Boston. So many of the ex-players there. The current Celtic team gave it all they had. Larry Brown, though, wants to talk this one over.
Indiana takes a timeout. 7:36 left in the opening period with the Knicks up 2. The Knicks have beaten Larry Brown and the Pacers in the playoffs the last 2 years, but this season they come in thinking they can beat New York. And we asked Larry Brown about the difference in playing the Knicks this time.
I think the 2 series that we played in the past, we didn't think we could beat them. Now we know we can beat them, but we don't expect it to be easy, and we're going to have to play our best ball. And as a coach, I don't care what they put up in locker rooms. That lasts for about 20 minutes. I care about how we play on the court.
Every team in the Eastern Conference that's still left in the playoffs is capable of winning the championship. From now on, it's all mental, and confidence has everything to do with it.
Foul on John Starks. That is the first New York foul.
The Pacers still continue to be better in the half-court sets. The numbers, though, that 5 for 7 shooting, that's all Smith and Oakley, who are perfect 5 for 5.
In fact, while all the Pacers have scored, only Oakley and Smith have scored for New York as Patrick Ewing picks up his first foul.
In the post here, that's going to be tough to keep anybody in the ball game if they keep calling those fouls.
Jackson with an ill-advised pass, and Starks makes him pay with a layup on the other end.
If Indiana, which has fallen behind by 4, they're not a great comeback team. They basically play their best when they're in the lead. They've got to get New York to play set offense. Everything has been transition.
Ironically, it was Pat Riley yesterday that said we have to keep Indiana from running. It's been the Knicks that have been doing the running. Dale Davis fouled underneath by Charles Smith.
Smits has thrown some terrific passes. Over the top, he'll wait on the double team. So many guys panic in this situation. How long was Dale Davis in the lane? Set up a tent in there on this lovely spring day.
and hits the free throw. Davis not a good free throw shooter. Down around 50% during the regular season. You see his playoff numbers, 7 and 7 in the 3-game sweep of the Hawks.
But in this, just his 4th year, he will undoubtedly become a much better free throw shooter over the course of what promises to be a 12 to 14-year NBA career.
Smits over the back of Ewing, knocking the pass away, but picking up his first foul.
Each big guy with a ticky-tack push in the back foul. When the guy flashes in there, there's an over-the-top play to Smith.
And Smits blocked the shot.
Brought Spike Lee out of his seat in protest.
McKee zipped it out of bounds. Maybe looking for Davis, but the pass was too hard to catch in any event.
He got in the air and was thinking pass the whole way because Smith had played good defense. Dale Davis, he always anticipates the shots going up.
Harper against Jackson. Oakley open. Out and back through. Oakley's had the hot hand. He's hit all 4 of his shots, and the Knicks lead by 5.
Oakley, who's appearing in his 10th consecutive playoff series. Every year he's been in the league. I can't remember him ever shooting this well.
Smits, pretty shot. 4 points for Rick Smits.
The Knicks, the absolute best in the NBA at defending the pick and roll. Tough to defend height at 7'4" when you're shooting from 20 feet.
And Indiana foul on Dale Davis, his first, 3rd against the Pacers.
At the top of the key, Charles Oakley is going to step off the pick and roll there. Dale Davis, who's matched up with Oakley, has to pay more attention. Smits has been able to do a good job on Ewing to date.
Starks misses a tray. McKee the rebound. Miller coming off a screen, gets it to Smits, who misses the jam as he collides with Ewing. No whistle. And Davis got it right back to Smits, and that time he made sure.
Smits is playing as aggressive as I've ever seen him on the offensive end, trying to execute that dunk from about 10 feet away.
Smith. It's still the Smith and Oakley show for the Knicks. That's 8 for Charles Smith, a 3-point New York lead.
The Pacer guards are not playing good enough defense. Miller and Jackson are allowing Harper and Starks to penetrate. And then when the forwards have to pinch in defensively, Smith and Oakley are wide open for spot-up shots, and they've all gone in.
There are the numbers so far, 67% shooting for the Knicks. Miller misses, but an offensive board by Davis. Somebody got a piece of it. Smits was on the baseline. Give it to New York.
Patrick Ewing, who's 3rd in playoff history in block shots, almost gets faced up there by Smits, but that ball rims off, and Dale Davis, the presence of mind. Did he jump on that dunk?
I think he just sort of tippy-toed.
Once again, guards down the lane.
Harper with a scoop.
To beat the Knicks in any series, any opponent, you've got to deny guard penetration. Ewing, defense.
Right back to McKee, though, who peaks at the shot clock and still plenty of time. Miller. Ewing the board. Quick outlet pass to Starks.
Starks forcing Miller to his left. Tough jumpers. Knicks playing with more patience, trying to build on this 5-point lead.
Harper for 3. Davis the rebound. His 3rd board. Jackson in a hurry. All the way to lay it in. The former Knick burns New York, and it's a 3-point game.
Mark Jackson, who grew up idolizing Earl Monroe here in Madison Square Garden as a young man in the great championship years of the early 70s.
Well, the point guard play, important to the outcome.
Penetration, Smits wise to avoid silly fouls. Move your feet and get in front, make him shoot it over you. Mark Jackson right back at him the other way. Knicks in command.
We went to commercial with Derek Harker and Mark Jackson trading baskets, and they traded some words as well. Jackson and Harper have been hit with double technical fouls, and Harper expected trash talking from the Pacers, but he expected it to come from Reggie Miller. Here's what he had to say about Reggie's trash talking.
Well, some of the things that have been said, I think you never forget those things. Yeah, you can't really get caught up in those type of things, because I think Reggie Miller, some of the things that he says is used to psych you out a little bit. I think he's playing a little head trick when he starts talking and trying to get you riled up. And, you know, I think what it does sometimes is it brings attention to Reggie, and he ends up shooting 16, 17 free throws against you. So I think the important thing is that we play a very forceful game against Reggie Miller and his team.
Here is Reggie Miller trying to answer the bucket by Starks, and he is fouled by Smith, his second foul.
Where is the Pacer defense? Reggie Miller and Mark Jackson just getting beaten to the hoop time and time again. These are two teams that pride themselves on great defense. They both gave up about 95 points per game in the regular season, and were well below that in their first round matchups against Cleveland and Atlanta, respectively. But this trash talking, that's the way Reggie Miller plays. You try to get him not to do that, just focus in. He's as focused as I've ever seen him. Wouldn't talk to anybody, wouldn't look at anybody before the game today. You do your trash talking by saying, hey, look at the scoreboard and count my championship rings.
Only 4 points for Reggie Miller on 1 of 6 shooting so far, as the marquee players continue to sputter. Ewing is 0 for 1. Back 0 for 2 with that miss, as Smith pulls his way and hits the hook.
The aggressiveness of Rick Smits again. Never been better. Lowering the shoulder, initiating offense. Beautiful pass, Oakley.
Ewing now 0 for 3. Ball on the floor, picked up by Smith.
Too much blocking out by McKee and not rebounding.
Ewing finally gets a basket.
Ewing will get plenty of baskets. We're not going to have to worry about that. The good thing is that the Knicks have learned to play some of their best ball when Ewing is struggling or when he's out with an occasional injury.
In fact, so far in this game, the leading point getters for the Knicks, Oakley and Smith, are the 2 lowest average players in the starting lineup. McKee wide open from 17.
Derek McKee is the man that has to deliver. They're going to be double teaming a lot if Smits continues to play this well. Now they've switched off Antonio Davis to Ewing. That's good because that'll keep Smits out of foul trouble. Oakley has to get aggressive offensively.
Starks for a trade. Starks with 7 points now, and the Knicks up 4.
This is a mature New York Knicks team now that realizes that the Pacer front line is arguably equal to the Knicks, and the guards have come through huge.
Smits rebounded by Davis. Antonio Davis is fouled as he takes it back up. Good offensive board work by the Pacers as Oakley commits number 1.
The centers of the story. You lower that shoulder, you initiate the contact. Once the defense backs off, then you deliver the automatic shot. And Ewing, a concession basket here. They're not going to foul Ewing apparently down low. They just, if he gets the great position and takes his first rest of the game.
Hubert Davis and Anthony Mason are in for New York, and for Indiana, Haywood Workman.
Dale Davis at the line, missed 37 games this year with back surgery. Antonio, excuse me.
Second free throw no good. Ewing, quick outlet to Harper. Knicks lead by 3.
High pick and roll. Dump it down into the post. Offensive foul.
Ewing knocks Smits to the court. That'll be the second foul on Patrick. And a technical foul as well.
You've got some real veteran officials here. Bill Oakes, Joe Crawford. Joe Crawford, of course, did the wonderful job in that ugly Denver incident the other night with San Antonio. Kept things perfectly under control. Had 3 technicals called in the first quarter.
Reggie Miller hits the free throw. And Patrick Ewing will go to the bench, replaced by Herb Williams.
2 big men battling in the post here. Looks to me like Smits just lost his balance as the elbow was up in his throat.
One of your favorite moves, I think, the elbow to the throat.
But that's how this series will be played. These are not dirty players here. These are just rough and tumble players who don't mind guys coming right back at you. Herb Williams now in for Ewing.
And Smits takes it right to him. Double team comes, and the Pacers throw it away. Davis can't handle the pass. Fast break opportunity for the Pacers. Workman from Miller.
Beautiful spacing on the break. The Knicks, as is their habit, turn it over consistently on the break. They started this game beautifully. Now the Pacers have worked their way back into it.
High score in the final 30 seconds of the half. Foul called on Antonio Davis of Indiana.
Another technical foul. Antonio Davis for one. And Anthony Mason for the other.
Are the officials consciously trying to get control of this one early?
In the low post. They called the foul there on Antonio Davis, excuse me, once again. But the officials want this game to be decided by basketball play, not by an over-aggressive physical play.
And then Antonio Davis quickly whistled for his second. Speaking of overly aggressive play, and
another double foul they called there. Excuse me, Tom. So Davis picks up two, and both guys working in the low post.
And here is the case again, Bill, where the players are going to have to adjust to the way the officials are calling the game.
You got to back off and play some soft defense at this point. Just try to get out of the quarter.
With now just 10 seconds remaining. Hubert Davis.
Good pick by Williams.
Scott beat the buzzer. Byron Scott racing to the other end, beat the buzzer with a layup to bring the first quarter to an end. Double technicals the rule through this first quarter. Patrick Ewing in foul trouble. 12 personal fouls, 5 technicals in the first period. Scott ends it with a layup to give the Pacers the lead. At the end of the first quarter, the Indiana Pacers leading the New York Knicks 29-27.
The 1995 NBA playoffs on NBC.
2-point Pacer lead as we start the second quarter. The first quarter, the officials obviously taking control of the game with their foul calls. A total of 5 technical fouls whistled, along with 12 personals. And Bill, as you said, time for the players to back off a little.
Well, they need to do that. The referees have to call that type of play so that this becomes a basketball series and not a brawl out there. And in this situation, you know that Crawford and Oaks are going to call absolutely everything early to set the tempo. Just back off and play basketball. Play some perimeter game, block some shots, rebound, and don't ever look at the refs.
Herb Williams with his first foul, sending Dale Davis to the line.
Or wear someone else's jersey when you do.
I don't think they can hide. Charles Smith for Charles Oakley in the Knick lineup.
Both teams going with their second units now, and this could very well be the determining factor as well in this series, because you got teams that have deep benches. Herb Williams, who used to play for the Indiana Pacers, in fact is their career-leading rebounder and shot blocker.
Foul called on Sam Mitchell, I believe. No, they say it was on Haywood Workman. And there's a traveling call to turn it right back over.
Good pressure by Byron Scott. Referees looked long and hard and said, yes, that is traveling.
I didn't know that still existed. Pacers in the midst of a 7-0 run.
Derek McKee's got to create here. He's got good finishers out there. Sam Mitchell.
McKee missed it in close. The Pacers have missed a number of shots right at point-blank range. Mason threads his way up court and pitches it out of bounds.
Byron Scott and Hayward Workman just tricked Anthony Mason that time, who was well known for his ball handling abilities. Ooh. That hurts your face. Waiting for the pick and roll. Too late. They're going to call an offensive foul on Scott on the cross screen. Byron Scott will walk across the lane, then move a little bit, trying to get Mason. Mason had already committed to going low. That's all you want.
Greg Anthony in the game for the Knicks has had some big contests against the Pacers. Here's a foul on Derek McKee, his first.
The game has been unable to reach a flow. Every time down, there's a whistle.
Well, everyone expected that this would be a very physical series, and the officials with their foul calls, with their whistles, trying to get control early. And we asked Anthony Mason about the physical nature of this Pacer series.
I definitely like a physical series. Anytime, you know, it comes down to banging and bumping and strength, you know, I welcome that challenge at any time. So it's something I look forward to. It's something my teammates look forward to. And I really don't believe there's a team as physical as us, but we're going to see come Sunday.
That's what's great about playing against guys like Mason and the rest of the Knicks and the Davis men. They don't complain when you hit them right back.
Shot from the corner by Mitchell goes. Sam Mitchell's first basket puts the Pacers up 5. They're on a 9-0 run.
Patrick Ewing's going to have to get back in this action soon. They've fallen apart since he went to the bench with foul trouble and the technicals.
Anthony for 3.
Anthony, who's played very solid ball as a backup point.
McKee on the low block.
The Knicks are giving up really deep position time and time again. Now, they haven't been wiped out by it because they've been able to erase some of that by blocking some shots and the Pacers missing.
Charles Smith continues to hold the hot hand. He's in double figures.
Charles Smith, a very solid season for him. Injury plagued the previous year, but this year, full 76 games played.
Scott lost it.
Again, penetrators jumping in the air, thinking pass. That's an automatic turnover in this series.
Davis misses a 3. Herb Williams kept it alive, and the Knicks get it back.
Play the shot clock, put some pressure on the Pacers' second unit defense.
Davis again misses a tray. Strong rebound that time by Dale Davis.
Davis, Anthony, and oh, that's a bad foul there.
Anthony trips Haywood Workman. We'll take a break with just over 9 minutes left. The NBA on NBC.
A must-win Game 5 for the Rockets and Jazz, then the Bulls and Magic in prime time next. The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers. This Bud's for you. By Jeep, makers of Grand Cherokee, Cherokee, and Wrangler. And by Sun America, the retirement savings specialists.
Wouldn't be a Knick game at the Garden without celebrities. Tom Brokaw is here. Lou Gossett. There's John McEnroe. And Michael Douglas. All the celebrities in place, but the Knicks struggling here in the first half, trailing by 2. Spike Lee's been quiet so far.
Because Reggie Miller hasn't done anything yet. Both teams just feeling their way right now. This is going to be a long series. Every game will probably be decided with less than a minute to go. Mason doing a good job on Smits. Over dribbling by Workman.
Mitchell penetrates. Smits hits the jump shot. And with Ewing out of the lineup, the Pacers now have outscored the Knicks 11-5. 10 points for Smits.
Penetration and dish. You know that the shot blockers, the Knicks, they will converge on every ball.
Foul call as Anthony streaks to the hoop. It's the first on Mitchell.
And Smits doing well to stay out of this foul trouble. Missed the second hit after the initial contact by Mitchell. Anthony in his 4th year out of Las Vegas. His first NBA game that he ever saw in person was the game that Jabbar swung that great sky hook at Thomas and Mack Center in Las Vegas to break Wilt's all-time scoring record.
I said Anthony has had some good games against the Pacers. You may remember he was ejected and fined $2,500 for a fight with Haywood Workman last season.
What are backup point guards getting in fights for? I mean, they're just supposed to keep things together for a couple of minutes.
Workman against Anthony right here. Workman trying to get by him, cannot. Gives it up though to Mitchell, who hits another baseline jumper. Sam Mitchell has 4. The Pacers lead by that margin.
The outside shooting off the penetration continues to be solid for Indiana.
Reach in foul. Whistled on Workman. Number 2 on Haywood.
Reggie Miller has been on the bench for an eternity.
We spoke of the marquee players at the start of the telecast. Reggie Miller and Patrick Ewing. They've basically been no factors. There's a steal and a jam by Dale Davis.
Reggie Miller in just his 8th year in the league. I guess he hasn't figured out how to substitute himself yet.
Just go up there and
just walk up there and say, I'm in. Oh, Ewing again.
Ewing with a shot to the chops of Rick Smits, and that is 3 on Patrick Ewing with 7.5 minutes left in the first half.
Smits playing very tight up. Stand up there again. That left elbow, that left shoulder. You keep that down in the rib cage area. That's not a foul call, but once it goes up a little bit higher, he jerks back, and with Smits playing so close, that contact is going to knock him down.
Ewing goes to the sideline with 3 fouls. Oakley in. Starks also returns. Smits calling for it against Mason. Mismatch here. Turnaround jumper by Rick Smits. Yes. And a foul on Greg Anthony. Smits has 12 points to lead all scorers and a chance at the free throw line.
Anthony Mason with the flop. Smits has to just concentrate on playing basketball here. Little chest bump there.
Half-hearted. That didn't impress anybody.
All the Pacers, they shaved their heads before the playoff. Byron Scott said he wasn't doing it. I'll believe they're serious when Larry Brown and Rick Smits shave their heads.
Knicks call a timeout. Rick Smits has 13 points, and the Pacers up 43-34. The NBA on NBC. Reggie Miller having his shoulder examined over on the Pacer bench. Dan Hicks is heading that way to give us a report on the injury to Reggie Miller. The surprising thing is, even without their top scorer averaging over 30 in the playoffs, the Pacers have built a 9-point lead.
But they've responded with Rick Smits. They've gotten good play from most everybody. Their defense has tightened up, denied penetration. And in a game that's just been foul marred from the beginning, 22 personal fouls have been called, 5 technicals in the first 17 minutes of the game.
That one on Sam Mitchell.
But as Derek Harper was talking earlier, how you just have to ignore some of the trash talking, although you never forget it, you can't do that trash talking and embarrass the referees, because they never forget either.
Anthony Mason still looking for his first point. Let's go to Dan Hicks for a report on the condition of Reggie Miller. Dan?
Well, Tom, I just talked to the Pacer training staff. They're a little tight-lipped as to exactly what is going wrong with Reggie Miller, but they do admit that he does have a sore right shoulder. They said no big deal. He will return to the game. Tom?
Might be sore from all that shooting he did against the Hawks. 1 of 6 today to start the game, Reggie Miller.
Anthony Mason showing why he's a leading candidate for 6th man of the year. He does everything as Smith picks up a foul. Both players just walk away wisely. The back screen as Smith rolls down, and Greg Anthony does a solid job of stepping in and taking that charge.
Second foul on Rick Smits. Patrick Ewing on the Knick bench with 3.
Good time to go right at Smits.
Oakley shows us the outside shot. Charles Oakley has 10. He's hit all 5 of his field goals.
Oakley, who played a career-low 50 games this year, really one of the Iron Men in NBA history in his 10th year, finally hitting his stride for the Knicks after that toe surgery.
Mason deflected it. Starks picks it up. Mason. Reggie Miller waiting to come in.
Look at the pressure on Mark Jackson, forcing him to take time off the shot clock so they can't get their set offense going.
Knicks have scored 5 in a row. Greg Anthony commits the foul.
Technical foul on Anthony.
That's his 3rd personal and a technical foul as well. That is the 6th technical foul called in the first half.
And every single one of these technicals, as Jackson turns the corner on the fake pick and roll, and Anthony holds on.
Got him on the top of the head, I think.
But every one of these technicals count toward ejection. So you have a lot of key players, as 6 technicals have already been called.
Byron Scott to shoot the technical.
Give the referees credit. They are determined not to let this game become a brawl, because 1 or 2 instances
but are they
set
overdoing
everybody up.
My question is, are they overdoing it?
I don't think so, because you got 2 of the very, very best who are experienced refs and a very good young ref, Ed F. Rush. The players are the ones who haven't changed.
Away from the ball, a foul on Anthony Mason. His 2nd foul.
Trying to feed the post. Derek McKee rolling, working. Mason, very little contact there.
Again, they may be overdoing it. It's sort of disrupting the flow of the game for sure.
Referees read the papers, though, too. They have heard all the talk about how physical this is going to be.
Are they likely to loosen up later in this game and later in the series? Of course, you may have a different crew calling the other games.
You'll have a different crew almost every game until late in the series, when some of these guys will come back. The players have to think about basketball, not think about fouling, not think about physical play. Let the game come to you.
39. Crowd chanting during those free throws. Let them play. Here's Mason. Low post. Nice. Up and under.
Mason, so strong, so versatile. The perfect footwork. No defense for that play.
Jackson backing in against Harper. Miller off a screen. Starks right with him. Jackson, and a 3-second violation on the Pacers will turn it over to New York.
Overpassing by Indiana. That's why that swing pass by Reggie Miller has to go to Byron Scott as opposed to Mark Jackson. Byron Scott, of course, not in the game, so it'll be very difficult to pass.
Derek Harper with a 3. Harper had 7 trays in that Game 4 30-point performance against the Cavaliers, and the Pacers will call a timeout. 4:49 left until halftime. Knicks getting back in it. Now down just 2.
You're watching NBC. the premier sports television network.
Coming up in a few moments on the Prudential Halftime Report, we'll check in on the other 3 series going on right now. Our game after the Pacers and Knicks will be Game 5 of the Rockets and Jazz, an unpredictable series featuring 2 teams, one of whom is going home, but either one could have a chance to win the NBA title. We'll also hear from Shaquille O'Neal and take a look at his lighthearted attempt at broadcasting. The Magic and Bulls are the 3rd game of the day, and we'll get a report on the Lakers and Spurs a day after San Antonio won Game 1 by 16 points at the Alamo Dome. At the Garden, the Pacers lead the Knicks by 2, and back we go to Tom Hammond and Bill Walton.
All right, Bob, New York in the midst of a 10-3 run on Indiana.
All without Patrick Ewing on the bench. Knicks continue to play well in his absence as Harper picks up a foul real far from the basket. Harper continuing his beautiful overall play from the series that he just runs into Reggie Miller. But that's John Starks' fault. Derek Harper had no idea he was there. John Starks has got to yell out.
That's only the 6th point for Reggie Miller. He's hit 1 of 6 from the floor. Technical fouls called.
And these are all the real key guys for the New York Knicks. One more outburst and the ejection would cost them dearly.
Reggie Miller now with 7 points, but remember, slow start doesn't mean much to him. He had that 25-point 4th quarter, Game 5 last year. Starks misses a tray. Mitchell knocked it out of bounds. New York will get it back. Indiana has yet to hit a 3-point shot, only 1 attempt.
Starks, of course, set every record imaginable for 3-point shooting this year. The Knicks just can't get the ball inbounds. They have to burn a timeout.
22nd timeout called by the New York Knicks, and Oakley explains what happened or didn't happen.
Still, though, you have to move to the ball. You have to be ready before your inbounder ever receives the ball and notice that he's in trouble. Push off and flash to the ball, get the reception, save those timeouts.
John Starks setting NBA records in 3-point field goals attempted and made this season. The first NBA player ever over 200 3-point field goals as the line came in. 611 attempts.
I don't know how Patrick Ewing feels about that. You get a lot of offensive rebounding opportunities, but the Knicks once again 55 wins this year after 57 a year ago.
Starks from Oakley. Again, a 2-point game.
Starks focuses in on everything, every part of the game.
6 to shoot. McKee dishes to Mitchell. Good ball movement by the Pacers. Sam Mitchell has a half dozen.
Pacers are doing a good job, although they look a little tentative when they put that ball on the floor going to the hoop. Maybe they're thinking about some hard fouls of their own.
Penetration by Harper. Underneath Mason, muscles it up, no good. And a loose ball foul. Now let's see what the call is. The basket will count. And a Pacer foul on McKee. They wipe the basket out. It is a loose ball foul.
The moment before, John Starks in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. Look at the pick by Anthony Mason, who just frees up a curling John Starks. Mason and Oakley do so many unnoticed things for this Knicks team. Of course, Anthony Mason, an unrestricted free agent at the end of this season. Knicks will do everything in their power to keep him.
Antonio Davis replacing Derek McKee, who just picked up his 3rd foul. Byron Scott in for the Pacers as Mitchell goes out.
Very small lineup here for Indiana.
Anthony Mason hits 1 of 2. Mason, who had his differences with Pat Riley during the season and was suspended, seems to have patched things up.
Well, they're both professionals. They know this is all about business. Byron Scott taking advantage of a mismatch. This is something that could hurt Indiana.
Harper Mason, the offensive board.
Too much size for the Knicks out there. Larry Brown doesn't seem concerned.
Harper, good catch made by Mason. Tough pass, and Harper hits the three.
Harper, who hit 7 for 10 threes in the Game 4 clincher over Cleveland, where he shot 66% for the series.
Here's Harper's three that ties the game.
Indiana needs a timeout, needs to regroup. They got a tough lineup in there, matching up Byron Scott with Anthony Mason. The Knicks just passing over the top when the defense collapses. Derek Harper lighting him up from the perimeter.
And Indiana does take a timeout with 2:45 left until halftime. It's a 20-second timeout. And of course, this is the first of 3 NBA playoff games on NBC today. Coming up will be the second game of our triple header. As one team will advance, will it be Akeem and the Rockets or Stockton and the Jazz? And then in prime time, that great matchup everyone's talking about, Michael Jordan and the Bulls, Shaq and the Magic, game 1 of their Eastern Conference semifinal series. 3 games today on NBC. Dale Davis steps.
Pacers have fallen apart. They've really not done much since Rick Smits went to the bench. Reggie Miller has to get more aggressive. They need to play with a greater sense of purpose out there as to what they're trying to do. Byron Scott playing the small forward. That's a bad matchup.
Pacers already turned it over 10 times in this first half. Oakley backing in on Byron Scott. And that is a mismatch for sure. Scott whistled for number 2.
Byron Scott, who's no bigger than 6'4", holds his ground, backs off. Tough to play defense if they're not going to call any offensive fouls on backing in. Although the Knicks certainly don't want to hear about offensive fouls, with Ewing saddled with 2 of those in the first half.
Charles Oakley, who had his career high free throw percentage this regular season, 79%. Ewing can only applaud in foul trouble.
But he'll be well rested, and the Knicks have done their job. They've kept it close. It's a virtual tie game. And he'll only have 3 fouls for the entire second half.
Oakley has had a big first half in the absence of Ewing, and he gives New York a 2-point edge. Off-balance shot by Jackson on the floor. Oakley tried to call a timeout as he was sailing out of bounds to prevent the turnover, and he did.
Poor shot by Mark Jackson. Races down the court, shoots it from the side, generating fast break opportunities. Starks unable to hold on to it, but always hustling Charles Oakley. Amazing he's able to come out of that bench in Indiana with all those players there.
What do you think about that rule, calling a timeout as you're sailing out of bounds?
I don't think that's a good rule at all. I think they should change that rule and not allow you to maintain possession by calling that foul. I think it's bad strategy. You need your timeout much more than you need possession of the ball. Good defensive teams like the Knicks and the Pacers, you can rely on your defense to get the ball back for you.
Larry Brown and the Pacers up early before the Knicks came storming back. And Pat Riley says that sometimes he thinks his Knick team responds to adversity. They play some of their best basketball when things are tough. Here's what he said about playing with adversity.
Yeah, I think our players respond a little bit better to an environment that has an edge. You know, for some reason, I think it's their nature. I think sometimes it's even fabricated by themselves to do it. Get your back against the wall a little bit, so we can almost have to do it the hard way.
Pat said that his team has a reservoir, he thought, of emotion, that when the finesse game wasn't working, they just did all the hard things to get themselves back on track and stay in a game. Kind of what's happened today.
It's a team that plays with as much pride as any team in basketball today. They firmly believe that they are the best. Ewing certainly capable of playing with anyone. Derek Harper and Starks, Oakley and Mason.
Final 2 minutes of the second period. Starks with a step on Miller. Missed it. And it's wrestled away by Indiana.
The Pacers aren't getting clean rebounds. Miller for three.
Miller has just disappeared. That's his first field goal attempt in 14 minutes. Smith answers on the other end. 12 points for Charles Smith, and the lead 4.
The front court shooting in the entire playoffs for the Knicks has been spectacular. Ewing, Mason, Oakley, and Smith all above 50% in the Cleveland series. Magnificent again today. The high pick and roll. Charles Smith stepping out and backing off, but where was Reggie Miller going? Why foul a guy in that situation? He's dribbling toward the sideline.
So Smith, Anthony, and Ewing all with 3 fouls apiece for the New York Knicks as Smith goes out and Hubert Davis enters.
Reggie Miller, a 2-time All-Star for the Pacers, 1990, as well as this year, the first Pacer All-Star since '77 when Billy Knight and Don Boosie both made it for the Pacers.
Knicks lead by 2. Minute 15 to play first half. Starks. Oakley. Partially blocked. Scramble. Oakley got rid of it to Starks for 3.
All set up by guard penetration. Reggie Miller allowing Starks to get to the hoop. The defense collapses, and that's Oakley and Mason and Ewing's game.
Oh, Antonio Davis misses badly, but Dale Davis for the rebound draws the foul. Here's that tough New York play that we were speaking of.
Dale Davis has no chance, nor Antonio Davis, because they're worried about Starks making layups. Oakley digs it out once again.
Here's Dale Davis at the line. He has 8 rebounds in the first half. It's just 1 below his regular season average.
Dale Davis, one of the league's premier field goal percentage shooters because of the type of shots he gets. Last 3 years in the top 5 in that category.
Rolls in the second one, cuts the lead to 3.
And when he makes 2 free throws, the Pacers can feel very relieved. I can go 2 for 1, but it's a little bit late for that for the Pacers.
Mason, fall away off the glass.
Larry Brown just tried to get out of this half with Rick Smits having only the 2 fouls. Fallen far enough behind, though, that it may hurt them unless they come out with a very strong third quarter.
Byron Scott. Saved by Hubert Davis of the Knicks. Will they get a shot off? No. First half will end that way. Starks' shot will not count. In a foul-marred first half, Patrick Ewing in foul troubles, taken only 4 shots, has 2 points. Rick Smits, hitting 6 of 9, has won the center battle so far. At the end of the first half at Madison Square Garden in New York, the New York Knicks 59 and the Indiana Pacers 54. Now stay tuned for the Prudential Halftime Report right after these messages.
Coming up next, the NBA playoffs continue. Friday, Akeem and Clyde combined for 81 as the defending champion Rockets tied their series with the Jazz. Now a must-win Game 5. Then Michael, Shaq, Scotty, Penny, the marquee matchup in the NBA as the Bulls and Magic go head-to-head in prime time. Next on NBC. This is the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the Prudential. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
When Patrick Ewing, who had only 2 points in the first half, went to the bench with 3 fouls, the Knicks were down 9. They increased their situation by 14 points with him on the bench and lead by 5 at the half, 59-54. Charles Smith also has 3 fouls and could be in trouble in the second half for the Knicks. Julius Erving and Peter Vesey joined me. Last year in their 7-game Eastern Conference Final Series, the Knicks hit exactly 100 points in 1 game. Nobody else got to 100 in any of the other 6 games. Most of the games were played in the 80s. This pace is surprising.
I think it is surprising, and this is not the Knickerbocker pace. I don't think they want the game, to be in the 1-teens, the 120s. I think they'd like to keep it in the 80s or the 90s. And the Pacers have done a fine job of getting a lot of offensive rebounds, guards showing patience, delivering the ball to the low post, penetrating for spot-up jumpers. That's why they're shooting a pretty good percentage. And they're in a pretty good position here, even though they're down 5 points.
In light of the fact that Ewing and Miller are having off days, this game and very well maybe the series will be determined on whose bench is stronger. These two teams have 2 of the strongest in the league. Only the Spurs will probably have a stronger bench.
Miller with a sore right shoulder, just 1 for 7 for 9 points. Smits has 13 points to lead the Pacers. Oakley, Smith, and Starks all with a dozen for the Knicks, who lead by 5. Now, after the Knicks and the Pacers, we'll have the deciding game of the Jazz and the Rockets from Salt Lake City. The defending champs, the Rockets, versus a 60-win team in the Jazz, and one of them is going to go out in the first round. Greg Gumbel and Steve Jones have a report from the Delta Center.
All right, Bob, and the doors have not yet opened here, but once they do, the Delta Center promises to be a very noisy place for Game 5 this afternoon between the Rockets and the Utah Jazz. The Utah task is very simple. Stop the terrific duo of Akeem Olajuwon and Clyde Drexler, who in Game 4 became only the 3rd pair of teammates to score 40 or more points in a playoff game. It's a very clear-cut thing for the Jazz today, Steve.
There is no question that the combination of Drexler and Olajuwon delivers a knockout punch when they get 50 or better, and their job is to keep this crowd out of the ball game. If they get off to good starts, it's going to be silent in here, and they don't want silence on Sunday.
Now, speaking of stopping twosomes, what about Houston's job going up against Karl Malone and John Stockton?
These guys are going to set the tone not only for the crowd, but for their teammates and well. And they have been thirsting for this quest to get to the championship. They know that the Houston Rockets got bags packed to go on to Phoenix. They want to send him back to Houston.
Well, Karl Malone and John Stockton have a reputation of showing up each and every game, but head coach Jerry Sloan of the Jazz says he needs help from his bench today.
Boils down to the guys, I think, that are your support people, the importance of it to them. And if we can get that kind of combination, then we'll have a chance to win. We've always had pretty good success when we get a pretty good play off our bench. And that's been critical to us. If we don't get that, we'll still have a tough time winning.
Each team has won once on the other guy's court. Game 5 coming up here in Salt Lake City in just a bit. Let's go back to New York and Bob Costas.
All right, Greg and Snapper, you definitely agree with Jerry Sloan. He says he needs the play off his bench.
Yeah, you always end up telling people stuff that they already know. During the season, they were the plotters. They took control of games by getting Adam Keefe in the game, Tom Chambers, Antoine Carr, Crotty, Blue Edwards, to gain control over Houston. I think they have to play all of these people, and they have to play them significant minutes. And Crotty has to couple with Stockton to control the tempo of this game and make it a low-scoring game.
They have to win on the road, and it's something the Rockets have done before. Remember, they had to win in Phoenix a year ago after they dropped the first 2 games in Houston. They did it. They won a big game at Madison Square Garden in the finals. They won a game in this series at Delta Center earlier, so it can be done, and they have done it.
That's right, and the Jazz are better on the road than they are at home, but on a neutral site, well, I don't know who'd win that one. But I love the way what Rudy Tomjanovich did in the previous game, bringing Akeem up top and making James Donaldson guard him up there. He had so much maneuverability. Why he hasn't done that before, I don't know. How Jerry Sloan is going to counter it, I don't know. Maybe put Karl Malone on him. If the 2 superstars go head-to-head, the referees might let them get away with more.
All right, and coming up, we'll hear from an unrestrained Shaquille O'Neal. We'll also check in on the Spurs and the Lakers. That's after this message from Prudential and a word from the NBA. Game 3 of our triple header today, Chicago at Orlando. Jordan's Bulls against Shaq and the Magic. Shaquille O'Neal is finishing his 3rd season in the league. Generally, he's a guarded fellow when there's a TV camera around, but there's plenty of personality there, as witness this bit of business when Shaq offers play-by-play of a game-winning situation.
O'Neal steps behind the 3-point line. What is he doing? He shoots. It's good. Oh, my God. They win. Oh, no, I don't believe it. O'Neal went way out of his range and knocked the three-pointer down. He knocked it down. Woo! Orlando Magic are the National Basketball Association champs of the world, 1995. Woo! Woo! Ha ha! He knocked it down. I don't believe it. He stepped behind the line and he shot the three. He knocked it down.
The second round of, or the second game, I should say, of the Lakers and Spurs series is still to come. The Lakers lost the... Boy, this guy has completely thrown me off. He has completely thrown me off. There you have it. There's a bunch of stats, and Marianne Grabavoy has a report.
Well, thank you, Bob. Game 1 of this second round series was marked by physical intensity with tempers flaring. Late in the 4th quarter, driving to the basket, Spurs' David Robinson was fouled hard by Eldon Campbell. Robinson fell on his left elbow and hand. Campbell was charged with a flagrant foul. Just a few minutes ago, I spoke to David Robinson. He told me the elbow was sore, but it should be fine.
Eldon caught me at a funny angle, I think, and I came down hard, really on my behind and on my elbow, and it was a little sore, but I think it was just a good, hard playoff foul. I don't think that it was anything intentional, you know. So it's a little easier to take a hard foul than it is something when you think someone's trying to hurt you.
Well, it wasn't as bad as I think people thought it was. You know, I didn't try to intentionally hurt him or anything. I just wanted to make sure he didn't get a shot up, and you know, everybody just reacted to it. But it wasn't, you know, I'm not that kind of player.
You know what they did in the first round. They lost by 25 points in game 1 and came back to win 3 straight.
Right. So this is no time to celebrate. We got to come back and really, if we make a statement, it's going to be Monday night, because we're going to show them that we're going to protect our home court. Any team that wants to beat us in a series is going to have to beat us in San Antonio.
But in the 6 years that David Robinson has guided the Spurs, they have gone to the semis 3 times, never having gotten out alive. The Lakers know if they have a shot at this series, they must shoot better than the 40% they did yesterday. Their young backcourt combined for just 10 of 31 from the field. Cedric Ceballos, who's shooting just 32% this year here at the Alamo Dome, must find his shot tomorrow night. Back to New York and Bob Costas.
All right, that's tomorrow. Just ahead, the Knicks leading the Pacers by 5 at the half, and we'll send it back to Tom Hammond and Bill Walton for the second half after these messages from your local station.
This has been the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the Prudential. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
Here comes Barkley. Barkley driving down the middle. He got it. Oh! Here's Oakley to Ewing. My gracious. This building is rocking. Put that one on a highlight film. Wow. Unbelievable.
Even though Patrick Ewing played only 12 minutes in the first half, the Knicks lead the Pacers 59-54 as we get ready for the start of the 3rd quarter. Actually, first half MVPs, Bill, would be the 3 officials almost. They called 29 personal fouls. They called 6 technical fouls. It really has changed the whole nature of the game.
We thought this would be a defensive struggle, but the way the refs are calling it, it's become offense. Who would ever dream that this would be a 59-54 ball game in this situation? And the playoffs are all about adjustments. The Pacers haven't made that offensive adjustment. They're still thinking defense, and guys like Reggie Miller, Derek McKee, and Byron Scott have just not responded. No offense there, and for the Knicks to get out with Ewing having 2 points, and they're still ahead. That's unbelievable for the Knicks.
Here's our Miller Genuine Draft halftime stats.
3-point field goals for the Knicks. Red hot. The Pacers, the big donut. John Starks, very solid first half. He's one of 3 Knicks with 12 points, all 3 of them starters. Fouls, the big story here. 29 overall. Ewing with foul trouble. He'll make the adjustments, though. He's been in these games many times before. Now it's up to the Pacers to respond.
And we'll see which team responds in the second half. We start the 3rd with the Knicks up 5. As we get ready to start the third quarter at Madison Square Garden, Patrick Ewing getting attention to his troublesome calves. They have bothered him throughout the season. And he sat a lot of time on the bench, so he's coming in cold to start the third. Rick Smith's the leading point getter in the game. But look at the balanced Knicks scoring in the absence of Patrick Ewing, who played only 12 minutes with 3 personal fouls in the first half.
Oakley and Smith combining 10 for 12 shooting. Remarkable support. This team has really learned that it's just not Patrick Ewing.
So we begin the third quarter with each team having its original starting quintet intact. McKee got a step on Smith and laid it in.
Finally, a strong penetration and a strong finish. Derek McKee with a very quiet 8 points in the first half, now with 10.
Ewing low post against Smith. His fall away rims out. Offensive board, though, by Oakley.
Oakley's having his way with Dale Davis.
Ewing gives it up to Oakley for the jam.
I didn't think Oakley could still dunk.
14 points. Oakley becomes the leading scorer in the game.
Oakley, a 10-year veteran. Last year, Smith's able to get behind Ewing for another easy basket.
And McKee made the pass.
I'd isolate right there. Charles Smith trying to pick up a foul on Smith's. Illegal defense. Confusion on behalf of Indiana. The give and go is a basic Ewing, Oakley, dump it in. Dale Davis standing and watching. Got to move your feet. Oakley last year made his first all-star team. Made the all-defensive team.
Ewing. Patrick Ewing's 4th point, and the Knicks up 63-58.
The Knicks, who only shot 47% in the regular season, shot well over 50%, almost 52% against Cleveland, and continue to shoot great today as Smiths can dunk without leaving the ground.
As he wheeled to the hoop, a strong move by Rick Smiths, now with 17 on 8 of 11 shooting.
And the offense continues to flow. You're looking at a game in the 110s.
Oakley's shot, partially blocked, I think, by Davis. Missed anyway, and Jackson takes it for the Pacers.
In the last 2 years, the Pacers have only, beautiful pass.
That's 2 this half for McKee. As the assist pickup for the 6'10" Pacer small forward. Ball out of bounds, last touch by the Pacers.
Rick Smith's matched up against Oakley because Ewing's got the fouls. The Pacers have only averaged 84 points a game in head-to-head matchups with the Knicks the last 2 years. Only one time over 100 points. They've lost almost every one of those games.
All the way by Oakley, no good. Davis the rebound, and the Pacers a chance to take the lead. 9 boards for Dale Davis.
Looked like a traveling violation that time. Can't step into your jumper and then not take it.
Oakley strips it away from Smiths, but it's saved by McKee. Smiths with a tap. It won't go. Oakley outlet to Harper.
Rush shot to beat the shot clock. Oakley, very solid low post defender.
Around the horn to Harper for 3. Bad looking shot. Miller takes it the other way.
Watch your face on those shots, but it's the defense of the guards for New York. Starks and Harper. Stoppage of play for equipment.
Starks may be cut and bleeding. Let's see.
Joe Crawford always on top of everything. Been an NBA official since 1977. They're going to have to.
So they're going to patch up Starks as Hubert Davis comes in to replace him. And Antonio Davis on for the Pacers as Smiths goes out.
Good use of the big wide body screen. Reggie Miller taking advantage of Smiths in transition. Just put a big Band-Aid over there, glue it on. You don't run on your forehead.
A little dirt on him and get back in the game. Miller Off-balance shot as he went to the deck. But he hits it, and Miller shows signs of finding the range now with 13 points.
And look how the players have made the adjustments. The referees have not had to do anything in this half.
6-0 run for the Pacers has carried them in front of the Knicks. 64-63.
Good defense, Reggie Miller.
Hubert Davis. Long range two for Davis, his first basket. Knicks back up.
Hubert Davis, 4th in the NBA in three-point field goal percentage, had by far his best season. And playing terrific defense here.
Reggie Miller hacked as they got the shot away.
Reggie Miller a moment ago will hit this nice curling jumper. But the Knicks are so disciplined in forcing Miller to his left. Reggie says, what, I don't get a foul when I go to the ground? But when you force him left, make him pump fake, a lot less effective. Reggie Miller 1 for 7 in the first half. Very quiet for the guy who was the 5th best three-point shooter in terms of makes this year in the NBA. Starks, of course, #1.
Reggie is 8 for 8 at the free throw line.
Reggie's also become quite a proficient defensive player.
4th in the league, 89.7%. Starks has got the patch over that eye now to stop the bleeding, but still on the sideline.
The Knicks have to find a way to stop their bleeding.
Harper, penetration, draws a Pacer foul.
Solid collapsing defense that time. They're going to call that on the pass.
3rd foul on Antonio Davis. Excuse me, Bill. So Davis and McKee with 3 fouls each for the Pacers.
Ewing in the post. Solid defense by Antonio Davis.
Here is Ewing. Unstoppable with that one. And the Knicks by 1.
I'm surprised they took Smits out of the game. He's not in more foul trouble. He didn't pick up his 3rd, did he? Oh, excellent defensive rotation by Ewing.
No, Smits now returns to the game, Bill.
Indiana just not getting good looks. Every shot is contested. The Knick offense is efficient enough. They're not turning the ball over or taking wild shots. Stark's been under control. Charles Smith as well.
Rick Smits, he's hot. 19 points on 9 of 13 shooting for the big guy. 7'4" Rick Smits.
Very little Oakley can do in that situation. The guy is 7'4", just wheeling, turning, firing jumpers.
Also, he can't hit. Dale Davis called for the foul. His 2nd.
There hasn't been a cross-eyed look the entire second half. Obviously, the coaches got their message across that the referees delivered. Pick and roll.
Ewing and Reggie Miller the board. Miller right around Hubert Davis, and Oakley over to help, rejects it out of bounds. And a timeout taken by New York after this defensive play by Charles Oakley on the help defense.
Reggie Miller just trying to draw the foul there. Doesn't get it. Terrific block, Oakley.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. By Delta Faucet Company. Delta, the way water is brought to life. And by IBM, solutions for a small planet.
Indiana coach Larry Brown interested in the result of the Kentucky Derby yesterday because Thunder Gulch trained by his friend Wayne Lucas, who is a former basketball coach. Of course, the Derby doesn't hold many fond memories for Pat Riley. When he was at the University of Kentucky, he went to his first Derby. He had a convertible. He was dressed to the nines with his girlfriend Got through all the traffic, went to what he thought was the valet Parker as a 20-second timeout is called. Riley gave his keys to the valet man, went in and enjoyed the Derby, came back out. That's the last he saw of his car. And he paid the guy to steal his car.
What is a college student doing with a convertible?
I don't know now. That's the question you'll have to ask Pat.
Of course, Tom, you were a college classmate of Pat Riley at Kentucky. What was he like back then in the mid-60s?
He was the least likely guy you would think to be the focused, introspective, dedicated coach that he is now. He was, to put it delicately, happy-go-lucky in college.
One of the great coaches, though, of all time. A 9-year professional career as a player. The Rockets, the Lakers, the Phoenix Suns. Only coach in history with 4 consecutive 60-victory seasons. Great defense by the Knicks again, forcing guard left.
Jackson misses the shot on the floor.
And Oakley everywhere, as always.
60% shooting this quarter by Indiana, only 40% for the Knicks. It's a 1-point game. New York with a chance to reclaim the lead. Starks misses the layup. Wrestled away, still loose. Get a stick and kill it.
Mark Jackson and Reggie Miller have to assert themselves better. The defense for Starks and Harper has just been tremendous as Derek McKee wakes up.
He has a dozen points, Pacers by 3. Ewing against Smits. No double team. Ewing couldn't get the roll. And a loose ball foul called on Indiana.
Dale Davis seems out of sync. He's a better player than he's doing today. He's allowing basically whoever he's guarding. Now, granted, Dale Davis is plagued by sore shoulder. That right shoulder dislocated 2 times this season. Missed only 8 games. This guy is really tough, but he's allowing Oakley and Smith and Mason to have their way.
Starks missed badly on a tray, and Ewing couldn't follow it in, but manages to chase it down.
Mark Jackson or Reggie Miller have to cut the foul line on that play.
Skip it across court to Starks for 3. Jackson has Miller out in front. Miller spotted for the 3, and he got it.
And turns and looks at Spike Lee and Derek Harper.
And Pat Riley calls for a 20-second timeout. Reggie Miller finding the range now with 18 points, 9 here in the third.
Mark Jackson, as good as anyone at finding guys behind him, looks off Derek McKee. But that look, knowing McKee's pounding the floor, draws Derek Harper a step closer to the basket. And can you get a technical for taunting the crowd?
Reggie Miller going to at least verbally take on all 19,000 plus here at Madison Square Garden. 7-0 run by the Pacers as the Indiana team gets its first 3-point shot of the game. One of the better 3-point shooters during the regular season, shooting teams at 38%.
Charlotte, of course, right up there with the Pacers, with Seattle, some of the best 3-point shooting teams.
In fact, Indiana was 3rd in the league. Starks for a 3. Smits couldn't handle it. Smits had Ewing blocked off the boards, and then Oakley waiting in there is assessed a personal foul.
Somebody finally put a body on Charles Oakley, and he didn't like that, so he just threw him out of the way. You mentioned earlier about Reggie Miller taking on the whole crowd. That's the best part of basketball. When you come in and get the road victory and they're all booing and you're playing great, jumpers are falling, blocking shots.
That Spike Lee, Reggie Miller back and forth in last season's playoffs was great theater.
Got him going right. That's a good move for Miller.
And for 3, it won't go. McKee, the offensive board. Smits calls. He misses. Tap no good. Again, Smits down with it, and this time he makes sure. Delay of game warning against the Pacers as Indiana crashing the offensive boards, and they've scored 9 points in a row.
Smits, though, showing the patience, not trying to tip the ball. When you're that big, in a game like this, bring the ball down and go back up. The way they're calling fouls, you'll get to the line every time. A little bit of over-dribbling by Mason.
6 to shoot. Harper on the floor. Oakley has it. Saved it to Harper. Great play by Oakley. And then over on the Pacer bench, they tried to cushion his fall, and Oakley came up swinging.
This will be a very difficult call to make by the officials because Oakley was in among the Pacer bench. The jump shot there, John Starks pushes Reggie Miller into the crowd. But what started this whole thing was Oakley once again diving for loose balls, and as he did in the first half. Pacer bench didn't do anything.
Watch Starks send Reggie Miller flying. A little bit of acting by Reggie. Always count on him for some extra theatrics. And then Oakley, I thought the Pacer bench was trying to cushion him, but maybe they were doing more than that. Oh, yeah, somebody grabbed hold of him. I think Haywood Workman, and it was Workman that got the technical foul. They grabbed hold of Oakley as he was trying to get back on the court.
It's called the sixth man defense.
Ewing again misses him tight. 2-on-1. Scott lays it up. No good. Mason takes it out on the dribble.
Too tentative for the Pacers at the hoop.
Harper got it. McKee left open. Back rim, Antonio Davis fouled as he goes back up, and Harper and Davis square off, pushing and shoving.
Totally uncalled for by both players, both teams. A hard foul by Derek Harper. Referees sort it out. The offensive rebound. Mason fails to block out in the step through. We're going to call the push in the back by Antonio Davis. That, I believe, is his first technical. But are they going to call a flagrant foul there? Smits in there trying to break everything up.
The Peacemakers were as dangerous as the Flyers.
There's no love lost between these two teams.
Well, we knew that, and that was the reason the officials tried to establish control with all the fouls in the first half.
And it looked like control had been established.
And Antonio Davis had a technical foul in the first half, I think. So if he's assessed a technical here, he'll be gone.
Now, Antonio Davis is going to shoot him. Okay, we're ejecting Antonio. Wait a minute. Come here, Larry. We're ejecting Derek. Okay. Now you shoot. You pivot. You shoot for 2 shots. Plus they get the ball back.
Joey Crawford explaining to both coaches the situation. Larry Brown does not like the result, as Antonio Davis will be ejected if that's his second technical.
Antonio Davis obviously thinks he's been ejected.
All right, now what we're going to do is Pat Riley picks the shooters from the 4 on the floor. All right? Indiana's going to shoot 2, flagrant penalty 1. Then we got double technical fouls on Derek Harper and Antonio. They're both ejected.
So Antonio Davis and Derek Harper are both ejected from the game with their second technical fouls. There was also a flagrant foul called on Harper.
Antonio Davis of New York and Antonio Davis of Indiana and Derek Harper of New York. It is their second technical. In each case, they are both ejected.
A disastrous situation for both teams. Derek Harper, the key point guard. Now it's on to Greg Anthony. And your top sub, your top rebounder, your top scoring sub leaves for Indiana. You're back up to Smits, the guy who's got to box Ewing. Uncalled for. No place in basketball for that.
The officials tried to send the message in the first half. We thought the players had heeded it the way the third quarter began, but obviously not, and it's going to cost somebody dearly. I believe New York perhaps got the worst of the trade. As you said, two key players, but Harper's so important to the Knicks attack. He leaves with 10 points and 5 assists. Antonio Davis had only 1 point and 3 rebounds.
But give Greg Anthony credit. Yes, Derek Harper is a first-level player, and Anthony just a substitute at this point in his career, but he has learned how to play well, and he plays his best when it's on the line. It appears to be a doomed situation.
So play resumes, just over 3 minutes left in the third. Pacers up 7 with the ball. Smits turns on Ewing and connects. Smits having a big game, 25 points.
Smits feels at this point that he can do anything. Almost every shot he throws up is going down. Difficult jumpers, turnarounds from 17 feet. Jackson missed a golden opportunity for a steal, but the Knicks turn it right back over.
Oakley's pass from Mason does not find the mark. It sails out of bounds. Timeout. You're watching the NBA on NBC. Welcome back to the Garden, where emotions have been escalating. This was a trigger point as Oakley, saving the ball, fell into the Pacer bench. Haywood Workman grabbed a hold of him. Oakley knocked his hand away, and words were exchanged. Technical foul on Workman.
And then a moment after that, Antonio Davis on an offensive rebound, stick-back opportunity. Flagrant foul called there, technical foul after Harper's flagrant. The push in the back, and then Harper coming right back at him, gets his own technical. They both picked up tees in the first half. They're ejected. Riley gets to pick the shooter. Smits knocks down the free throws.
So Antonio Davis of Indiana, Derek Harper of New York, disqualified with 2 technical fouls as Ewing rebounds that miss.
Wild shot by McKee. Solid defense, typical of Oakley's play throughout.
Mason almost lost it.
Shot clock.
2 to shoot. Anthony barely hit the iron. Offensive board. Starks for 3.
Fine decision by Ewing. Knowing it's not his offensive day. Let the game come to you. Pass the ball. Play some defense. Get some rebounds. Pacers are going to have to withstand a furious charge here by the Knicks.
Overshooting. Ewing to get it to Smits. And Rick is fouled as he takes it to the basket. Nice pass.
What an entry pass by Byron Scott, who played so many years with the great Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Jabbar going into the Hall of Fame a week from tomorrow, but that entry pass right on the money by Byron Scott.
Here's a look at the technical fouls. Antonio Davis and Derek Harper disqualified with 2 each. Jackson and Workman also picking up 1 for Indiana. And you saw that many New York Knicks players also assessed a technical foul in this game. 9 technical fouls called.
Now the Knicks have to play with their 2 offensive weapons. Their creator, Derek Harper, and their big finisher, Ewing, out of the game. Ewing, of course, will be back.
Sits down with 4 fouls and 1:38 to play in the third as Smits misses. Oakley rebounds. Haywood Workman has replaced Mark Jackson for the Pacers.
Second string backcourt for Indiana.
Starks. Derek McKee's foul. That's his 4th foul.
Starks is doing a solid job of curling around the post when he's coming flashing for the ball. The Pacer big guys have to step up and deny that curl. Get in his cutting lane. More pressure on the ball. for the Pacer defense.
Dwayne Farrell making an appearance in the Indiana lineup as McKee to the bench with 4 fouls. That was just the 4th Indiana team foul. Penalty on the next. Starks lays it in. Somehow got free to the hoop.
Now there's no shot blocking presence. Smith, yes, at 7'4", is big, but is he the defensive stopper that a Dale Davis and Antonio Davis? No.
Workman lost it as he tried to pass. Picked up by Smith. Final minute of the third.
Reggie Miller and Mark Jackson had control of the game, it seemed like. Then they get taken out.
Mason in traffic. Got it. Lead cut to 3.
Crowd is in it for one of the few times today.
Scott. It rimmed out to Mason.
It has not been Byron Scott's day.
And the Knicks will hold for the final shot of the period. Anthony for 3. Workman from backcourt, way off the mark. The Indiana Pacers taking command in the third, only to see the Knicks get back in it. At the end of 3, the Indiana Pacers 80, New York Knicks 77. Back after these messages and a word from your local station. The advantage has been batted back and forth in this one. Indiana built a 9-point lead during the third quarter, only to see the Knicks mount a 7-1 run to end the period. Fourth quarter underway with Indiana up 3.
Starks is the guy that the Pacers have to concentrate on. They got Byron Scott, a tremendous defender on him.
Oakley lost it off Smith's knee and out of bounds with 5 to shoot.
Smith couldn't believe that ball came right to him.
He used to play soccer in Holland, didn't he?
7'4" soccer players. I don't know how effective they can be.
3 to shoot. Oakley for 3. Starks made the acrobatic pass, but the 3 would not go down.
Pacers need to get something going that they can call a disciplined offense. Mason, too much contact in the post, just pushing the big guy off. That's his 3rd.
Patrick Ewing remains on the bench with 4 fouls to start this final period. The total fouls.
Derek McKee's also got 4. Antonio Davis has been ejected. Big problems front court for Indiana.
Workman with a quick move on Anthony, and then the help comes from Smith to the block. Starks pulls up, and Smith's the board.
And the Pacers did a good job in nullifying that fast break. Mason was down there for the offensive board, but Sam Mitchell and Farrell just cleared him out, allowed their teammates to get the ball.
Scott. Call for the offensive foul. Byron Scott's 3rd personal.
Byron Scott, one of the game's great playoff performers in history, the 4th active scorer behind Jordan, Robert Parrish, and Hakeem Olajuwon. Just having as bad a day as you can possibly have.
Hand check, foul, Dwayne Farrell of Indiana.
Maybe it was when they held him down and shaved his head, Byron Scott, down in Atlanta after they swept. It was part of a deal he made.
I still can't get used to Scott shaving head. Smith clears out, made himself a little space, and a foul called on Indiana. Mitchell.
The Knicks doing a good job here. They've taken Starks out. Starks was gunning him up from 3. But the lineup that Indiana has, the Knicks should be going to the hoop every single time. Post up Charles Smith, post up Mason.
three. And the game tied at 80.
Larry Brown showing extreme confidence in his second unit as Reggie Miller and Mark Jackson languish on the bench.
Smits against Mason, just turns and shoots.
Generally a big guy like a Smits, once they get the towering opponent Ewing out of the game with fouls, they'll relax a little bit. And they'll succumb to the undercutting, the pushing out of a Mason or an Oakley, but Smits has delivered throughout.
He's just one short of his career playoff high. He has 28 points. Foul call in Indiana as we take a break. You're watching the NBA on NBC.
A must-win Game 5 for the Rockets and Jazz. Then the Bulls and Magic in prime time. Next.
Miller Genuine Draft presents Genuine Moments.
This Miller moment takes us back to 1970. It was exactly 25 years ago tomorrow that the New York Knicks, led by Willis Reed's heroic performance, beat the LA Lakers 113-99 to win their first NBA championship. In recognition of this moment, Miller Genuine Draft will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. And there, the World Championship banner, 1969-70 season. And there's Clyde Walt Frazier, who had 36 points.
There's a tremendous picture entering the Knicks training room. Willis Reed laying on the floor with a quote on it saying, "I'll crawl into that championship game to get this done." He did. They got it done. Brilliant performance by the entire Knicks team that day.
Anthony Mason, strong move to the basket to tie the game at 82.
Shuffle off, down screen, and then flash into the post, and the Pacers just can't hold on to the ball. And Reggie Miller and Mark Jackson continue on the bench. When you're out that long, you always run the risk of not being able to turn it back on. They had the grease rolling there. Smits dangerous with the dribble.
Workman puts it up. Oakley kept it alive. Charles Smith collars it, and the Knicks have a chance to take the lead.
This is not the type of game where you're tired. They've blown so many whistles, so many fouls, that you're always stopping.
Reggie Miller up off the bench will come back in. Indiana led by 9 in the third quarter. Davis for three. Workman way up for the board.
The Knicks have not taken advantage of this small lineup. Now the bigger guys are back in.
Smits got away from the double team and is fouled. As Miller and Jackson re-enter the lineup.
Smits, who just keeps playing better and better as his career goes on. His 7th year now out of Marist College here in New York. Had his best season this year, Smits. 18 points, 8 boards a game. So a significant improvement on the defensive rebounding side.
And the Duncan Dutchman equals his career playoff high, 29 points. That foul, by the way, the 4th on New York's Charles Smith. .30 new career playoff high for the Duncan Dutchman.
And he stayed out of foul trouble.
Anthony whips it inside. Ewing foul as he tried to take it to the basket. Or is it knocked out of bounds? No foul called. Knicks will get it back with 10 to shoot.
Double screen for Hubert Davis. Reggie Miller. Joe Crawford right on top of it.
New York retains possession. Now 7 on the shot clock.
Miller had a save attempt, but the ball went straight down instead of back and into Starks' legs. Davis's legs, excuse me.
Hubert Davis pumps, shoots over Smits, no good. And Dale Davis has the rebound.
post up Smits again. Why go away from that?
Miller off a screen. There's the post by Smits against Mason. And Smits gave Mason a shove in the small of the back to pick up the foul. That was needless by Smits. Had position, had the ball with nobody between he and the basket.
You have to wait. You have to be patient, particularly a guy like Mason who's going to flop a lot. Easy flop.
Anthony, penetration and bucket.
Greg Anthony's kept himself together all year. Didn't play a majority of the mid part of the season. A regular on the DNP list.
Mason, a reach-in foul on Rick Smits, hacked him on the arm. That's 4 on Anthony Mason.
Greg Anthony playing in place of the ejected Derek Harper, just right down the lane, and again taking advantage of Mark Jackson's inability to guard people on the perimeter.
Smits hits his 31st point. He has 7 rebounds too, and look at the foul trouble. It's an extensive list.
More serious for New York.
Already 2 players ejected for picking up 2 technical fouls. Derek Harper of New York, Antonio Davis of Indiana. Smits, dead eye on the free throw line. He's hit 8 of 9 at the strike today.
High pick and roll. Dump it down into post. Beautiful set offense.
Ewing fouled. Rick Smits, number 4. Foul shooting could decide this one. 6:52 remaining. Welcome back to Madison Square Garden. Pacers leading the Knicks 86-84. Coming up next, the second game of our triple header as Houston meets Utah. That series has seesawed back and forth. The winner today moves on in the playoffs. And then game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinal match between the Bulls and the Magic. Shaq against Michael.
All on Akeem Olajuwon's shoulder. The defending king, MVP, regular season and the playoffs. It'll be very difficult to keep them out. Houston has to stay close, though, with great outside shooting.
Ewing at the free throw line. We've played 41 minutes. We've had 47 personal fouls called and 9 technicals. That 47 personal fouls ties for the 4th most ever in playoff history. The record is 55 personal fouls in a playoff game. Syracuse at Boston, 4 overtime game in 1953.
Time for the Pacers to try to reassert control. You don't want to win this game by 1 point at the buzzer if you're Indiana.
I suspect they'll take a win here any way they can get it, but I know what you're saying. Miller had it blocked by Davis, got it back, and missed badly. Here's the outlet, Davis against Jackson. Oh! Hubert Davis laid it in right over Mark Jackson.
The Knicks strategy, honed so well last year in the Eastern Conference Finals, force Reggie Miller left. They can put it on the floor and then stay down. He'll pump fake it, but he draws a foul by Hubert Davis away from the ball. Force him left. Be patient. Let him leave the ground first. Bring him back left again. 2 block shots. Ewing, of course, the 3rd leading block shot career active player in the NBA history.
New York by 1, approaching the 6-minute mark.
Smits in the post.
Mason trying to front him. Smits calls for it, but they can't get it to him. Here's McKee. Floater no good. Ewing tapped it out and can't save it.
That's a terrible shot by Derek McKee. Patrick Ewing seemed to be 6 steps out of bounds by the time they called that timeout.
And Larry Brown wanted a walking call before he called it. He called a timeout to save the turnover. We'll be back.
You're watching the NBA playoffs on NBC.
Basketball is the only game that I can think of that you can call timeout while the ball's still in play. Ewing was not out of bounds. Larry Brown wanted to travel, maybe a little bit of a hop. Certainly not enough, though, to call that on Patrick Ewing, where every possession is so crucial. And the Knicks throw it away on an inbound pass after a timeout.
Just as you said, every possession was crucial. They waste one.
No wonder coaches have nightmares.
Rick Smith's hoping to use this series against Patrick Ewing to make a statement that he's among the NBA's elite. Reggie Miller missing a three.
The Knicks defense is too tough. Pacers can't get good shots unless they go to Rick Smith, and he's having trouble getting the ball.
Reggie Miller only 4 of 15 shooting. Charles Smith can't hit. Ewing with a tap, no good. And waiting in for the rebound is Dale Davis.
That's the rebound you got to bring down and go back up with, as opposed to try to make a difficult 4-foot tap.
Patrick Ewing only 3 of 12 shooting. So the marquee players, Miller and Ewing, non-factors in the game. There's Mark Jackson with a spinning move.
It's the opportunity of a lifetime for Mark Jackson. His perfect chance to get back. You don't get many chances like that.
Mark Jackson, spending 5 years in a Knicks uniform, was Rookie of the Year for New York. Thomas Wolfe said, "You can't go home again." Mark Jackson trying to prove him wrong.
Jackson with the teardropper in the lane. Jackson was the 18th overall pick in the '87 draft. Imagine the 18th pick getting Rookie of the Year. The league has changed a lot.
John Starks back in, almost ran over Miller. No whistle, and Patrick Ewing finds the range. New York leads 89-88.
Number one key to beating the Knicks is to deny the penetration of the guards. The Pacers have not done that today.
Jackson cut off on his penetration. Here's Starks wide open.
No one defends the pick and roll better than the New York Knicks. Ewing steps up, forces the turnover. Starks finishes.
Coming up next, the NBA playoffs continue. Friday, Akeem and Clyde combined for 81 as the defending champion Rockets tied their series with the Jazz. Now a must-win Game 5. Then Michael, Shaq, Scotty, Penny, the marquee matchup in the NBA as the Bulls and Magic go head-to-head in prime time. Next on NBC.
They come off that pick and roll, and Ewing comes from the weak side, stands up, and the Pacers offense, they're being pushed back on their heels. What you're supposed to do on offense is make the defense be on their heels. The Knicks firmly in control.
Larry Brown saying last year in the playoff series against the Knicks, they gave away the first 2 games. They may look back at this one and see a missed opportunity with Ewing having an off day and Derek Harper ejected from the game. Smits with a rare miss. New York has it.
We talked at the beginning how Rick Smith and Reggie Miller have to be great. Being good is not enough.
And Miller is not having a good day. He's missed his last 4 shots. He picks off that one from Starks. Smith, slow block. Ewing draws the double team from Mason. And Smith with a tough shot in the face of Patrick Ewing. He has 34 points.
How great is that to come right back after you miss one, maybe lose a little bit of confidence. The players dump it right back down. He delivers.
1-point game, New York. Ewing double team, whips it to Anthony for 3. Greg Anthony replacing Derek Harper, who picked up 2 technical fouls with a clutch 3. He has 13 points. That's his 3rd tray.
The offense has really slowed down. This is the final score of the 7th game, where Ewing had 25 points and 24 points, 22 boards.
Jackson, a penetrating move. is 2.
Trying to get the ball out of Greg Anthony's hand.
Foul on Derek McKee of Indiana as Oakley bulled to the basket. That's 5 on McKee.
Pacers did a nice job at the double team in the backcourt. Ewing looks off the near guy, Oakley, on the slash cut. The defense had to collapse to deny that, and Greg Anthony has come up huge for the Knicks in relief.
Charles Oakley's hit all 3 of his free throw attempts in the game. He has 15, now 16 points.
Oakley, 2.5 months with the dislocated toe. Surgery to repair that joint. Hasn't missed a beat.
Hit 2. New York leads 96-92. Time left, just under 2.5. John Starks tripping Reggie Miller. Second foul on Starks.
Reggie Miller is going to have to do more of that. Force himself coming back right. He's showing that he can't deliver going to his left. Going to have to take that punishment. The Knicks will gladly dish it out, but Reggie Miller, one of the great free throw shooters of all time, one of the most durable players in basketball as well.
And 9 for 9 before that miss. That was the 50th personal foul called in this game, 5 short of the record. Spike Lee celebrates a rare free throw miss by Reggie Miller, who comes back to sink the second. 3-point Knicks lead. 19 points for Reggie Miller.
Dale Davis, you just back off of him. You're not going to be able to get a steal from Mason.
Mason fouled.
You just give him by trying to reach and make a steal. How many times in Dale Davis's life has he stripped the ball from somebody in the backcourt? He's a banger underneath. He's out there. Smits, a hard foul in the reach-in.
So Smits coming to help out is assess the foul, and that's his 5th personal foul. Smits, who has scored 34 points. Mason comes up short.
That's where team defense has to come in. If Mason's going to bring the ball out the court, let him. Just deny everybody else and make Mason beat you from 20 feet. Make him be the playmaker.
Mason has 12 off the New York bench. The Knicks bench has outscored the Pacer bench 29-12. Second free throw good. It's a 4-point Knicks lead.
Pacers aren't stopping them. Knicks are basically scoring every possession, and right now just matching is not enough as Ewing gets the bump foul. You want to bump cutters, you have to. You can't allow guys coming through. That's Ewing's 5th, and Miller back to the line for 2 more.
And that is the 52nd foul called in the game.
But in Ewing's situation, you've got to step over there in anticipation, not wait till he's already sliding by the screen.
Reggie Miller looking over at Spike Lee as he makes that free throw, and Spike responds. Here we go again.
Pacers have to win some of these games first, though.
They're within 2.
One game here and there every year. That's just not enough.
Magic number for Indiana to win is usually 100. They have 95. Smits just fouled out of the game. He had a great one, a career playoff high 34 points and 7 rebounds.
Indiana has to stay together. They've lost their main offensive force today. Antonio Davis, the normal backup center, ejected in the first half. Excuse me, early in the second. And now Ewing's patience, his experience. Spitz just moves up too close. Keep those arms up. Don't reach in. A lot of ball, but plenty of arm as well.
Ewing hits two. Timeout, Indiana. 1:40 left in game one. The Knicks lead 99-95. We said earlier Rick Smith's wanting to make a statement in this series against Patrick Ewing that he belongs among the NBA's elite centers. He certainly had the edge on Ewing today. He just fouled out, though, hurting Indiana's chances.
The numbers that count, though, are the one that's going to be the first one to 4 in terms of victories. Shot clock going to be a problem here. Pacers into nothing offensively.
Jackson spins, blocked. Again missed underneath.
Shot clock, shot clock.
Shot clock expires. Did the Pacers call a timeout first? Now the discussion. We have a timeout. We'll be back after a word from your local station. On that last play, there was no shot clock violation. Oakley had possession, and before he sailed out of bounds, called timeout. So New York timeout, Knicks possession.
They've done that 3 times effectively today.
And I believe they're out of timeouts. They are indeed out of timeouts. Ewing's turnaround partially blocked by Davis. Reggie Miller against Starks, laid it in. 2-point game.
Now Jackson has got to take advantage of Greg Anthony. Those silly plays by gambling Indiana defense. They got plenty of time left in this game.
You see the game clock on the right of your screen. Ewing turns on Davis and feeds to Mason. And one. Derek McKee is just fouled out of the game.
Ewing, who started the season slow due to the offseason knee surgery, carries his team down the stretch on their relentless pursuit of their first championship in 22 years here in New York. Ewing, the similar pose to the celebration at the end of last year's 7-game series. Just getting started today, though. And it's the road victories that are the ones that are going to be important in this series.
Byron Scott has replaced McKee, so Larry Brown getting another 3-point shooter in the game as Mason attempts the free throw and comes up short, but Anthony waits in for the rebound. Big board.
Got a foul. They got a foul right away. Wasted 10 seconds. How many times are games decided by the rebounds on free throws, not free throws that are made?
And Greg Anthony, what a big role he has played in this game. Smith's fouled out with 34. Ewing had an off day. And Anthony, who came in for Derek Harper after Harper picked up his second technical, has come up big for New York.
Greg Anthony learned sitting on the bench, kept his mouth shut this year, matured a lot. Again, his 4th season. So much promise coming out of UNLV. Finally coming to the top.
Starks hits 2. New York leads 103-97 as the Pacers call a timeout. So Greg Anthony with that big rebound. He has scored 13 points, including a key 3, and the Knicks in control. 103-97, New York leading, 24.7 seconds left. Anthony, one of the heroes. Mason, 2 off the New York bench. In a game that has seen 55 personal fouls, tying the NBA playoff record set in a 4-overtime game in 1953. Byron Scott fouled. That'll set the record. maybe Anthony's not a hero after all.
The bench for New York was key today, with Harper and Ewing not having the typical big games, although Ewing was magnificent in the stretch. The numbers won't show that. Mason and Greg Anthony supreme today.
We're looking forward to this one. Game 5, Houston and Utah will be going right there as soon as this game is over. That's the middle game of our triple-header. Game 5, the Rockets and the Jazz. Scott hits 2.
Go for the steal, if not, foul immediately.
There's the immediate foul. Greg Anthony will step to the Knick line with 18.7 seconds left. New York leading 103-99. Well, Larry Brown said that his Pacer team came in, unlike the last 2 seasons, thinking they could beat New York. This Madison Square Garden arena has been a house of horrors for them overall, but he seemed to be confident. Can this Pacer team beat New York?
They're going to have to play a lot better than they played today. Anthony gets the first one, but the Pacers got a break with Ewing in early careless foul trouble. Both teams feeling their way out. The game never achieved its flow until late. Harper gets ejected, and they still can't take advantage. Smits has a monster game.
Greg Anthony hits 2 to extend the New York lead. 105-99, 18.7 seconds left.
The Knicks defense stifling today, as expected. The Pacer offense not disciplined enough, not hungry enough, not sharp enough to get Reggie Miller the shots he needs, to get Derek McKee the ball where he needs it so he can take shots other than fading to his left across the key.
Underway, Houston and Utah tied it too early. We'll be going there at the conclusion of this game. A game that's seen nearly 60 fouls called. Actually, that is short of the record for both teams in a playoff game. Miller for 3, and he got it. Reggie Miller with a clutch tray, and it's 105-102. And a steal. Miller retreats to the three-point line and hits again.
Tie game. No need to foul in that situation.
And the foul is called with 13.2 seconds. Reggie Miller made a 3, stole the ball, raced behind the three-point line, and hit again.
What presence of mind, but then to foul there. The Knicks had no timeouts. You basically had to play for overtime if you're the Pacers in that situation. Miller's going to make, after he sets the screen, he steps behind, makes the first jumper. On the inbound pass, Greg Anthony stumbles, and they can't get it to him. The ball gets stolen. Mason not able to call timeout.
Starks misses. Neither team has a timeout remaining.
Pacers have to box out here if they expect to win this game. Last time, similar situation, Anthony with the offensive board. A make is okay for the Pacers.
Starks misses. Batted around. Ewing has it. His shot, no good. Reggie Miller the rebound and a foul with 7.5 seconds.
And Pat Riley is saying, what is going on here? My normally surefire shooter, John Starks, one of the great clutch players in basketball. Streaky, yes, but normally finishes plays like that. Misses 2 free throws. Pacers still can't get the rebound. And now Reggie Miller at the line for 2 free throws after Ewing just a bit long.
Miller has hit 12 of 13 in the game. For only the second time in 16 games here at the Garden against the New York Knicks, Indiana has reached 100 points. They won the other time. Maybe this will be the magic number for them here as well.
It's like Indiana's win in game 1 at Orlando last year.
Miller hits two.
No timeouts.
Anthony stumbles and falls. Time runs out. Reggie Miller scoring 8 points in the final 32 seconds. Taunting Spike Lee and 19,000 at Madison Square Garden.
One of the most remarkable comebacks in all of basketball. They never gave up, and the Knicks gave them a chance. Missed free throws.
And Dan Hicks has Reggie Miller. Dan?
All right, Tom, just an unexpected turn of events there in the last minute. What was going through your mind? You knew you had to get a quick couple threes.
Well, we knew we had to get a three. We were down by 6. If we got a quick three on that, we knew they had no timeouts. We had to pressure the ball. We overplayed Anthony. Mason choked and threw it to me. I hit a three. And we almost cost us the game when Sam, made that foul, but John Starks choked. We came up big.
Reggie, maybe the difference between this year's team and last year's team, this team never gave up hope during the last portions of this game, even though it looked like you were on the losing end.
Last year, I'm not going to lie, coming in here for the Eastern Conference Final, we didn't think we could win. We feel we can sweep this team. This is for you, Indiana. We're coming back. Yes!
All right, Tom Hammond.
All right, Dan. Reggie Miller, 8 points in the final 32 seconds. We'll have more post-game interviews during halftime of the Houston-Utah game. Let's send you out west now for Game 5 between Houston and Utah. Greg Gumbel, Steve Jones, and Hannah Storm.
And the opening tap goes to the Houston Rockets. 47-35 during the regular season. They need one win to advance. Right off the bat to Olajuwon with the fall away on the baseline.
That is their nightmare right there, that they're not going to be able to contain him at the outset. Every time he's gotten off to a terrific start, the Houston Rockets have controlled the game.
John Stockton.
What the Utah Jazz want to try to do is be physical. Drexler travel.
Trying to back his way in on Jeff Hornacek. Malone. And Kenny Smith comes away with the rebound. Up ahead, Drexler, back to Smith. Fans wanted to travel. Ori kicks it out. Olajuwon has it go in and out on him, and the loose ball comes to Drexler. Ori for three. And the loose ball out of bounds to the Houston Rockets.
The body language of the Houston Rockets, they seem to be a very confident team. They've even turned down a couple of shots to set up their first attempt at a three-pointer.
Out of bounds to Utah. For some reason, Robert Ori treated that inbounds pass like the plague.
Yeah, he looked at it and touched it and didn't want it, and that's the first turnover and an easy one, and Utah would like to see a lot of those this afternoon.
And a whistle down low is going to go against the Houston Rockets. Fouls on Chilka, that's number 1. Hornacek. And Ori with the uncontested rebound. And reaching in, personal foul goes against John Stockton. John Stockton is first, the Jazz first team. So just 2 baskets here in the first couple of minutes. 9:52 to play in the first.
In the games which the Houston Rockets have won, Kenny Smith has been very instrumental in getting off very quickly. See if he's aggressive at the offensive end. They attack him.
3-on-2 for the Jazz. Stockton kicks to Hornacek. Malone can't get it to fall. We're still tied at 2.
Well, Olajuwon had a great deal of success against Donaldson in Game 4, pulling him outside.
Drexler's shot won't go down. David Benoit crashes to the court.
Got hit by some Mack truck trying to identify what the number was. He went over in a heap, is slow getting up.
Shot clock at 5. And Stockton on the move. We're still tied at 2. Malone through the foul.
The ball was laid out, and nobody came to get it. Kenny Smith should have reacted to that pass, and they end up with a turnover, and Malone goes at the basket, but they call the foul before he gets the shot away.
Kenny Smith is first. Stockton, top of the key, got it. John Stockton with both Utah baskets and a 2-point lead for the Jazz.
Stockton does not want to be a scorer, and that's what Kenny Smith wants him to be.
Olajuwon. Here comes Utah. Benoit, tough shot, got it. Ori now going to work from the low post. Got the bucket and the foul. Benoit, the guilty party.
David Benoit is a guy that really lives off the emotions of the crowd and gives the crowd something to get excited about, and gets that nice jump hook to go, and then against an Alabama teammate gets posted.
Utah's lead is 1, 6-5. Coming up on 7:55 to play here in the first quarter. Malone 0 for 2 from the floor so far.
They come back to that same post-up. Ori feels that he can score against David Benoit all day long, and he may be their X-factor. Chiltown slides in for 2.
Nice look down low by Hakeem Olajuwon. And Houston with the lead, 7-6. Hornacek can't find a way in, and now the pass to Malone, his turnaround. Malone still scoreless. We have 7 minutes to play here in the first. Houston with the ball in a 1-point lead.
It's a nervous crowd here as Ori gets knocked down on the pick and roll. Wanted to call, he's getting, how did I get on my back? As he gets knocked to the floor and a turnover.
Timeout on the floor, 6:54 to play in the first. Houston 7 and Utah 6.
Rockets coming to Chilltown Saturday, 30th through June 3rd. Look for official entry forms that participate and Artie's location.
They won it.
Somehow.
Reggie.
Oh, they got the free throws. I don't know. I didn't see the shot he made.
Oh, he hit the turnaround 3 off the scramble. Will we have them? Yeah. All right. Right.
It's over. Indiana won. Anime.
Snapper's really concerned with their turnovers, okay? Rudy T, that's what he's
I would
preaching.
be too. 5 here in the first.
Yeah, that's what he reminded him, took care of the ball. Big deal.
All right. Right.
Bring it back to
Well, on the heels of a terrific Indiana Pacers comeback to defeat the New York Knicks, we welcome you to the Delta Center here in Salt Lake City, where you might say people have gone a little bit crazy over this game number 5 between the Utah Jazz and the Houston Rockets. Greg Gumbel along with Steve Jones and Hannah Storm. We have 6:50 to play here in the first period, and the Rockets are leading Utah by 1 at 7-6.
Part of the early storyline has been turnovers and the inability to get Karl Malone off. Out of the timeout, they get Karl Malone his first 2 at point-blank range. The Rockets turned it over 5 times, and
the whistle blows, and the foul is on Malone, and a late whistle it is from Steve Javie. This series, of course, tied at 2 apiece. This is the 5th and deciding game 5. In the games won by Houston, they have been high-scoring affairs, an average score of 132 to 116. In the Utah victories, the average score has been 98-91, so that tells you how each of these teams wants to play this game 5.
the tempo is important for the Utah Jazz. They would like to be a very physical team. Physical effort by Karl Malone in trying to make a steal. Got Chil cut out with the blood rule as their heads collided. Chucky Brown in the game. Turnover, travel.
That is turnover number 6 for the Rockets. And if you haven't noticed by now, the Delta Center can be a very noisy place, one of the noisiest in all of the NBA.
This is a den of excitement, and the Jazz are hoping that controlling the pace of the game and making big plays is going to get the crowd in it. Chucky Brown picks up a foul against Karl Malone. So Chucky Brown has been in the game all of 30 seconds and already has made a couple of mistakes that have gotten the officials' attention. And Chucky saying, "You gave me a nice greeting. Let me play."
Hugh Evans, Steve Javie, Hugh Hollins are the officials here today. On the floor for the Jazz, Stockton, Malone, Donaldson, David Benoit, and Jeff Hornacek. And an illegal defense called against the Rockets.
It's going to be illegal because Olajuwon was zoning up. He was trying to make sure that John Stockton didn't receive a pass while at the same time not double-teaming Karl Malone.
Neither team really lighting things up from the field, but it's early yet. You see Kenny Smith giving John Stockton room. He prefers to have Stockton score rather than set up scoring, and a foul called.
Travel.
Now it's a travel on Karl Malone.
Now, both teams have seen examples of physical play and some physical mistakes, and neither team has been hurt as the ball game is close here at the outset. See if they come back to Olajuwon down in the post.
And another whistle, and this time the illegal defense call on Utah.
They want to make sure that they don't get Olajuwon going here early. They're trying to make sure they can get back down and double team.
Here's Olajuwon, the fall away on the baseline. Hakeem Olajuwon with 4 points, and the Rockets lead at 9-8.
You notice how much space Kenny Smith is giving John Stockton. He wants to make him look to shoot the ball.
David Benoit's long-range shot, no. Chucky Brown with the rebound. Here's the kind of game the Rockets want. Kenny Smith on the move. Drexler rejected by Donaldson. Horry with the follow.
Big effort by Robert Orr, and then he hit the floor real hard. His concern in his back, he's trying to run this one off, but he took a real painful fall.
And Robert Horry holding his left hand right now, too. Benoit in the corner. Shot clock at 8. Looking for a way around. Tries the dribble. And it's out of bounds to Utah. 3 seconds on the shot clock.
John Stockton coming down the lane, steps on the foot of Chucky Brown and turned it a little bit. He comes out, doesn't seem to be affected by it. Normally, this is about the time that Jerry Sloan gets him out of the ball game anyway. So if he's got a problem, they'll check it right now.
Olajuwon kicks it back outside, and a travel violation is called. Jamie Watson, a 6'7" rookie from South Carolina, has replaced John Stockton on the floor.
Akeem told me before the game that people don't understand the new technique in the new game, and he's getting a lot of traveling calls, and there was an example. He said, this is too quick for him, it's too good.
7 Houston turnovers already here in the first quarter. Malone.
And notice that the Jazz are holding the ball in almost every possession. That means they're going to have to shoot a high percentage, but they're letting the clock get down to 9 or 10 before they look.
Drexler. And Hornacek looking for Malone up ahead, got fouled, and that would not have counted. Chucky Brown with his second personal. The foul before the shot went up, at least that's the early indication from the officials on the floor.
Karl Malone is one of the best in the league at getting the ball up once he gets contact. And this was a long pass and a lead. Malone aware of the basket, nice lead. And watch, as soon as he's hit, that ball is in the air. Almost had a chance to go in.
Into the game now for Houston, number 27, Charles Jones, in his 12th season out of Albany State. So Malone shooting 2 from the free throw line. Just 1 of 6 from the floor so far this afternoon.
He's going to get points today. I mean, if he has to shoot 50 times, they're going to have to get Karl Malone some numbers. John Stockton looking on, and he says he's okay. Can't wait to get back in the ball game. Jamie Watson, their rookie, is in.
Malone goes 2 for 2 from the line. Houston by 1, 3:50 to play in the first. Drexler double teams Kenny Smith for 3. Got it.
That's the danger of double teaming either Drexler or Olajuwon. You get their three-point shooters in the game. Kenny Smith gets his first 2.
Kenny Smith is now 16 for 23 from behind the arc in this playoff series. Malone with the turnaround. Got it. Malone has 6. Rockets by 2. And this one's going to go on Donaldson. Donaldson trying to hold off Olajuwon down low.
Whenever you double team, someone's open. Hornacek leaves Kenny Smith wide open, and Smith has the rhythm, the confidence, and his attitude is, you shouldn't leave me like that. They were the league leaders in the regular season.
The Houston Rockets set NBA record for three-pointers attempted and made in a season. 3:05 to play in the first. The Rockets by 2.
That three-point would make him the highest now because Hanson's not playing.
Wait, yeah. All right. on the Utah bench, Karl Malone, who admits this is a most important game in the history of this franchise. No doubt about his approach today.
You know, you never know what rebound scoring going to be, but the effort. And the effort make up for a whole lot. And that's what you got to bring. You got to lay it all out there. You can't worry about the next series, can't worry about any of that. You got to lay it out there for the defending champion. And if that's not motivation for you, there's no motivation in this game.
Enough said, isn't it, Mr. Jones?
That is enough said, but he loves to play in big games, so you can expect a big performance from him along with Olajuwon.
Spinning on Donaldson and then the fall away, and that's 6 for Hakeem. 4-point lead for the Rockets. Jamie Watson still in the game. John Stockton still on the bench. And almost the steal by Kenny Smith.
See if they pressure Jamie Watson. He seemed to be a little bit tentative here at the start of the ball game. Benoit with 4 on the clock.
And Olajuwon with the uncontested board. Smith changing directions. Donaldson with his second block of the game.
They're running at Karl Malone almost every time. They're going to get another illegal defense against Charles Jones.
Let's go back to James Donaldson.
Well, Kenny Smith read the lane was open real quick, but he showed the ball too soon. Donaldson was able to get there even though Smith got knocked down.
The illegal defense, technical foul, will be shot by Jeff Hornacek. Hornacek, 9th best free throw shooter in the league during the regular season. And he gets the roll. Working with us also on the sidelines today, Hannah Storm. Hannah.
Well, Greg, Jerry Sloan talked to his team about making an adjustment in their defensive rotations. They're rotating off Houston shooters, but he said they're leaving them too early. He instructed them not to rotate until Hakeem Olajuwon actually puts the ball on the floor. Then he instructed his other perimeter people to step up. What they don't want is guys like Kenny Smith open for jump shots, Greg.
All right, Anna.
Jamie Watson picks up the foul and trying to screen across for Karl Malone. So both teams are making some mistakes.
16-13, Rockets by 3, a minute 50 to play here in the first.
But you look at the score and you say with a minute and 50 to go, this game is at the tempo that the Utah Jazz, the home team, likes. Olajuwon, a call against Antoine Carr.
Antoine Carr draws his first, has contributed mightily off the bench this season for Utah. 6'9" in his 11th season out of Wichita State.
Is it sun in here? He's the only NBA player that wears those glasses. Stockton coming back into the ball game.
Let's go quickly to Hannah Storm again. Hannah.
Well, Stockton just sprinted in and out of the locker room. It seems that he has sprained that right ankle, and he went back into the locker room to retape it, and now he's back in the game.
All right, Hannah. Olajuwon makes it a 4-point Houston lead. He has 7. And Stockton trying to set up Carr, and Malone with the loose ball.
This is a play that won them the game in game 1. They pick and roll. They get a foul against Charles Jones. Rudy Tomjanovich has been particularly concerned about the way that they defend the pick and roll. Stockton has the ball. You want to try to then turn him toward the baseline. He always manages somehow to get into the middle of the court. If you let him get there, he's going to hurt him with the foul.
Stockton hit the game-winning shot with 2.5 seconds to play in game 1.
You know, he has picked up all of his numbers this year. This has been a special season for Stockton, becoming the #1 all-time assist leader. The franchise winning 60 games, them thinking that this will be the year they get to a championship, and they're sweating it out.
Lob for Hakeem, and Carr drew the foul.
Second personal foul against Antoine Carr. They can't afford to lose him very quickly. Not only does he give them defense, but scoring in the low post as well.
The foul is called on Hornacek.
Well, he's happy about that.
Game 4, Olajuwon, 40 points, had 45 5 in game 1. Hits them both. He has 9 on the day, 4-point lead for Houston with 1:10 to play.
See, they're going to double Karl Malone every time. That means Olajuwon is leaving. Whoever the center is, Hornacek travel.
Trying to get down the lane and weave through traffic. The Jazz turn it over.
Got that look on his face like, that was my move. I have made that move all year long. Never been called, and you call it now.
Last 45 seconds of the first quarter.
Guy yet to score is Drexler. They get him going to the basket. Couldn't cash that one.
Stockton in charge. Going to stop and take the three. And Kenny Smith going to hold.
Too deep. This time it'll be Antoine Carr trying to keep Olajuwon from getting that position. That's a second foul. This is a tough assignment. I mean, this guy, even when he was low on iron, was tough to keep out of the low box. And you can see he's able to just get that position, hold the spot. Carr is behind him, and the whistle.
Olajuwon, who has had an outstanding playoff series thus far, shooting 56% from the floor.
He's been wearing whoever's been guarding him out. He's had the kinds of games that harken back to last year when he dominated the playoffs a year ago and the regular season. Missed them both.
11 seconds to play in the first. Stockton looking for one shot. Stockton back to Hornacek at the buzzer. Got it! The Jazz have trailed at the end of the first quarter in all 5 of these games, but Hornacek makes sure it's a 1-point lead. Houston 19, Utah 18. We're coming back for the second quarter in just a moment. This is the NBA on NBC.
This is the NBA on NBC.
Delta Center, it's no wonder the Utah Jazz were so successful here at home. Only Orlando had a better home record than the Jazz did. We talked about the importance of tempo in this game. Who's in charge of tempo for these guys?
You look at the scoreboard and it tells you that this game is being played the way the Jazz want, 19-18. And the guy that suffers the most in slowdown games for the Rockets, Drexler, 8 points in game 1, 17 in game 3. Both of those were losses in the games that they won that were high scoring. He had 30 and 41. Sam Cassell in the game.
Cassell, Ori, Mario Elie also on the floor for Houston. Jones and Pete Chilcutt back after the bloody mouth in the first quarter. Benoit way off the mark.
Stockton went down again and seems to be ailing a little bit, but he's going to gut it out. He's a tough guy. Anybody that can play with a broken leg like he did on the Dream Team can play with the sprained ankle. Game 5.
Ori batted it away, and it belongs to Utah. Let's go back.
In trying to set up right there again, he steps on the foot of Sam Cassell, and as he always can do, he can somehow get his body around and wrap up people. Family not too concerned. And then another day at the office for Dad.
Sure. Where's the popcorn? 19-18 Houston. The winner gets the Phoenix Suns.
The Rockets are doubling Karl Malone every time, even tripling him. The Jazz have got to make this shot. They've also got to send a cutter to the basket.
Jamie Watson, second-round draft choice in '94, the rookie out of South Carolina. He puts the Jazz up 20-19. Ori. And the foul is on Ori.
Every time Karl Malone catches the ball, they want to send people at him. You see 3 people go, and that means Jamie Watson is wide open. He steps up, shoots that one like he's been making that shot the entire series, and he hasn't been shooting the ball that well. Malone sits down. Tom Chambers comes in. Now, we have both groups with their reserves out on the floor. The 1 or 2 reserves that step up are going to make the difference between a win and a loss.
Stockton forcing his way inside. Look for the call, doesn't get it. Here come the Rockets. Cassell breezes down the lane, feeds Drexler. First basket of the game for Clyde Drexler, and the Rockets regain the lead, 21-20.
Rudy sees a chance maybe to break the game open. He slid Drexler in on that last timeout, and he's getting Olajuwon back at the scores table. See if they double up on Antoine Carr.
Turnaround doesn't fall for Carr, and Drexler has the ball.
Sam Cassell has not played as well in this series as he did a year ago. He feels he's got a big game in him this afternoon.
Drexler fouled by Watson. And Drexler will go to the line when we come back. 21-20 Rockets, 9:48 to play here in the first half.
Michael and the Bulls, Shaq and the Magic. Game 1 next on NBC. The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Oldsmobile and your local Oldsmobile retailers. By Sharp Electronics Corporation. From sharp minds come sharp products. And by Castrol GTX, engineered for greater protection against breakdown.
Another beautiful day in Salt Lake City, Utah, and a special day for the Jazz and their fans. Game 5, the 5th and deciding game of this first round Western Conference Playoff Series. The winner advances to play the Phoenix Suns, and the loser goes home. Clyde Drexler misses the first. Shooting 60% from the floor in this series, but today just 2 points on 1 of 5 from the field and 3 rebounds. In fact, the Rockets only 4 out of 8 from the line today, and now 5 for 9. Rockets by 2, 22-20. Greg Gumbel, Steve Jones, Hannah Storm at the Delta Center. Olajuwon back into the game for the Rockets. And Carr going to go to work on it. Tough shot. Tap no good. And saved by Drexler. Cassell already pointing to Drexler down low.
They've got Olajuwon against Carr. Carr's got 2 personal fouls. They're trying to keep him involved in the game.
Drexler for 3. Clyde Drexler makes it a 5-point Houston lead.
Offense is what the Utah Jazz need right now. That means Karl Malone will be coming back in the game. They're gambling that Jamie Watson is not going to beat him. Cassell made a nice strip of the ball and a turnover for the Houston Rockets.
Cassell lost the ball, and Carr threw it away. Drexler with the easy basket.
Clyde has scored the last 8 points, and it's a 20-second timeout. Sloan not happy with the mistakes.
Jerry Sloan wants to settle his club down. Things getting a little too ragged. 8:38 to play here in the first half, and the Rockets have built their biggest lead of the day. It's 27-20. Let's check in right now with Hannah Storm. Hannah.
Well, Snapper, you mentioned that the Jazz need some improvement on the offensive end, and what they've been talking about in their huddles is the fact that even though they trail in this ball game, they do like the pace and tempo of the ball game, which, as you mentioned, is crucial. The problem is they're not being patient enough on offense, particularly in reading the Rockets' double teams. Meanwhile, the Rockets, the emphasis in their huddle has been on the defensive end, putting some pressure on the Jazz passers when they try to enter the post. Guys?
The 8-0 run is all Drexler here at the top of the second quarter play. Since he snuck back in the ball game, he's given the Houston Rockets a big lift, and now with Karl Malone at the sideline. They want to make someone else try to beat them. The Houston Rockets do. Let's see if they can make a shot come up from outside.
Stockton setting up Chambers, who gets the spear. Reggie Miller, 31, in the Pacers' big win at Madison Square Garden. Still to come once we wind things up here. Michael Jordan and the Bulls, Shaquille O'Neal, and the Orlando Magic. Drexler. Clyde Drexler red hot here to start the second quarter. He has 11, and the Rockets lead by 8.
And in the 41-point performance that he had in Game 4, he did not score. Scored 39 points in the 3 quarters after that. So after getting in foul trouble early, went to work, didn't score here early in the ball game, and he's on a roll.
You know, we haven't seen in many of the playoff series around the league much respect for home court, the so-called home court advantage, have we?
Well, we haven't, but, you know, the better teams are playing at this time of the year. They know what they're doing. They've set up for their opponent's weakness, and if they get a good game in, as Houston did in Game 1, they feel that they have an excellent chance to win a game. Houston has been a great road team over the last couple of seasons, so they're confident here.
Malone got his way inside and drew the foul. We told you about Orlando, the best record at home during the regular season. Utah, San Antonio, Indiana, all 33-8.
Those are terrific records. San Antonio, Indiana, yet to taste the loss at home, but they're sure that it's coming. But you want to do like Indiana did. Get that first win, put the pressure on the home team.
Adam Keefe is on the floor now, number 31 for Utah. Chilka trying to handle Malone. Quick spin and drew the foul. Akeem Olajuwon wants an offensive foul from Malone, and he may have a point.
Well, Karl Malone knows how to draw fouls and knows how to ward people up. This is a beautiful example of an offensive player creating a foul. Watch that lead arm. He goes out with that right arm and just barrels into Olajuwon to make some space and get the call.
First personal on Akeem. Who has been incredibly durable over his 10th. In his 10th season, Karl Malone has just missed 4 games his entire career. Same with John Stockton.
These two guys have been the staple, the heart of the Utah Jazz. They come to work. They set the tone for all the other people on their team. So playing hurt is order of the day. Sloan was that kind of a player. That makes it much easier for him.
Chambers this time fronting Olajuwon. Olajuwon gets the position, looks for his shot, and doesn't get it. Jazz down by 6, looking to cut into that lead.
What the Rockets want to see the Jazz have to do is use 24 seconds every time to score the ball and see the ball come up from the outside. They don't want that. Got away with the goaltend by Mario Ellis.
Cassell down the lane, kicks it back, Drexler. And now Chilka for 3. And Chambers with the ball. Chambers taking a moment to yell at the officials, but back comes Utah. Back to Malone. And the whistle blows before he made his move. Chilka will be guilty of the foul.
Timeout now. Take it. Timeout.
Here's the gripe.
Tom Chambers lays it up. Now watch the hand of Mario Ellie. Knocked that ball off the rim. They went the other way. Stockton is saying that should have been a hoop, and Tom Chambers hot about it.
3 fouls on Pete Chilka. We're coming back.
Coming up next, Michael, Shaq, Scotty, Penny. The marquee matchup in the NBA as the Bulls and Magic go head-to-head. Game 1, next.
Sam Cassell of the Rockets, Jeff Hornacek of the Jazz both hit with double technicals for taunting.
And they got yelling and screaming at each other, and actually came from the previous play, but they made a point to get right in each other's faces. And Karl Malone comes out after getting the call against Pete Chilka to shoot free throws. So Malone has made headlines at the free throw line here early. He's going to be able to get the position almost anytime he wants. What the Rockets don't want to do is see him making points from the free throw line.
Malone now 6 out of 6 from the line. And the Rockets lead is 30-26. Drexler. And at that foul will be on Hornacek.
Hand check. There really wasn't much room for Drexler to go. They were trying to set up some sort of pick and roll situation, but not enough space right there. So that was going to really work in favor of the Utah Jazz. Tom Chambers is guarding Olajuwon. Let's see if they come back to Olajuwon. He should be able to get any kind of a shot. They're posting up Drexler.
Drexler outside. Mario Ellie for 3. And Chambers with another rebound for the Jazz. Jazz back to the bread and butter. And now Malone's going to clear out down low.
He's going to stay in there. There's nothing that Chucky Brown can do. There's nothing that Chil can do. They're much better off just trying to stay behind and wait for the double or the triple team. When they try to body him, watch Chucky Brown's body bend. And he's just not going to get that call. Malone will go back to the line.
3 on Chucky Brown.
You know something about Pretzel. And that's what Chucky Brown's going to look like if he keeps laying on Malone like that. I mean, one of the things about Karl Malone is he is incredibly durable but strong as well, and he knows how to hold his position.
Hey, Utah's making some money at the free throw line. They are now 10 for 10 from the line this afternoon, and Malone has 7 of them.
And that is what's creeping them back in the ball game. The Rockets shooting pretty good behind Drexler in the quarter, but he scored all of their points. The Jazz get Malone back in, they get some calls, and they're making the free throw.
The first miss, and a loose ball out to Chambers. Malone, the double team, finds Chambers on the baseline, and a travel. Chambers took an extra step before he got rid of the ball.
Chambers was wondering where Olajuwon was, tried to get set so he could power up. Olajuwon got back there anyway, but it's a turnover, and a saving turnover for the Rockets.
And the Rockets trying to get Robert Horry into the game.
Well, they got a mix-up in the substitution.
So Kenny Smith can't get into the game either. So it's still Jones, Cassell, Drexler, Olajuwon, and Mario Ellie trying to figure out now whether he can come off the bench or not.
He was in the game. He was in the game. He's sitting down there telling him he has to come back out on the floor. Horry and Smith are sitting at the scorer's table. They weren't at the box in time.
Mario Ellie, number 17, wearing Pete Chilcutt's shoes. Mario wears a size 13, Chilcutt a 15, but Mario has problems with bunions and says he needs the extra room. Olajuwon fouled on the baseline. So I asked Mario before the game, I said, aren't those a little roomy? He says, not in the toes, they're not.
Yeah, he'll also claim the shoes threw him off in his shooting if he doesn't have a good shooting day.
Yes, must be the shoes. Now the substitutions are made. Chambers drew his first personal.
They got to come back to Olajuwon because this is a matchup that they can win and win easily. He's got to look to be aggressive at the offensive end.
Lost the ball. Hornacek recovered. 4-on-1 for the Jazz. Malone. For Karl Malone.
Mistakes have got the Utah Jazz back in the game, and the crowd in it as well.
Olajuwon fade away, hit it again. Fourth time today, Olajuwon has hit that basket. 32-29 Rockets. Hornacek underneath, tipped out of bounds, and it belongs to Houston, and the Jazz are incensed. Look at Jerry Sloan.
They thought that ball was tipped as Hornacek tried to feed a cutter down on the low post. Back to Drexler on the post.
And an offensive foul on Drexler. And Hornacek is still incensed about the call at the other end.
The feed right there, and it goes right off the hand of Olajuwon. Then Adam Keefe tipped it.
Jerry Sloan says no. Meanwhile, at the other end, Hornacek draws the offensive foul from Drexler and got up to complain about the non-call at the other end. 32-29, Rockets.
And if Adam Keefe hasn't learned one thing, he's learned that you don't get in the face of Steve Javie. Drexler jumps in the path of Karl Malone, gets a charge. So charge is the order of the day. We've seen it on successive possession.
2 personals on Karl Malone. Smith leads for Hakeem. Whistle before the shot.
Karl Malone.
That's Tom Chambers. That's number 2 on Chambers. We have 4:05 to play in the first half.
Penalty situation will come up for the Rockets on the next foul. They come into Olajuwon.
And Adam Keefe and Olajuwon, and a technical foul has just been called on Keefe. And look at Jerry Sloan, and he just got a technical. Stan Javie handing out technicals like they're candy.
You know, Steve Javie has one of the quickest tees in the NBA. Olajuwon across the middle. He gets hit by Tom Chambers on the way up. Then Keefe comes in later, and Olajuwon gave a little clip on the shoulder. He jumped into his face. Now the technical against Adam Keefe, and Jerry Sloan reacts and gets hit.
It would appear the technical to Keefe was for taunting. So now we'll get it explained to us in some fashion.
In a game 5 with as much at stake, composure is the key, as we watch Steve Javie explain to the scoring
We'll shoot the
table.
technical fouls first, then we'll shoot the penalty and line up.
We have a personal foul charge to Tom Chambers, his 3rd. It is a penalty situation. In addition, there is a technical foul assessed to Adam Keefe and to head coach Jerry Sloan. So technical foul for this
About the kind of reaction you would expect from the Jazz faithful.
Olajuwon got fouled by Tom Chambers. Technical against Adam Keefe, who said, why me and what for? And then Jerry Sloan a technical
for saying, why him?
And what for?
Jerry Sloan was just telling us yesterday we can't let the officials get in our way in this game.
He said tunnel vision. The team, the players, the coaches that have tunnel vision, that don't get affected by the calls that you get or don't get, will win the game.
Kenny Smith. There's 1. Smith with 5 points on the day. Here's what Jerry Sloan had to say to us yesterday as he talked about the importance of his team staying focused.
I think the team that has tunnel vision with officials is probably the strongest team, and that's why they have a chance to win. And if you have that ability to not be affected by a call that you don't get or a call that you did get, you say, well, I'm going to get the next one. If you're not affected by that at all, you're not going to be affected with whatever they do on the offensive end or on the defensive end, because you're competing. You're not thinking backwards.
Well, so far they have been affected by the officials, and they are on the short end of a 35-29 score. Olajuwon hits the second. Let's go to Hannah. Hannah.
Sloan just keeps talking to the referees, trying to get his point across, Greg and Steve, that Hakeem Olajuwon threw a punch, and he felt that that's what they didn't see, that's what they didn't call. But John Stockton going around telling his teammates to calm down and get back in this game and not worry about the officials. Greg?
The tunnel vision that Jerry Sloan was talking about. 3:40 to play in the first half. 36-29 Houston. Tapped out of bounds. Still Utah ball. 3 seconds on the shot clock. Let's go back to that play and see if Hakeem Olajuwon did indeed throw a punch.
Doesn't throw a punch, but it's a glancing blow. Watch him come across the middle. Arm goes up, and as his arm came down, it just fell on the shoulder. It really wasn't a punch. Now, from where Sloan was looking, and I need every advantage, I need him out of the game. You don't want to foul Karl Malone shooting deep against the shot clock. That's what Charles Jones did. He misses for the second time.
36-29, Houston. And now a 6-point lead. Rudy T says timeout with 3:35 to play in the first half. It's the Jazz trying to pace, but the Rockets have the lead.
You're watching the NBA playoffs on NBC.
Well, here's what's coming up on the Prudential halftime report. We'll revisit the ending, an unbelievable ending at Madison Square Garden as the Knicks lost a 6-point lead with 18 seconds to play. Reggie Miller scored the last 8 points as Indiana stunned New York 107-105. We'll have reaction from both teams and the comments of Bill Walton, Julius Erving, and Peter Bessie. Plus, we'll hear from the 3 centers of the Chicago Bulls as they prepare to face Shaquille O'Neal and the Magic in the final game of today's triple header. That's all ahead. Right now, back to the Delta Center to rejoin Greg Gumbel and Snapper Jones.
All right, Bob, and there is Karl Malone, who has been a more frequent visitor to the free throw line in the postseason. He averaged 8 free throw attempts a game during the regular season, 15 a game so far in this series, and he's already been there 10 times today.
Yeah, he's gotten a terrific opportunity to score some cheap points for the Jazz, keep them close, and he's done all of that.
Drexler for 3. Clyde Drexler has 14 points, all in the second quarter.
Olajuwon gave him just enough space. He can jump over Hornacek, so he knows he can get a shot away.
Benoit left open for the 3, and he answers back. 39-33, under 3 minutes to play. Donaldson trying to keep Olajuwon out of position down low.
And when Olajuwon comes out here and they clear the floor, he's got a clear advantage. They're going to double him, turnover, and an easy one. That should have never happened.
Clyde Drexler has just been on fire in the second quarter after a scoreless first period. Uses the screen from Olajuwon and hits the long range. David Benoit, Steve, you pointed out, feeds off of the crowd, answers at the other end.
And Benoit has to make those shots. He knows it because they're going to leave him to try to make sure that Karl Malone or Stockton don't hurt them.
Trying to lob for Malone, and the foul is on Charles Jones.
Either end of the floor, you can almost call a foul every time down against the person that's guarding Karl Malone or Hakeem Olajuwon. And every time Malone goes in, they're trying to disrupt him, keep him from getting that space. Karl Jones picks up another one. That's his 3rd.
And this is just a guy you don't want at the free throw line if you're playing the Utah Jazz, as Pete Chilcutt comes onto the floor. All time per game, Karl Malone and Bob Pettit. That means you're getting the ball down low, you're getting fouled.
Crowd just told John Stockton that they would get him the games at their tempo. Malone's starting to miss. After he had a run of about 6 in a row, he's been 50% since.
Getting a little arm weary. Robert Horry. Oh, what a nice feed for Clyde Drexler. 16 for Drexler, all here in the second quarter.
That's a tough play and a tough matchup for Hornacek. On the move, Drexler with strength and legs threw that one down.
2 minutes remaining, 2 minutes.
Hornacek going to try to set up Malone. Malone with the turnaround. And saved by Chilcutt. Drexler on the baseline got fouled. Let's go back to that nice little move by Clyde Drexler and Jeff Hornacek's nightmare.
Well, it's a sweet pass from Ori. Leads him right to it, and it's a catch and a throwdown for Drexler. But he's been wreaking havoc on Hornacek and the Utah Jazz here in the second quarter. Just got fouled, a chance to push his total to 18, but he misses his first free throw.
A year ago, these two teams met in the Western Conference Finals. Houston eliminated Utah in 5 games.
Zan Tabak is in the ball game. Chilcutt goes down. Rudy's going to have to use all of his people. He's only got 10 of them, and all of his big people are getting fouls against Karl Malone.
Jan Tabak, a 7-foot rookie from Croatia. He's missing Vernon Maxwell, who has been given a leave of absence for personal reasons, and Carl Herrera lost for the rest of the playoffs with a dislocated shoulder. Malone.
Malone with 17, 11 in the quarter, but Olajuwon now guards him in some situations at the other end of the floor.
Olajuwon, the fadeaway on the baseline, and Malone with a one-armed rebound. 1:10 to play, first half. Malone, again. 19 for Karl Malone.
Olajuwon has a fadeaway, so does Karl Malone. Malone right now telling the crowd, get into it.
And they're on their feet here at the Delta Center. Shot clock at 4. Kenny Smith, top of the key. Loose ball, Ori with the basketball.
And Kenny Smith saying his fault. They should have had that one. Now they'll hold for 1. See if they come to Olajuwon, who got knocked down and no call the last time.
Hakeem across the lane, dishes off to Bach, back outside. Ori, long range, no. 5 seconds for the half. Hornacek for 3. Offensive foul on Robert Ori. 0.7 to play. Benoit to inbound. Hornacek lets it go.
With 0.7 seconds, enough time to get away a legal shot, and Hornacek is the kind of guy that can get that shot away, knocks it down, and then this is what preceded it, and the crowd went wild.
44-42, the Jazz in the lead at halftime. We'll be back to the studios in New York in just a moment.
This is the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the Prudential. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
Halftime at the Delta Center. The Jazz leading the Rockets in the decisive game, 44-42. Karl Malone with 19 points. Hakeem has 13. Drexler has 17 for the Rockets. Bob Costas back, along with Julius Erving, Peter Vesey, and a surprise visitor, Bill Walton, just back from Madison Square Garden, where he was part of the broadcast of that wild Knicks-Pacers game. Indiana amazingly won it, 107-105, after a bizarre ending. The Knicks appeared to have it all sewn up. They led by 6 with under 20 seconds to play, 105-99. Indiana had the ball as we pick it up, and obviously their objective is a three-pointer. They get it to the guy who can do it, Reggie Miller, and he quickly puts it down. Then watch on the inbound. They're nearing a 5-second call. Anthony Mason Mason, a moment of indecision. He thinks Anthony's open. Anthony slips down. He tries to lob it back in. Miller swipes it, retreats behind the line, and ties the game. So 2 quick three-pointers. But watch what happened. Miller nudged Anthony down, then held his hand up as if, oh, no, I didn't foul him. There was no call. And, in fact, after the steal, he is able to hit the three. But then Sam Mitchell perhaps foolishly fouled John Starks, but Starks did not make the Pacers pay for it. He didn't score a single point in the second half. He missed them both. But the Knicks get another chance. Ewing, a dead-on try. Then Miller grabs the rebound, and after he already had control, Anthony Mason reaches in and fouls him. Pat Riley can barely believe it. Miller does not do what Starks did. He cans them both, but still there's enough time for the Knicks, though they have no timeout left, so they have to go the length of the floor, and Greg Anthony is going to slip down, and by the time he rolls the ball in desperation to Patrick Ewing, time has run out. The Pacers have pulled out what could be, depending upon the outcome of this series, one of the most memorable playoff victories in league history. Here's post-game reaction, starting with the hero, Reggie Miller.
Last year, I'm not going to lie, coming in here for the Eastern Conference Final, we didn't think we could win. We feel we can sweep this team. This is for you, Indiana. We're coming back. Yes!
I'm hopeful that, we understand we stole this one, and we still have an opportunity on Tuesday, and we can play better.
I've been around basketball for a long time, watching it and playing it, but I have never witnessed anything like this in all my years. This was just a phenomenal win.
We played our asses off, played our hearts out to get a win, and simply gave it away at the end. And, you got to finish strong. You can't assume that they got to hit a three just to got to hit 2 threes to tie it, and it's impossible. Today was an indication of, miracles through, just not finishing a game cost us dearly.
All the pressure's on them. We're loosey-goosey. You guys don't expect us to beat New York. We're the only ones feel that we can beat New York. So all the pressure's on them.
And game 2 is Tuesday at the Garden. Bill, how did this slip away from the Knicks?
Poor timeout management. They burned them all trying to keep possession early in the game, and then Anthony Mason doesn't run the baseline to try to get the ball inbound as Patrick Ewing is heading off down the court. In that situation, the big guy always comes back and goes high in the air, snatches it. Game over.
Doc.
Well, I think when the Knicks look at the game film, they're going to wonder how they got the lead in the first place. I think for 3 quarters or more, the Pacers were in control of this game, powered behind Rick Smits, and then they gave the game to the Knicks and snatched it back with 16.5 seconds with Reggie Miller's heroics. But it was a giveaway situation today by both teams. Pacers first, and then eventually the Knicks.
And the Vesey reaction?
Clearly, Mason panicked. You wonder why he didn't bang it off Mitchell, who turned his back to him, pick up another 5 seconds there to try and inbound again. And then just as clearly, John Starks appled up, missing those 2 free throws. And then you've got Reggie Miller's comment. Everybody wants to be an underdog in these playoffs, but now he's saying they came to sweep the Knicks. Nah, Reggie doesn't exaggerate, does he? No.
This is the kind of moment, depending upon how the series turns out, that can help make a player's legend. I don't want to overstate that, but you think of any legendary athlete in any sport, and Reggie Miller hopes to someday be in that class. They usually have a moment or two. It isn't cumulative statistics alone. It's a moment or two that's fixed in everybody's memory. This could be a moment like that for Reggie Miller.
Much the way Larry Bird's stealing the ball of Isaiah Thomas and Bill Laimbeer in the Celtics series in '87 or '88, whichever year it was. But this is a situation now where the Knicks just crushed psychologically. They've got a rebound. They're one of the toughest teams mentally. I think they can get back.
Well, depending upon the outcome, again, this could rank with the all-time great playoff steals with Havlicek, with Bird, with Gerald Henderson in '84, and today, Reggie Miller with the 2 threes and then the 2 free throws. Up next, we'll talk about our final game of the day between the Bulls and the Magic as we hear from the 3 centers of the Chicago club. That's after this message from Prudential and a word from the NBA. As we usually do, we trace Michael Jordan's steps from the car or the bus, whatever the case may be, into the visiting arena. Here he is arriving at the O-Arena. The scheduled tip-off for Game 3 of our tripleheader and Game 1 of the Magic and the Bulls is 5:30 Eastern Time. That's following the Rockets and the Jazz, and there are all kinds of interesting storylines, but here we're going to focus on the Bulls' centers. Yes, their centers, Luke Longley, Will Perdue, and Bill Wennington. They're the ones that have to try to contain Shaquille O'Neal. Peter Vesey has the story.
Together, they average nearly 20 points and 15 rebounds a game in the regular season. Together, they are veterans of 22 NBA campaigns. Together, at over 21 feet and 760 pounds, they've been tagged as the Bulls' three-headed monster.
We're playing with a committee against a guy that's playing, by himself. Usually the committee wins. There are going to be nights that the individual wins, but more than not, the committee's going to win.
In this case, the committee is a gang of three, tag-teaming Chicago's pivot opponents.
There's a little bit more pressure. You can't make too many mistakes, because you make a couple mistakes and it's easy to go to the bench. There's two guys that sit there and play, so there's a little bit more pressure on you to perform well.
That's the good thing about three guys, is you do always get at least one or two guys that are on their game. It's not like there's just one of us really playing, and if one of them has a bad night, then we're up the creek.
Fresh off their battles with Alonzo Mourning, the Bulls trio, armed with 18 fouls to unload, now must face yet another marquee challenge in Shaquille O'Neal.
You can use up 18 fouls really quick. Shaq's going to get the ball 30 times in a game. If you foul in the first 18 times, you're not in the game the rest of the game. You'll be out of the game by halftime, and then, so you can't just go out there and just start hacking away at people.
And if he beats us from the free throw line, then that's where he beats us from. He doesn't beat us with his monster dunks and his spin moves and his little hook shots. He beats us from the free throw line. If that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do.
But toiling in relative obscurity in their blue-collar roles is also made somewhat easier away from the glare of the spotlight that perpetually shines on number 45.
Teams aren't stressing. Their main focus is not going to be stop Longley, Wennington, and Perdue. It's going to be stopping Jordan and Pippen, and Kukoc, and then you worry about B.J. Armstrong, Steve Kerr coming off the bench, and then it's like, well, the centers, don't worry about them, and we can double off them a little bit, and then it kind of helps you out a little bit because they're not thinking about you, they're not gearing their defenses towards you.
For these three guys, another day at the office means sharing a bench, waiting for their turn in the paint.
There's an awful lot of stuff that we're responsible for that doesn't necessarily show up on the sports reel. But we're proud of what we do, and I think that I think if you ask Scotty and Michael, they'd say just the same thing, that without us, the whole thing wouldn't go. So I enjoy it. We all enjoy it. It's a good role for us.
Well, the Bulls and their pivot trio have already gotten by Alonzo Mourning. Now it's Shaq. If they survive that, it's either Ewing or Smits, and if they get past that, very possibly in the finals, David Robinson. Let's turn to our own center here. All the stars on the Bulls, but in a strange way, this group of three journeymen holds the key.
They have no chance of outplaying Shaq, but that's not the goal. The goal is to do something out there the way Brad Daugherty used to do that. But come out here and just do something, make contributions. Most importantly, rotate offensively and be a short jump shooter at Pippen's and Jordan's penetration to the hoop, and then force Shaq into tough shots. Don't make silly fouls, because it's their fouls that are going to be used, not Jordan's and Pippen's.
Okay, Game 1 of Chicago and Orlando a bit later. Right now, the Jazz leading the Rockets by 2, and we'll send it back to Greg and the Snapper for the second half after these messages from your local station.
This has been the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the Prudential. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
Utah 44, Houston 42 as we get ready for the second half. And as we look at the second half statistics, what jumps out at you, Steve?
The one thing that really jumps out is the rebounds. The Rockets have had an advantage there. The fact that Karl Malone has spent a lot of time at the free throw line to get a lot of his points.
Meanwhile, for the Houston Rockets, Clyde Drexler has had a pretty good first half. He and Hakeem Olajuwon have totaled 30 points. Remember, they each tallied, 40 and 41 respectively in Game 4 victory that sent everything to this decisive game here this afternoon. Second half coming right up.
And a Yes, so we're back at the Delta Center for the second half of this game 5. Jazz lead by 2. Rockets admitted that their momentum was hurt terribly by that flurry of shots that the Jazz had just before the half. But Rudy Tomjanovich said they're not panicking. He thinks they played 23 minutes of great basketball, 1 minute of helter-skelter basketball, and that is what he is preaching to his team. Mental toughness. Don't get into that kind of game in the second half. Greg?
All right, Hannah, there is no question which team had the momentum going to the locker room. The Jazz finished on a 10-0 run and hit 7 of their last 9 shots from the floor. That included a pair of 3-pointers from Jeff Hornacek. And the Delta Center gets noisy again.
The Rockets have done a tremendous job of really limiting Hornacek, Stockton to getting any good looks at the basket. So they want to try to do the same thing. Hornacek is the type of player, when he catches fire, he can knock them down from any angle and any position.
Chilcutt, Kenny Smith, Drexler, Olajuwon, and Robert Horry. And now Olajuwon is hurt. And Horry slams the ball down, but let's check on Hakeem Olajuwon, who is grabbing his left wrist.
He was hooked with James Donaldson, and on the way out of there, started grabbing the hand and then just went to the floor in pain.
Well, the Houston Rockets already crippled by the loss of Vernon Maxwell and Carl Herrera can ill afford to lose last year's MVP in the postseason.
You'll see them hooked up right here, and he comes around, and right there on the elbow, came out of that, holding the arm.
I could have made a mistake too.
It's still tough to see how he hurt it or what he did to it. Trainer Ray Melchiori working on him.
Well, you know, if you hit that funny bone and you hit it just right, it can deaden everything. It can be one of the most excruciating types of pain.
Let's check in with Hannah.
Well, trainer Ray Melchiori says this is nothing more than a hurt funny bone, actually, that he just hit his funny bone, although Hakeem does wear the big pad on that elbow. He's had trouble with that elbow in the past, but they insist it's nothing serious. Greg?
All right, Anna, so our king of funny bones, Steve Jones, called it as soon as he saw it. Horry makes it a 3-point play, and the Rockets have regained the lead, 45-44.
Good pressure by Kenny Smith, but they're going to have to drop in and make somebody else a shooter.
Hornacek dishes off for Malone. Jazz by 1. Drexler on the drive. Malone has the rebound. Here comes Utah. Stockton. Hornacek. Did not take the 3. Instead goes down low to Malone. Benoit for 3. The Jazz by 4. Kenny Smith answers with a 3 of his own.
The benches have not been much of a story. This is going to be a ball game where the 10 guys that started, 5 on each team, are going to have to get it done. Hornacek.
What a circus shot by Jeff Hornacek. Fouled on the way to the basket, threw it up, and he'll go for the 3-point play.
I told you the last 7/10 of a second got Hornacek going, and these are the kinds of shots that he's capable of making once he starts on a roll. Just threw it up, hit the right spot.
Back in November, Jeff Hornacek hit 8 straight 3-pointers, an NBA record, in a game against the Seattle Supersonics. Horry, and whistle blows. He was fouled as he began his move.
Now that's one of the ways to get Benoit and his 3-point shooting out of the ball game, get him in foul trouble. That is the 4th personal foul against David Benoit, so he's going to have to come out. They come back to Robert Horry, maybe they'll get the 5th.
Drexler for three. Clyde Drexler continues the hot shooting. He has 20, and the Jazz lead is 1. That one batted out of bounds by Drexler.
The concern is that the Houston Rockets three-point shooters are wide open. Hornacek comes flying, but it doesn't bother the concentration of Drexler. He knocks that one down.
Benoit and Donaldson out. Antoine Carr and Adam Keefe in. And it's still Utah ball.
Now, Adam Keefe is the ultimate garbage man. He's the guy that just hangs around, gets loose balls, really comes up with good offensive rebounds. Robert Horry's job will be to keep him off the glass.
Stockton, Carr. Keefe battling out of bounds to Utah. You know, the interesting thing about this game from Utah's perspective, John Stockton has not been a big factor so far. He finished the first half with just 6 points and 3 assists, and that's subpar for him.
No, it is, and he hasn't been able to really involve the other people. The Rockets had done a real good job of controlling the Utah Jazz until the final seconds of the first half.
Carr, Stockton, short. Carr with the rebound and back out front.
Now, those are the rebounds the Rockets have to have. Those are long rebounds that can push them into an open court, and instead, the Jazz and Stockton get a new 24.
And Olajuwon back into the game and on Stockton. There's a mismatch somewhere. And now Olajuwon helps double down. Back outside, Stockton. Got it. 8 points for John Stockton. 3-point lead for Utah. Olajuwon on the nice lead from Kenny Smith. (54-53) Utah.
They used the guards to free up Karl Malone, and he's spun Chil cut around. They're going to have to send some people to get him off the box.
Carr, Keefe, batted out of bounds by Horry. Let's go back to Hakeem.
Olajuwon has been able to hold his position, and he wants the ball over the top. They finally get it for him. A little slow in controlling, but an easy score once he does.
Stockton snakes free and missed the layup.
Good play. Didn't have quite enough legs to get it up. Shot it underneath the rim. Rockets saved on that inbound play because somebody went to sleep.
And Houston now with a chance to grab the lead. Kenny Smith for three. And out of bounds to the Jazz. Is this an excited place? The Delta Center. For Jazz fans thinking perhaps this could be their year if they can get past the defending champion.
If we had a heart monitor and hooked it up, it'd be the loudest noise heard across the country. They want to get out of this first round. They know this is a difficult matchup.
Hornacek. Fouled by Olajuwon. That's 2 on Hakeem.
They had cleared out and let Jeff Hornacek work. Drexler stripped him of the ball, but that strip bounced right to Carr, and he attacked Olajuwon.
Antoine Carr shooting at an 83% clip from the free throw line in the postseason. Shooting team in the NBA during the regular season stretches its lead now to 3. Drexler behind his back to Olajuwon. Shot clock at 4. Hakeem with the jumper. Hakeem Olajuwon with 17. And again, a 1-point game.
idea is to back screen Karl Malone to get him down low. They do that. They want to make the defense of the Rockets react to Malone's presence down low.
Malone, turnaround. Big rebound by Keith.
And that's what Adam Keith does for him. He gives him extra opportunities. He'll always be the guy around the ball when it goes up off the window.
Stockton tries the pick and roll, doesn't work for Carr. Almost a giveaway. Stockton throws up the three.
Which beater buzzer do you like the most? Is that
5:55 to play in the third. Drexler three-pointer on the way. No, and Malone for the rebound. Long lead, Carr. And the whistle is on Pete Chilcutt. Utah hustle to play back up the floor. 4-point lead for the Jazz, and we'll be back.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Powerade, the official sports drink of the Olympic Games. By Jeep, makers of Grand Cherokee, Cherokee, and Wrangler. And by cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft, making the world a very cool place.
A scavenger wouldn't be the right word to describe Adam Keefe, but he's the kind of guy that just picks up loose stuff. It was an extra opportunity which turned into a three-point shot for John Stockton against the clock. So if it's a beater buzzer, they're buzzer beaters, and we've had plenty of them in this ball game.
Antoine Carr with a miss from the line for Utah.
If you're Robert Horry, you got to remember that that's the strength of Adam Keefe, going to the glass. You got to stay between him and the hoop. He has a knack of getting to the ball.
Carr goes 1 for 2. The Jazz with a 5-point lead. And 5:40 to play in the third. The winner plays Phoenix. Chucky Brown looked like he traveled up at the top of the key.
Trying to get the ball to Olajuwon now. Carr did a nice job of fronting Olajuwon.
Fronts him again. Drexler with a three. And that's out of bounds to Utah.
The last two possessions, the Rockets showed a little nervousness, a little tentative play. See if they can step it up on defense and make a stop and reassert themselves.
Malone. Got it. Karl Malone has 23. Robert Horry open for a three. And the whistle blows. The foul is on Chucky Brown. We remind you next on NBC, a prime-time matchup is the finale of our NBA playoff tripleheader. Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and the Bulls to the arena to face Shaquille, Penny, and the Orlando Magic. That's coming up next on NBC if the Utah fans ever settle down.
Stockton goes out. Jamie Watson comes back in, but the momentum that the Jazz had at the end of the first half is built into a flurry. The Rockets have to answer and answer quickly.
Kenny Smith had it stripped, and Malone has the ball and calls timeout. And it's a 20-second timeout. A 20-second timeout for the Utah Jazz. Let's watch it again. Kenny Smith probably thought he was fouled.
You never want to let an opponent get the home crowd in it, and the Rockets let them off the floor. Now they've got to grind it out, but Malone has some of the quickest hands in the NBA. Slapped that one away, was able to get down and call the timeout.
Utah Jazz, you see those signs all over town that this is our year. And we talked to several of the players yesterday, Steve, and you talked about how big a day this is in the history of this franchise.
This is the biggest day because they've had their best season ever. They've had a great number of individual accomplishments as well as team, and to lose this game, it all goes down the drain.
Malone, quick turnaround.
Now this is where they're hurting themselves right there. Olajuwon should have had that rebound, didn't. He's looking through the officials right now. He's got to get tunnel vision. He's got to get back in the game.
Hornacek with Olajuwon on him up top. Cross court, Malone gets a man in the air, puts up the shot and draws the foul.
Chucky Brown went by. Robert Horry went into him, and Robert Horry now got 4 personal fouls.
And the mailman is back at the free throw line. He is 9 out of 12 from the line today. And he comes up short. We talked earlier about the pace of this game and how the Rockets like high-scoring affairs. With 3:48 to play in the third and Houston with 55 points, it doesn't bode well for them to be over the 100-point mark, and Utah is 50-2 when the opponent is under 100.
Oh, no, the Jazz like this pace, and they felt that if they could get a break, and they did just before the intermission, they could get into the game. Both teams came out with some big shots, and then the Rockets blinked, and they haven't recovered. Now's the time where they've got to settle down. They're only down 8, plenty of time. They want to try to end with a flurry of points themselves.
The lob for Olajuwon. Tries to get the shot away, and he draws the foul. There you see the Indiana victory, a rare victory for the Pacers at Madison Square Garden. What a game turned in by Rick Smits today.
Smits and Miller had huge games before Smits fouls out. He's got 34, and then Reggie with the big 8 points at the finish. Olajuwon started off with a terrific start, like he was going to have an unstoppable afternoon. And suddenly he's allowing the Utah Jazz big people to push him around, and I think it started with the elbow. He hasn't been nearly as aggressive in trying to get his spot and hold his spot. When he went down with the funny bone problem, it's affected him, and we'll see how long it takes him to recover and get back in it.
Olajuwon, 7 for 10 from the line, 19 points.
It's a 6-point game, so it's not like the Jazz have run away and hit. Trying to come back to Malone, keep the pressure on the right.
Karl Malone to Adam Keefe.
Now that's what happens when you double team and triple team. Somebody's going to be open.
And Kenny Smith wants timeout. You're watching the NBA on NBC.
How do you handle double and triple teaming? Here's Karl Malone right here. The double team will come from there and down in here, and if we let it clear, you'll see all the people converge on Karl Malone. How do you beat it? A cutter to the basket. Adam Keefe with 2 hands over the top, and it's sweaty palm time for Rudy T.
The Rockets out-rebounded Utah 22-15 in the first half. Here in the third quarter, it's a 7-2 advantage. Kenny Smith 3 comes up short. Utah has the ball. 8-2 rebounding edge here in the third quarter for the Jazz.
What the Rockets want to do is survive this quarter, and they need to try to keep this game under double digits as they come back to Karl Malone. 3 people on Malone.
Carr. Blocking foul on Mario Ellie. Let's check in with Hannah Storm. Hannah.
Rudy Tomjanovich is concerned with the Rockets' offense, particularly when the Jazz front Akeem. He says that the Rockets are not able to get into that high-low game that he wants them in, so he's looking for better spacing on offense, and he keeps emphasizing, keep your poise. Do not get into that helter-skelter game I was talking about at halftime, Greg.
Thanks, Hannah. It's a legitimate concern for Rudy T.
Well, it is a legitimate concern, but the way you do it is you don't hold the basketball. If they're fronting, you swing the ball, you can get it to Olajuwon, or someone's going to get an open shot. The problem for the Rockets is they're not making a three-point field goal right now. They had a run early where they were making the shot, staying in the game. They've dropped down by 10.
Coming up on 2:20 to play in the third. Olajuwon spins through the foul. The basket does not count.
Yeah, Carr doesn't like the call, but they'll take the results because they take the basket away. He beats them with the spin and the extension for two. They just inbound the ball. Kenny Smith comes out of the ball game. Sam Cassell comes in, different kind of a player. We'll see if Cassell can create some penetration. He's a tough player when the money is on the table.
Back to Drexler on the post. Cross toward Ellie for three. Keith with a rebound, and he's guilty of the foul.
People ask, why are the Utah Jazz better? Adam Keefe is an example. In past years, Jerry Sloan did not have people that could come off the bench and make something happen. Keefe, in this short period of time that he's been in the ball game, has been a factor. They wish David Benoit was back out there right now. They wouldn't have to deal with Benoit jumping over backs and keeping balls alive. He's a different kind of a player, much better in an open court and a sprinting type of game.
You told Jerry Sloan yesterday, and he agreed with you, this is the best bench he has ever had in his 7 years here in Utah.
There's no question, and this is why they were able to produce the record. In past, you look at that bench and you'd say, there's no way that he's going to get any help, and they didn't in big games.
Coming up on a minute 45 to play in the third. Carr back outside to Watson. 6 on the shot clock. Malone with 2 on the clock. Got it.
You only have to see Malone play in big games to understand why they call him the mailman. He loves huge games.
Sam Cassell shot off the mark. Keith with the rebound. Jazz with a 10-point lead, looking for more. Foul on the play as Hornacek made his move. That's 2 on Clyde Drexler.
The bench has been huge for the Utah Jazz, and you can see that the Rockets are getting nothing from their bench, and it's a struggle. Right now, I don't like the body language of the Houston Rockets. They are acting like they've lost the game. They've lost control of the game, but they haven't lost control of a chance to win the game. There's 13 minutes and change left, and they've got to suck it up and really become the aggressors. They have allowed themselves to become passive, and Utah running away.
Chucky Brown has the only 2 points off the Houston bench so far this afternoon. Hornacek gets 2. 71-59. Hornacek with 15.
They've done a better job at pressuring the ball, and it's made it difficult to enter the ball. That time they finally get it over the top. Olajuwon with 8 1/4.
And 21 on the day. Last 40 seconds of the third quarter.
It was the last 40 seconds of the second that killed the Rockets.
And whistle blows. That's a Karl Malone, a little upset.
Olajuwon has had this position, but they haven't been able to get him the ball. They finally do. 4 Jazz converge. Too late. He throws it down.
Meanwhile, at this end, Chucky Brown has been called for his 5th personal foul.
Slow start from Malone, 6 in the first. Then he really got going in the second quarter, 13. He has 7 now with a chance to pick up a couple more. Doesn't like the ball.
Carl is having his say.
Drexler had stepped in when he got the ball. He didn't want it then. Drexler has to either stay or get out of the lane.
Didn't get the roll. Charles Jones into the game. Chucky Brown takes a seat with 5 personals. Missed them both. Drexler back in a hurry. Cassell didn't take it. Drexler will from 3. Clyde Drexler again from three-point land. He has 23. 71-64, Utah.
Cassell trying to see where the screen is and trying to communicate with Olajuwon as he wants to direct Stockton. Stockton looking dead at the shot clock, trying to make sure he's got the right amount of time.
Stockton for 3, around and out. Drexler has it, and that's the way the third quarter will end. Stockton stole it, and it wouldn't have counted. 1 quarter to play to determine who moves on in the Western Conference. We'll come back to Salt Lake City right after these messages and a word from your local station. Welcome back for the start of the fourth quarter. Guest cameraman time, and boy, I tell you, was there ever a bigger force in the middle here in Salt Lake City than Mark Eaton, Steve?
No, they missed the presence of Eaton. That was really the heart of their defense, and it changed things.
And he takes the opportunity to get a shot of his son across the way. Another big guy in Utah's plans, Felton Spencer. Ruptured Achilles tendon put him out in the 34th game of this season. Future looks pretty good here in Salt Lake City.
Now things are getting much rosier over here. They've got to have this game this afternoon, and they've got an advantage now. We'll see how the Rockets adjust. Drexler trying to use his strength. Overpowers Jamie Watson. Will get a call there. The Rockets got to do 2 things. They got to move the ball, move themselves quicker, try to get some free throws, and they've got to rebound. They only got 4 rebounds in that last quarter, and that's not going to win it.
Drexler and Cassell play a little catch, and Cassell casts off. Keith with the rebound. And the nice save by Jamie Watson. Houston hit only 2 field goals in the last 6 minutes and 55 seconds of the quarter, and Cassell guilty of the foul on Stockton.
Cassell is a little pest, and he hits slaps all the way down the floor, but he's going to try to get away with as much as he can because a few of those are going to turn into steals. Remember, it was here last year, though, that John Stockton picked his pocket. He said he learned a lesson from that.
Stockton. Watson down the lane. Nice shot. The rookie, Jamie Watson, has 4 points. 73-64.
Ball movement was the key to the Jamie Watson drive. He got Drexler running out at him and just threw a nice floater in over Olajuwon. But Drexler came back attacking Watson at the other end. Jamie Watson, 4 personal fouls. Drexler on the line.
Drexler 2 out of 4. A playoff veteran, he is all of that.
He has been in a lot of playoff games. His numbers have been up. He's been terrific in the games that they have won. They're going to need a big finish from Drexler and Olajuwon because the bench gives them nothing this afternoon.
Clyde has 25 on the day. 73-66 Utah.
Now the Jazz like to control it with Karl Malone. They got things going their way, and they've got the Rockets reacting. Turnover.
The double team. Malone coughed it up. Back comes Mario Ellie. Olajuwon down low. Got the basket. Hakeem Olajuwon. He now has 23. 73-68. Houston within 5.
results have picked up the body language of the Rockets are now into it.
Another nice pass down low. Malone to Antoine Carr this time.
That's where they got to beat this double or triple team against Karl Malone from the weak side, and the guys got to dive to the basket. Mario Elie said to the official, "Yeah, foul him. Make sure you don't give him shots. Just don't make sure you put him on the line." Keith, who gave him a big lift, goes out of the ball game.
And David Benoit replaces him. Adam Keith has indeed given them a heck of a lift. 2 points, 8 rebounds for Keith. Malone.
Too deep.
And Malone will go to the line again.
Olajuwon puts up his hand. We'll see when they make the call. But you watch the position. He comes out. He's deep in the paint. Right there, there's nothing you can do. Olajuwon comes in late.
And Akeem has 3 personals today. And back to the line is Karl Malone, where he is 10 of 16 this afternoon.
What we have seen throughout the early rounds of the playoffs has been, even when teams have had leads, they get tentative, they start to stand around, they allow their opponent to get back in the ball game. Jerry Sloan and Karl Malone want to fight this tendency and try to close this game out. So they've got to stay active, they got to move the ball, they got to challenge the Rockets defense.
If Houston wins, the Rockets travel to Phoenix. If Utah wins, Phoenix comes here to Salt Lake City to open the next round.
Well, you know, Phoenix would like nothing better than to open at home, trying to get the ball to Olajuwon. They know that Charles Jones is not a threat. Karl Malone doesn't have to play defense.
Cassell on the drive drew the foul from Stockton. We have a stoppage of play with 9:44 to play in regulation. Utah in the lead.
Michael and the Bulls, Shaq and the Magic. Game 1 next on NBC.
Miller Genuine Draft presents Genuine Moments.
Today's Miller Genuine Draft Genuine Playoff Moment takes us back 10 years to a 1985 Western Conference first round Game 5 between the Jazz and the Rockets. The Twin Towers of Ralph Sampson and Hakeem Olajuwon led Houston to a 13-point lead in the second half, but Adrian Dantley's 25 points guided the visiting Jazz to a 104-97 win. In recognition of this moment, Miller Genuine Draft will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. You saw head coach Frank Layden then of the Utah Jazz, and there is Jazz President Frank Layden now, sitting right across the way from us. A funnier person you may not see or meet, as Sam Cassell misses the first.
Cassell has yet to respond in this series and normally handles pressure well. That first free throw looked like a guy that was struggling, gets the second one cleanly.
His first point of the day. Coming up on 9.5 to play in the game. Down low to Malone.
Again, Malone waiting to see what happens. A good read by Olajuwon to make the save, but the defense of the Rockets now is in a reacting position. They are not initiating. They can't keep Malone from getting the ball. They can't keep him from getting it down deep.
6 seconds on the shot clock. Carr on the move. And it's out of bounds to Houston.
Well, Carr had to get that one in the air. He realized that they were going against the clock. Wasn't going to be able to make a pass and see the ball go in the air. So they at least got a shot. Now, see, when Olajuwon has the ball there, they have to have some room for him to operate. They didn't, so that makes him come from the outside.
Cassell hits the three. His first three-pointer of the day, 4 on the afternoon. It's a 3-point lead for Utah. Malone, turnaround, fall away, around and out. Carr with the follow. Antoine Carr outfought 3 Houston Rockets for the offensive board. Olajuwon again. This one doesn't go.
to get a call against Ellie trying to sneak up and get a charge against Dan Stockton.
Let's go back to a terrific job underneath by Antoine Carr.
They get Malone to miss on a tough fadeaway, and Antoine Carr wanted it more than everybody else, got it up and down. Olajuwon finally got control of this one, but overlaid, thought he got fouled. No whistle.
8 minutes, 10 seconds to play. 77-72, Utah by 5. Stockton down low and then back up top. Hornacek called timeout in midair. Hornacek made the save and called timeout, and it's a timeout with 8:03 to play. Jazz by 5. This is the NBA on NBC.
Coming up after the Jazz and the Rockets, Game 3 of the tripleheader, Game 1 of the series between Chicago and Orlando. Here's a relaxed Phil Jackson doing what he usually does in the locker room prior to the game, working on the crossword puzzle. And the rest of his team and his assistant coaches gathered around him, and they're doing what you're doing right now. They're watching the Jazz and the Rockets, at least some of them. And the scheduled tip-off for this one is 5:30 Eastern time, so we'll get to it as soon as they conclude their business at the Delta Center. Let's head back out now to Salt Lake City.
All right, Bob, we are watching the Rockets and the Jazz as well, and you got to watch that man. When you get to big games, you look to your big guys, and Karl Malone has delivered so far today.
Big time, and he's making the Rockets defense react. Hornacek against the clock, and they air that one out. So they get a tough, quick shot under pressure. See if the Rockets can come back with a good offensive set and a score.
Houston has just 4 rebounds this entire half.
They want to post up Drexler and make the defense react.
Benoit for the double team. Olajuwon with the shot clock at 3. That one's off the mark. Benoit has the rebound.
Olajuwon had a wide open jump shot and hesitated and then had to shoot something off balance. So he's got to be more aggressive when he gets the ball away from the basket.
Pick and roll. Stockton keeps, dishes for Carr, and it was stripped.
Drexler got that one from the rear, so they get another save inside.
Cassell quickly to the baseline and back out. Ellie, top of the key for 3. Got it. Mario Ellie with his first points of the day. 77-75 Utah.
When in doubt, they come to Malone.
Across the middle, draws the foul. Let's go to Hannah Storm.
What happened on that last play with the Houston Rockets, the Mario Ellie jumper, that's exactly what the Rockets want to happen. They see that the Jazz are paying all of the attention to Hakeem Olajuwon. In fact, they're even sending Karl Malone down there to help on him. That's what the Jazz are concentrating on. And the Rockets, Greg, think that they can take advantage of that. They think their spacing on the floor is a lot better. Their body language, like Snapper's been talking about in the huddle, is great. These guys are animated. They still feel like they can win this game, Greg.
Karl Malone at the free throw line made his first 7 from there today and has now hit 6 of his last 12.
Everyone wants to know what Karl Malone says, that has been his secret, but the last thing I'm sure he's saying is make the shot. And he needs to remind himself those free throws are very important. He gets both of them.
Karl and his wife expecting a baby tomorrow. 30 points on the day for Karl Malone. Cassell, and it's batted out of bounds, belongs to Houston.
Now that was a good, surprising, quick drive by Sam Cassell. That's one of the things that he's very good at, doing the unexpected, caught the defense by surprise.
Kicked out of bounds by Benoit. And a new 24 for the Rockets. Houston with Olajuwon, Charles Jones, Cassell, Ellie, and Drexler on the floor. Utah with Stockton, Benoit, Karl Malone, Jeff Hornacek, and Antoine Carr.
They post up Drexler.
Moves across the lane, draws the foul. Drexler will go to the line. Now let's before. It is before the shot attempt. The foul is on Hornacek, and that's 3.
Hornacek and Drexler have played a lot. Phoenix and Portland, and now Rockets and Utah. Drexler's always hurt Hornacek down here. They run him off the box.
Cassell, nice pass down low to Charles Jones, and Jones is fouled. A year ago, Sam Cassell was the real spark plug of this Houston surge to the title.
He was. He didn't play like a rookie and played very confidently. He sprained his ankle before the start of this playoff series and really hasn't been able to get into it. Seemed to be better here in the fourth quarter of play.
Jones misses the first.
If ever there was someone you wanted to foul,
Charles Jones now 1 out of 3 from the free throw line in the postseason. And 1 out of 4.
And both of those look like a man that didn't want to shoot free throws. And if you're Jerry Sloan and you got him out on the floor, you factor that in as the game closes down.
The crowd on their feet. Pick and roll, Stockton keeps, kicks it back. Hornacek, top of the key for 3. Houston.
You're watching NBC, the premier sports television network.
Noisy sellout crowd at the Delta Center. Their Utah Jazz lead it 82-75 with 5:40 to play. You see the timeout situation. Remember, not since 1984 has a defending champion been knocked out of postseason in the first round. That's what Houston's looking at now.
The Houston Rockets have plenty of time to get back in the game. They got to get Olajuwon jump-started again. They get a foul against Antoine Carr, so that'll send him to the line. And then they've got to do a better job of rebounding at the Utah Jazz offensive end of the floor. They've allowed them too many second opportunities.
That's 4 personals on Antoine Carr.
Both teams now in the penalty.
Hakeem, 7 of 10 from the line today. 7 of 11. If balloons bother you, that's a tough field to shoot into.
Yeah, they passed the squigglies out at both ends. They had them at the other end. And now they're down at the finishing end, and the crowd is really into it.
Missed them both. Shot clock is at 6. Malone, fall away, short.
Now the Rockets, whenever they get a chance, they got to take advantage of a bust out, try to get to the other end of the floor.
Olajuwon across the lane, got it. Hakeem Olajuwon with 25. 82-77, Utah. 4:40 to play. Shot clock at 5. Stockton back out. Benoit for 3. Off the mark. Rebound. Olajuwon. Long outlet picked off by Benoit.
Right idea, just not quite enough height.
The crowd on its feet again. Drexler with the steal. Game, 3:55 to play. Olajuwon. And that basket will not count.
Each one of these stops helps Rudy T. He's looking at the clock. Now he's saying to Olajuwon, you got to make the free throws. 5th foul against Antoine Carr, the big dog. The first big dog.
And Olajuwon has missed his last 4 attempts from the free throw line. The Rockets have missed their last 4.
Olajuwon has turned into a pretty good free throw and a pretty good pressure free throw, but I think the pressure of the moment has gotten to him.
He gets 1 out of 2, and Utah wants a timeout. 3 minutes, 50 seconds for the right to move on. Utah 82, Houston 78.
All of these playoff series seem to involve intriguing matchups, none more so than Orlando and Chicago. There's Michael getting ready, and on the other side, some final calisthenics for an extremely relaxed Shaquille O'Neal, if you call those calisthenics. We will see that pair in just a bit. Back out to the Delta Center.
All right, Bob, 3:50 to play in regulation. Houston out-rebounded Utah 22-15 in the first half. The Jazz has out-rebounded the Rockets 15-8 here in the second. They are dead even at 30 apiece. 3:45 to play.
But the Jazz offense is stalled. They've only gotten 9 points. After they got the lead, they started to stand. They haven't moved nearly as quickly. Drexler knocks that one away.
Let's check in with Hannah.
The Jazz are quite happy with what they're doing. Not much went on in their huddle, but interesting in the Houston huddle. Vernon Maxwell used to be the emotional leader of this team. Kenny Smith has taken it over. He was quite vocal. He told his guys, make them make a play. Don't give them anything easy. Greg?
Benoit shot off the mark. Drexler with a rebound, and he busts out for the Rockets. Drexler to the hoop.
And normally on a bust out like that, you get Drexler moving that way. He's thinking about going all the way to the rim, and they couldn't get there in time. Once he cleared Karl Malone, there's only one thing that Drexler is thinking, that's get to the basket. Stockton tried to draw the foul, didn't get it.
Before Houston acquired Clyde Drexler, there were several teams in the hunt for him, mainly for times like this, because of his tremendous playoff experience, and he wants the basketball.
He wants the basketball. He's capable of making big plays. He always demands a double team against most guards guarding him. So the Houston Rockets feel that they've got a guy that finishes in the open court and helps their half-court set.
2-point game. Jazz 82, Rockets 80, 27 for Drexler. And 3:15 to play. Benoit for 3.
Now they let Benoit have the last 3 shots. He's missed them all. And the Rockets have limited him to 1 shot. They're trying for the tie with this possession.
We are under 3 minutes for the game. And that looks like Antoine Carr's foul. It is.
Foul trying to get through the screen of Clyde Drexler. Drexler came down, posted with Olajuwon, and you can see Hugh Hollinson just leave the game.
So the Jazz lose a big body, and this is how it happened.
Right here, Drexler's trying to screen Olajuwon. He does so now. Carr makes no attempt. Makes no attempt to go around, and is going to go through. I think this is a finesse game. You have to have just a hair of finesse.
Clyde Drexler, 6 for 8 from the line. 7 for 9. Drexler goes for the tie. Didn't get it. .245 to play. The Jazz looking to end the scoring drought that is now in excess of 3 minutes.
Well, now they're just coming back to the old reliable, and they get a turnover, trying to post Karl Malone. This is what happens when you start to stand and sit on a lead. You get tentative, then you get a breakdown, and the Rockets calling timeout.
Houston has scored 6 straight points, 2:31 to play. The Jazz by 1, and we'll be back. Utah by 1. Houston looking for its first lead since a 45-44 advantage early in the third quarter. Let's check in with Hannah Storm.
Greg, huge expectations with this Seattle team, and Jerry Sloan thinks that they have tightened up. He thinks they've let what's happened to their offense get to them, that they're playing tight. He told them to relax and concentrate on defense, and they'll be okay, Greg.
Olajuwon. Tie game.
Olajuwon not happy. Could have had a chance for a three-point play. Lost control of the ball, but he nailed that one right in the heart.
And Hakeem goes 2 for 2 from the line on that trip, and Houston leads by 1.
Karl Malone thumping his chest, said, I got this one. So let's see if they bring the ball to Carmel too deep. Now, if they get the ball to him there, he came out. He had a good chance to score.
Out of bounds. Kenny Smith knocks it away from Tom Chambers. Chambers has joined Malone, Hornacek, Stockton, and Benoit on the floor. 7 seconds on the shot clock. Stockton. Olajuwon with the board.
Now the Rockets have done a much better job on the board, and the crowd now nervous. They thought they had this thing in hand. The Rockets can go up with this possession.
Olajuwon off the baseline. Got it! 30 for Hakeem Olajuwon. 3-point lead for Houston. 1:35 to play. Stockton looks to Malone. Malone. That breaks a 10-point run by the Rockets. 85-84.
Yeah, the Jazz needed to see that ball go in. See how their defense handles Kenny Smith and the Rockets in this possession. Trying to go to Olajuwon. They got a bad angle to enter the ball. Now they're going against the clock.
And as he made his spin, he was fouled. That shot will not count. The foul is on Karl Malone, it would appear. That's number 3 on Malone. 1:03 to play.
Man, Malone is saying, let me play him. Give me a chance.
Hakeem to the line, 10 for 16 from there today. Big free throw. For Olajuwon. 3-point lead for Houston. 1 minute to play. Stockton to Hornacek. Hornacek fouled as he went into the lane. And the foul is on Robert Horry.
Drexler had him under control. Horry reached in, bailed him out. The Jazz are a nervous team. Nobody wants to make a play, and they just kind of stalled. Robert Horry gives Jeff Hornacek, who's a great free thrower, a chance to move them within 1.
Hornacek is 4 out of 4 from the line this afternoon. Missed it.
A spoon job. Sloan is saying, that's all right, give me 1 more. Alabama guys facing each other. He doesn't want Benoit to come flying in, and maybe if the ball is missed, tip it in. James Donaldson comes in the game for Tom Chambers. This is for defense at the other end of the floor as they've been coming down to an Olajuwon, and he's been making either the free throw or the shot.
47.3 to play. Hornacek, the second of 2 fall. 2-point game. Rockets 87, Utah 85. Shot clock is at 10. Drexler wants the ball and gives it to Olajuwon. The double team, Chucky Brown underneath, and draws the foul.
They had a cutter diving down the lane, and that was the saving grace. And you can see Cassell thinking, hey, we got this one. Chucky Brown fortunate to get the call because he didn't look like he really wanted it.
Three-point lead for Houston.
Well, as we saw in the Indiana-New York game, when it looked as though the Knicks had it won, no game is over until it is over, and you have some dramatics in Jeff Hornacek, who showed us that before the half.
Chucky Brown hits them both. 89, 85, 25 seconds to play. Stockton in a hurry. Down the lane, kicks it back. Malone three-pointer, top of the key, off the mark. Chambers follows and is fouled.
That first rebound was the one that the Rockets needed to get, because that would have had them in possession with a 4-point advantage. Tom Chambers walks to the line.
And Chucky Brown has drawn his 6th personal.
And Rudy's getting smaller all the time. He's got one other big guy over there, that's Zan Daba, and Mario Ellie's going to come in. Wants a good free thrower out there, wants a good ball handler. They know that the the Jazz are going to try to foul, and if they don't get a foul, they're in an attempt to get a steal, they're going to stop the clock.
75 free throws between these two teams today. They shot 82 in Game 4. Gets them both. And timeout Houston. 15.2 to play. The Rockets by 2, and we'll come back to Salt Lake City right after these messages and a word from your local station. 15.2 to play. Houston with the lead and the ball, and Hornacek coming up to foul Mario.
Time we had dinner together. Tonight's gonna be
because the Rockets could just throw it around and win the ball game by 2. Now they're going to force Marielli to make at least one free throw.
Mario Ellie is 4 out of 4 from the line in the playoffs. This is his first free throw today.
A teaser.
3-point lead for the defending champions. Got them both. Jerry Sloan says timeout.
Yes, timeout.
We remind you, coming up next on NBC, prime time matchup, the finale of our triple header today. Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and the Chicago Bulls in the O-Arena to face Shaquille O'Neal, Anthony Hardaway, and the Orlando Magic. That's coming up next here on NBC. You're the Utah Jazz. What do you do?
Well, the Utah Jazz got to give themselves 2 chances to score the ball. And ideally, you'd like to take the first quick score. You take the quick 2, come back, and again, foul somebody. If you go for the 3 right away and you miss, they get the rebound. That is the ball game, because then you're going to have to foul again, and the lead is now 5 or 6. So if the 3 is there and you've got a good look and a dangerous guy is Hornacek, we saw him with 7/10 of a second throw one in. Stockton is also pretty good in this situation. Both teams have 1 timeout, but Sloan's concern is a score. They'd like to get a quick one. If you're the Houston Rockets, you don't want to foul. You're willing to give up a 2. You're even willing to give up a 3 for possession of the ball. For them, possession is everything. Kenny Smith, and that's what he's reminding his teammates right now. We got to get the ball back, and then we can go to Phoenix.
You saw the score down in Orlando, 2-2 early on. We will send you down to Orlando as soon as we wrap things up here. 14.2 to play in regulation.
The money people played well today. Stockton couldn't get into the game, but got some help from Hornacek. Malone was huge. Olajuwon, 11 big points in the 4th quarter. And Clyde Drexler. So these guys came to play, and it has made a difference for the Rockets.
Here in the 4th quarter, the Rockets have hit 15 of 22 from the free throw line. Utah been there just 8 times and has hit 7 of them.
Utah turned into their own worst enemy. Let's see if they've got something that will save them on a Sunday.
Benoit inbound. Stockton, short. Olajuwon with the rebound, and he's fouled.
They had to. They went for the quick hit to get within 1. That ball comes up short. Now it's free throw time. Olajuwon knows all they need is 1. That gives them a 5-point lead. That's a 2 possession with 10 to go.
Orlando now with a 6-2 lead on the Bulls. And again, we will send you to the arena as soon as we wrap things up here.
The Orlando Magic got that first win out of the way, and that should be a different team. They kind of played down to the Boston Celtics. Let's see if they can play up to the Chicago Bulls.
Meanwhile, Olajuwon, 33 points, 10 rebounds, 13 of 19 from the free throw line. He missed that one in a timeout by Utah with 9.5 to play. And that is the last Utah timeout.
The defending champions do not join Julius Erving's 76ers of 84. Actually, we'll get back to those longer. As they were the defending champions and got bounced in the first round to New Jersey. So somehow, with some good luck and tentative play from the Utah Jazz, the Rockets see themselves advancing, and now they'll play the Phoenix Suns. They feel that they match up very well against the Phoenix Suns. They took them out last year in the semis. They're looking forward to this contest, and Phoenix is playing very well.
And it'll be a well-rested Phoenix team, too.
There is no question. Barkley feels that his team is right on top of their game. They want to make a statement themselves. They get the home court advantage.
Phoenix went 1-3 against Houston this season, but Charles Barkley insists they can't beat him in a 7-game series. You see Orlando with a 5-point lead on Chicago early on at the arena. When things wind down here, you will see Michael Jordan and company taking on Shaquille O'Neal and the Magic. Rockets 92, Jazz 87.
We just had a shot of Karl Malone, and what he told us at the top of the ball game was indicative of his play. You lay it all out there for the defending champions, and if it isn't good enough, it just isn't good enough. And again, it wasn't good enough today, but Malone carried them as close to a victory as he could possibly get them. Turn out the lights.
9 of 20 from the floor, 32 points, 10 rebounds. And perhaps one final ovation for the Utah Jazz from their fans. Tom Chambers will inbound. Chambers, Benoit, Malone, Hornacek, Stockton on the floor for Utah.
The Rockets want the clock to run, so they want no fouls in this situation. They're willing to give up a basket of any kind.
Malone, long three-pointer is good. 92-90, Houston, 6.5 to play.
Maybe not yet.
Rockets have a timeout to burn. The inbound, Hornacek has to foul Drexler. And Clyde has been more than efficient from the free throw line today.
Is Reggie Miller here? Did Karl Malone just become Reggie Miller? They wanted to give up a shot. Malone wasted no time in torching this one right in the heart.
Clyde Drexler today, 28 points, 9 rebounds, and 7 of 10 from the free throw line. Jeff Hornacek has fouled out of this game.
So Jamie Watson comes in, not a deep threat there.
Hornacek with 19 points today. Drexler to the line. The Jazz have life. Three-point lead for the Rockets. Here comes Stockton. And foul by Kenny Smith.
Smart play by Kenny Smith. Very smart. Don't let him even get a chance to shoot the three or get fouled in that situation. Stockton now comes back to the line. He's saying, Jerry, what do you want to do? Can I make one and try to miss? Or should I make them both and come back and foul?
Stockton, an excellent free throw shooter. Points, 5 assists. Not John Stockton-like numbers today. He hits the first.
They got to they still got to try to make the basket. There's 3.5. There's plenty of time. You could still get another miss. You could even make a steal on the inbound play. We'll see how they play it, but I think Stockton's looking for a make. No.
Drexler with the ball and draws the foul, and will go to the other end with 2 seconds to play. Stockton clearly went for the miss.
He went for the miss. With 3.5, I think he and Sloan decided that they would go for the gamble, but if he makes them both, it's a 1-point game. And, you know, it makes all the difference in the world. Bulls get off the floor after being down 9-4. A little bit of a run by them. See if Drexler gets both of these this time.
Bulls and the Magic coming up after we finish up here, and Drexler hits that one. Houston 94, Utah 91. 30 for Drexler. 31 for Drexler. And Stockton casts off at the buzzer. It's short, and the defending champions survive Game 5. Houston 95, Utah 91. We'll be back with more from the Delta Center in just a moment.
Where America turns for the best in sports television. NBC Sports.
And here is Hardaway off the move. And back come the Bulls. Armstrong for Jordan, cut by Anderson. Armstrong, who has been quiet, not able to hit the three. And then knocked out of bounds. Last touch by Chicago. Quick rundown of what you have missed. 5 points apiece for Armstrong and Kukoc. Anderson, native of Chicago, with 5 points. And as I mentioned, Jordan only 1 of 5 from the field. A 6-0 run by the Bulls after Orlando had the early lead by the count of 9-4. Shot clock at 7. And O'Neal is fouled. And Coach Jackson telling us this is something we can look for right throughout the series, not allowing Shaquille to get the shot off.
But Phil Jackson saying they want to commit judicious fouls, and this is one of them. When Shaq gets the ball that deep in the paint, there's nothing you can do but wrap him up. They just don't want to foul Shaq on any kind of shot. If it's a jump hook, 4 or 5 feet away, they'll just challenge that. The turnaround jumper, obviously they want to challenge that. But anything that looks like he's going to dunk the ball or lay it in, they want to send him to the free throw line.
Well, Shaquille is 3 of 3 at the line. And this the reason they like to send him to the free throw line. 53% this past regular season. Comes off a 7 of 13 in the game against Boston on Friday night.
Already a little bit of foul problems for the Chicago Bulls. Tony Kukoc has gone to the bench with 2 personals, and now Luke Longley has to sit with 2.
So Will Perdue is on the floor, replacing Luke Longley, and Corey Blunt has checked in for Tony Kukoc. 5.5 remaining in this first quarter. Illegal defense called for the second time against Brian Hill's Orlando Magic, which means a technical foul awarded the Chicago Bulls.
Donald Royal was coming over, anticipating a post feed to Michael Jordan, and had to get caught in no man's land on a little bit of a pump fake, and then tried to just keep going out to the corner to double team the ball. But the Orlando Magic very alert to come and double team Michael Jordan when he is inside. I doubt if they will trap him or double him on the wing or at the top at this particular point in the game. Michael so far has struggled from the field.
Armstrong with 6 points. And the game is tied at 13. Purdue. Blunt with a wild shot. And on the back tap, the Bulls able to maintain possession. Chicago coming off the first round victory over the Charlotte Hornets. 3-1, finishing off Charlotte on Thursday night. Jordan tried to return it to Purdue, but it was picked off.
And deflected nicely by Penny Hardaway.
Jordan only 8 for 21 in that finale against Charlotte. Hit his first 3, but then 5 for the last 18. That's an offensive foul on Royal.
Donald Royal, known as a slasher, a driver. Most teams will give him that jump shot. It's one of the reasons why he is not getting very many minutes in the playoffs, only averaging about 18, 19 minutes a game. because he is not a perimeter threat. And now here comes the perimeter threat for the Orlando Magic. Dennis Scott, who is always a threat from beyond the three-point line, and he really spreads the defense of the opponent.
In fact, the Magic going with Dennis Scott in the starting lineup at the start of the second half for Game 4 against the Celtics, rather than the usual starter, Donald Royal. Scottie Pippen against the one-time ball. Horace Grant. Here's Pippen. Rather Purdue stopped by O'Neal. Shaquille with the block. Anderson, played by Jordan. Nick Anderson, a native of Chicago. Oh, the spin is there, and it was rejected, but it's a goal pair. The basket will count.
Well, Purdue doesn't like it, but a very strong, definite move by Nick Anderson against one of the best defensive players on the planet. Spins away from Michael Jordan. Will Purdue coming over to help out. The slot official over on the other side of the floor correctly ruled that Will touched that after it touched the backboard.
Orlando leads by 2. The Bulls have missed their last 4 shots. Pippen. The Bulls are 5 for 15 from the field. They get another opportunity here. The pass broken up by Hardaway, but Pippen on the recovery. Hardaway knocks it aside. Blunt able to pick it up. Feeding Jordan. Went to the left hand and drew the foul. Michael Jordan will go to the line. The foul committed by Dennis Scott.
Foul number 32. Chicago Bulls continue to get second shot opportunities. Just keep moving the ball till they finally get it to Michael with no player his size guarding. And Michael had that little opening a little earlier in the ball game. He took one strong with the left hand as he got by Shaquille O'Neal. Couldn't get it down. This time he made sure he drew the contact first before he released that shot.
Michael Jordan clearly making the point that his teammates must elevate their game. In Game 4 against Charlotte on Thursday night, Michael actually took himself out of the game. He felt there was too much pressure on him. Grant saw the opening, and a foul is called. Horace Grant accelerating. He saw the clear path. Foul is called on Corey Blunt. We're joined on the sidelines once again today by Jim Gray. Let's go to Jim.
All right, thank you very much, Marv. One of the reasons that Michael Jordan isn't shooting very well, he is bothered very badly by his right hand. He bruised it in the Charlotte series, and he's in quite a bit of pain, he told us before the game. He's kept this quiet, but it was badly bruised in the game that he had 48 points. He cannot dribble very well with his right hand. He cannot pick up the dribble and palm the ball. It's limiting him today, and it's going to cause him to go to his left quite a bit, he told us before the game, so he's not 100% or anywhere near it. Marv?
All right, Jim, and I would think there would be a fear of people slapping at the hand. I would think you want to protect it.
Anytime you have any kind of jammed fingers, jammed wrist, or a problem with your hand, no matter what you do with it, even if you sometimes just touch your head, it kind of rings pain right through your body.
Do you find yourself when you have a jammed finger touching your head a lot, man?
Yes, sometimes go right to the head.
Traveling violation is called. Will Purdue called for steps. 3.5 remaining in this opening quarter, and it's the Magic 16 and the Bulls 15. In the opening round of the playoff, Orlando did not have an easy time against the Boston Celtics, winning that series 3-1 as they escaped after losing at home to the Celtics last Sunday. Here is O'Neal getting inside. Basket won't count. A foul is called.
The foul number 32,
Will Purdue.
His first.
Well, good ball movement from one side to the other, which enables Shaq to come across the lane, stop dead in the paint with the defender Will Purdue on him. And the man at the top who should be coming down to double team in that situation is Scottie Pippen. But right now he is watching Dennis Scott, and he's just not going to leave Dennis Scott from that three-point line. So that double team is going to have to come from another part of the floor.
That's Shaquille O'Neal on fire at the free throw line here today. 5 for 5 from the line.
Well, he got off to a terrific start in Game 1 in the Boston series. Shot 11 for 14, but then went downhill after that.
Shaquille has hit 12 out of 12 on 2 occasions in his career that last season, but he's 6 for his first 6 here today. Armstrong working off the pick, goes to the jumper. So B.J. Armstrong breaking out of it. He's been very quiet And it's the Magic leading by 1.
Even though Michael Jordan didn't touch the ball in that sequence, he was in the post on the triangle offense, and when he's in there, that will create problems for the defense.
Pass thrown by Hardaway, but a traveling violation is called. Anthony Hardaway able to whip it inside to Shaquille. Timeout is taken. You're watching the NBA on NBC. Well, earlier today here on NBC, one of the wildest endings in NBA playoff history. The Pacers coming from behind to beat the Knicks in game 1 of their best of 7, 107-105. Reggie Miller with the Pacers' final 8 points in the last 18 seconds. Actually, 8 points in 11 seconds. And how about Houston, the defending NBA champions, beating Utah in Utah once again. A second win in Utah. And they'll go on to face the Phoenix Suns in the next round. Michael Jordan is now 1 of 6 from the field. Houston and Phoenix opening up in Phoenix on Tuesday. Houston with a 20-9 run. They come to behind to conclude matters. Hakeem Olajuwon led the way with 33 points. Hardaway with the spin. And rebounded by Pippen. Tree Rollins has checked in, replacing Shaquille O'Neal, who leads with 6 points. All from the foul line.
Less than 2 minutes.
Less than 2 minutes to go in this first quarter. Jordan. Michael Jordan. Getting on his first jump shot. And it's the Bulls 19, the Magic 18.
A little better rhythm that time in the half-court offense of Chicago. It has not looked good so far in this first quarter. But even though Michael Jordan hesitated on that shot, he was so open because the ball moved so quickly.
Phil Jackson also inserting Bill Wennington and Judd Bushler. So a lot of shuffling in this opening quarter. And a hand check called on Bushler.
Michael Jordan has been struggling with the jump shot so far in this ballgame, but popping out and getting the quick feed from Bushler. A little hesitation, and he is trying any way he can to get that ball to drain, as nothing has felt good leaving his hand. So maybe that hand is bothering him, although he has not shot the ball particularly well since his comeback, at least during the regular season. It improved during the Charlotte series, just under 50%.
Dennis Scott at the line for the first time. Orlando 20 and Chicago 19. It's game number 1 of this best of 7 Eastern Conference semifinal series. Game 2 here in Orlando on Wednesday. Games 3 and 4 in Chicago Friday night. And then game 4 next Sunday at the United Center. We'll be there to bring it to you right here on NBC. 1 o'clock Eastern time. Showtime at 12:30 in the East.
This is the kind of tempo that Chicago wanted to play coming in here to the Orlando arena. Take their running opportunities when they're there. Other than that, run their offense, keep the score down. They do not want to let the Orlando Magic get out into an up and down game. They really respect the transition game of the Magic.
Holding foul called on Dennis Scott for the Magic, their 4th team foul. Chicago already over the limit. Rollins jumping out on Jordan. Wennington trying to get the step. Lost it. And Grant retrieves.
Well, that's why he's one of the best, if not the best, defensive power forward in basketball. He made the quick rotation to hand. Horace Grant almost never makes a fundamental error defensively. He'll get beat from time to time, but he's always aware of the right play that has to be made.
Here's Scott. And the box out by Wennington. So Phil Jackson has gone to all 3 of the centers here in the first quarter, starting with Longley, moving on to Purdue, and then Wennington. Pippen with the save.
There's that communication between Scotty and Michael, knowing each other so well that most players might both go for that loose ball, but just little verbal communication or just knowing each other so well they get the save and the extra possession.
Jordan milking the clock. Shot clock down to 6. Michael Jordan not able to hit. And back come the Magic. Final seconds of the quarter. Anderson for Scott. Off the fake. 3 seconds to go in the quarter. Oh, Jordan slicing through, and that is rejected by Scott. First of all, I don't know how Michael Jordan was able to work his way through at center court. And then Dennis Scott came up with the block to end this first quarter.
Well, Michael going early enabled the Magic to get out on this fast break at the end of the quarter. Tough shot by Dennis Scott in traffic. And then Michael Jordan, and Marv, he doesn't know how he got through there. Only his athletic ability and his sense of where other bodies are enabled him to snake through.
So after one here at the arena, as you see Dennis Scott reject Michael Jordan, it's the Magic by 3.
You're watching the NBA on NBC.
In the first quarter, Michael Jordan, 2 of 10 from the field, 6 points. Shaquille O'Neal took only 1 field goal attempt, hit 6 of 6 from the line. This is a series that has certainly been billed as Michael versus Shaq. In fact, the NBC promotion department, along with NBC Sports, right out there, I'd have to say, in that regard. We talked about that with Shaquille.
Michael is the world's most premier player, and I'm just a young, upcoming player. And, you know, people do that to get ratings. And I understand. But those who know basketball know that I won't be sticking Michael, and Michael won't be sticking me. And it's a team game, and we're just going to go out there, and we're going to try to beat that team.
Shaquille then, Matt, analyzed the demographics of the ratings following that conversation. Second quarter underway. That Judd Bushler and tipped home by Jordan, but will not count. Offensive interference, the call.
And Michael complains mildly. He's looking to keep getting on the scoreboard, and he can get a kind of a awkward shot by Bushler, and Michael did touch it right on the rim. Any part of the ball at the top of the rim there, as that is an illegal tip.
Ryan Shaw just checked in way off the mark. He was expecting contact. Second quarter is underway, and the Magic up by 3. Pete Myers on the floor for the first time. Tony Kukoc has returned. Here's Kukoc, fouled by Grant. So Kukoc to the line.
Tony Kukoc is the absolute wild card in this series for the Chicago Bulls. When he plays well, the Chicago Bulls have an excellent chance of winning. He got off to a good start in this ballgame, scoring 5 points before he picked up his second foul. And this is the advantage that he has against other big forwards and a good defensive forward like Horace Grant. But Tony Kukoc can face the basket, got a quick first step, a good handle, and can get to the basket and draw fouls, which is exactly what he did there. Scottie Pippen's on the bench right now getting a rest. He was just 0 for 1 in the first quarter.
And Kukoc coming off a strong game against Charlotte on Thursday night. 7 of 14, 21 points, career high, 11 rebounds. O'Neal lost it. Last touch, though, by Chicago. In the first quarter, neither club shot well. Orlando 6 of 14, Chicago 7 of 22. And it has to be alarming that Michael Jordan took 10 of those 22 shots. That is not what he's trying to do. Jordan was 2 of 10 from the field. Who's 24 is given the Orlando Magic. A minute gone by in the second. Orlando with a 1-point lead. That's a by Wennington that fell. He challenged the passing lane, and it ends up as an easy 2.
And from time to time, Bill Wennington will be able to make that defensive play, but Shaq with the big, wide body kept Bill Wennington on the top side. It turned out to be a very poor gamble. Nobody could even get down there and foul Shaq, who is 6 for 6 from the line.
Kukoc with the crossover. Nice setup. Bill Wennington finished it off. That's his first field goal. And the Magic up 24-23.
Well, Kukoc eyeballed Shaquille O'Neal there and took it to him and threw the defense to get that opening for Wennington.
O'Neal able to power his way. Good start for Shaquille O'Neal. He has 10 points, and Orlando is up by 3. Now Jordan being guarded by Shaw. Pete Myers given the shot. Rebound Wennington. And he is fouled.
And foul number 32, Shaquille O'Neal.
Foul on Shaquille O'Neal, his second.
Here's Shaq holding Wennington on his back, and then Wennington at just the wrong time for him, tried to get on the top side, and that enabled the easy pass into Shaq. And then in slow transition, Shaq got down there, got position early. Nobody could come and help.
Timeout taken by Orlando. We'll be right back.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Wendy's, where better food makes it a better value. By Chevrolet, the cars and trucks 36 million people depend on every day. Genuine Chevrolet. And by All Sport Body Quencher. After this sports drink, the game will never be the same.
Welcome back to Orlando, Florida on a beautiful 85-degree day. With 2 minutes gone by in the second quarter, the Magic up 26-23. Shaquille O'Neal picked up his second foul as we were going to the break, and he was very upset about the call. Steve Kerr has come on for the first time. Steve Kerr, a one-time member of the Magic. And here is Wennington. Rebounded by O'Neal. Michael Jordan now getting a rest. Scottie Pippen is back.
And Scottie needs this opportunity with Michael on the bench to start to assert himself, not necessarily by scoring points, but getting involved in the flow of the offense.
Scott eluding Kukoc. O'Neal trying to save it, and he did. Able to deflect it off a Chicago player.
Well, the Bulls have gotten the best of the rebounding so far in this ballgame, 14-9. Here's Pippen and Grant battling hard. Shaq able to hang in the air long enough to bang it off Bill Wennington, but Brian Hill is very much concerned with the rebounding of the Orlando Magic. Yeah, 2 of the best rebounders in the league, and Shaq and Horace Grant, yet at times they seem to get hammered on the offensive board of their opponents.
And Kukoc starting back for the Bulls. Met by Grant. Pippen on a double team, had it knocked away momentarily by Grant. Excellent defensive sequence by the Magic. Here's O'Neal jumping out on Kerr. Pippen had to force it. And it's a 24-second violation.
Well, this is what Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen are talking about when they get upset with their teammates, that either of those players will break off the offense by holding the ball or maybe dribbling it too much, or giving it to Jordan and Pippen at the end of the shot clock when they have to take that kind of shot.
3-point Orlando lead. We're early in the second. Dennis Scott has not been able to find the touch. Good play by Wennington in the box out with O'Neal. Steve Kerr. Pete Myers. Myers fouled by Shaw.
The foul number 20, Brian Shaw.
Brian Shaw called for his first.
Another one of those slow transition plays for Chicago, which they will exploit when it's there. They do not want to get in an up and down running game with the Orlando Magic. But the reason that opening came for Pete Myers was Steve Kerr, a threat at the three-point line, got the ball on the left side of the floor out high, didn't hold the ball too long. 1-2 quick dribbles, got it to the other side, and the defense couldn't react quickly enough, and that enabled Pete Myers to drive to the goal.
Replacing Horace.
Out of Royal for Horace Grant, a one-time Bull. Only 1 point, 3 rebounds. During the regular season, Orlando won 3 of 4 against Chicago. The Chicago win taking place at the United Center. 109-77 in a wipeout back on January the 10th. And that was the first game back in Chicago for Horace Grant, but a disaster for the Magic. Scottie Pippen with a triple-double. Horace felt that his teammates were trying too hard to win the game for him. The hand check call on Myers.
I remember that game was a very emotional one for Horace Grant and the Orlando Magic, but I also remember the fact that the Bulls came out and made every shot in the first quarter. B.J. Armstrong, 22 points in the first half. You mentioned the triple-double by Pippen, and when the other team is making that many shots, and they did a good defensive job on Shaq as far as double teams, there was no contest.
And the foul again on Myers.
His second team foul.
Here a little physical contact as Penny Hardaway trying to hold his position, and just a little grab of the shirt, but the The officials have been pretty consistent with that, at least in the beginning of ball games so far in the playoffs, as far as calling those little hand checks.
Hardaway. And he took a bump, tripped up. Oh, Anthony Hardaway fouled by Scottie Pippen.
33,
That's the first on Pippen.
Anthony Hardaway in a slashing move finds just enough of a seam. He doesn't need much with that slim body as he tried to knife between Bill Wennington and Pippen and just able to draw the foul.
Anthony Hardaway trying to pick up his game, very quiet in the series against the Celtics. Had some problems at the end of the year. That's Hardaway with the reverse. You recall that Hardaway missed 4 games because of dehydration and an inflammation of the esophagus. Lost 10 to 12 pounds in the process of what is already a slender frame. Wennington with the room. Bill Wennington, who has a good touch, cuts it to a 2-point Orlando lead. 28-26 with 7.5 remaining in this first half. Marv Albert with Matt Lucas, Jim Gray for Ahmad Rashad from the arena in Orlando. Royal, nice goal to the bucket by Royal. The Magic up by 4. Talking about the season series, Chicago winning that first meeting, but Orlando won the next 3. Close games by 3 points, by 2, by 7. They spoiled the home opener as Kukoc was able to hit. And the Bulls are down by 2. Jordan played in only 1 of the games during the regular season against Orlando. His first home game, only 7 of 23 from the field as Scott not able to hit. And Orlando spoiled the home return of Michael Jordan. Crowd wanted to travel. Pippen thought he was pushed. There's Pippen, the trailer. Never really had control of the ball. Off the handoff from Myers. And a slow start. Scottie Pippen has not scored in his 15 minutes.
Well, Brian Shaw and Penny Hardaway all season long have been wired for this type of play. A little ball fake, a little eye contact, and the back door. And Shaquille O'Neal making a hard move into the lane, and the no-looker to Donald Royal breaking in on the right side. Welcome back to the arena. Penny Hardaway, during this last time out, jammed his big toe while playing. He's down on the bench being attended to by Lenny Courier. They tried to massage it out. It's hurting him quite a bit right now. He should return a bit later in the game, but they're going to hold him out for the time being. Marv?
All right, Jim. Apparently it happened on that play that you saw. So Orlando trying to let Courier is checking it out. Michael Jordan has returned. 6.5 remaining in this first half. Orlando with a 2-point lead on Chicago. Here is Jordan to the fadeaway. And it's rebounded by Shaquille O'Neal. And Michael is now 2 of 11. Scottie Pippen is 0 for 3. So the Bulls have to feel pretty good, despite the fact that their 2 big guns have not shot the ball well. They're down by only 2 points. Here's Shaquille O'Neal. Oh, again, he powered his way. 12 points for O'Neal, along with 7 rebounds.
Shaq coming out revitalized after that timeout. A fierce rebound at the defensive end, and then a powerful move in on Bill Wennington.
Illegal defense for the 3rd time is against Orlando.
Oh, Shaq now a little pop in his step, holds Wennington off and makes the strong move before Scottie Pippen can get in there. Those are the kinds of plays where Phil Jackson wants the big people to make sure they tie up Shaquille O'Neal and make him earn it from the line.
Steve Kerr will shoot the technical. And Matt, Shaquille's game is completely changed when he's hitting his free throws. Not that you can depend on this to continue, particularly in the 4th quarter, but the Magic's game has been very tentative. We saw that in the series against the Boston Celtics because there seemed to be a reluctance to go to Shaquille down the stretch. You don't want him at the foul line.
Well, and also when he gets the ball, he's going to get double teamed, but they get good shot opportunities when he passes the ball out of the double.
That's a 3 for Dennis Scott. Well, Scott began 1 for 6, knocks down 3, and Orlando with its biggest lead of the game, leading to a Chicago 20-second timeout. The Magic up 35-29.
Well, Dennis has been off so far in this ball game, but never discouraged. He's one of those players that always thinks the next shot is going to go. Perfect rotation on that ball, and Dennis will not just settle for the three now. He's also looking to improve his position on the dribble, but this is what really spreads the defense for Orlando.
And the Chicago Bulls having their shooting difficulties in this first half. They're 10 of 32 for 31%, and only 3 of 10 here in the second quarter.
Normally when Chicago, after free throws, after 20-second timeouts, after timeouts, generally run something for Michael Jordan.
Pippen for Longley, and a foul call. Scottie Pippen setting up Luke Longley. Phil Jackson continues to shuffle at the center position. Foul was called on Brian Shaw.
That time coming out of the timeout, trying to get Scottie Pippen somehow involved in the offense. Scottie just 0 for 3, no points. So to talk about how important Tony Kukoc is to the success of this Chicago Bulls team, it's almost a given that Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen have to be very productive. And so far in this first half, they have not been.
And for Luke Longley, that is only his first point. So Longley started the game, then we saw Purdue, then Weddington, back to Longley. Matt, the only centers in the city of Chicago not used by Phil Jackson, I think, are Johnny Red Kerr and Jeremy Roenick of the Chicago Blackhawks.
I thought you were going to say Stan Mikita. No, too old.
But a good pickup on your part. 35-31, the Magic with the lead with just under 5 minutes to go in this first half. Chil showing the entire arsenal.
And it just might be the fact that he has made his free throws. You can see the look in Shaq's eye and his body language right now, playing with a great deal of confidence.
Kukoc up front now with Pippen and Longley. Jordan and Kerr at the guards. Kukoc with a beautiful move. And then Kukoc able to recover. Here's Kerr for three.
Yes.
Steve Kerr with his first field goal. And it cuts it to a 3-point Orlando lead.
Those are the kind of plays that, oh boy, Brian Shaw, I thought was over and back on that play on the good defense by Pippen. But Kukoc makes those little plays, those basketball things that help your team keep going.
Off the lead pass, so Nick Anderson has 9 points. The Magic 39. And the Bulls 34. Here is Kerr feeling it. The last time Chicago played here, Steve Kerr, who knows this court very well, hit 8 of 9 from the field. O'Neal. A very strong first half for Shaquille O'Neal. He has 16. Magic up 41-36. Orlando's hit its last 5 shots. 3.5 to go in the first half. Michael Jordan for Luke Longley, very close to a travel. They have gotten away with it.
This is what I mean when the offense slows down. The ball stays in one person's hands.
Scottie Pippen way off in this first half. He's now 0 for 4. Shaw with the step. Gils the ball in this first half. And Phil Jackson wants a timeout with 2:58 to go in the half.
Well, Michael Jordan and Shaquille O'Neal have both been quick to say that they will not be guarding each other in this series. However, they will meet from time to time right around the rim, as they do here. And Shaquille O'Neal throws one down over the head of Michael Jordan. And Shaq said, hey, I just dunked on Michael Jordan.
He's probably thinking, well, let's see, what will that do to my demographics? 18 points, 8 rebounds for Shaquille O'Neal. 7-point Magic lead. It's their biggest lead of the game. Here is Longley. Kukoc on the rebound. Longley played by Grant, and Longley able to take advantage of the several inches he has on Horace Grant. 43-38. It's Orlando with a 5-point lead.
A conservative move here by Brian Hill, taking Shaquille O'Neal out. He does have 2 personal fouls, but a very small team on the floor for Orlando.
Yes, Grant, Royal, Anderson, Hardaway, and Scott now on the floor. Hardaway. And rebounded by Kukoc. Lost it and recovered by Longley. Knocked aside and out of bounds by Horace Grant. Let's check in with Jim Gray, who is near the Chicago bench. Jim?
All right, Marv, thank you very much. Scottie Pippen did not like the fact that Bill Jackson called timeout on that last exchange. In fact, Pippen came over and was screaming at Jackson. Jackson kind of regrouped himself, got back into the huddle, and then started screaming again at Pippen. So there was quite an exchange between the two. Seemed to patch it up as play continues. Marv?
And as you talk about Scottie Pippen, who has not been in the flow, he is able to hit his first field goal, a three-pointer. 1 for 5 from the field for Pippen. And it cuts into a 2-point Orlando lead. Longley broke it up. And Kerr racing. Stops him from behind. And it's ruled a clean block by Penny Hardaway.
Well, transition defense, a problem for Orlando all season long. But we've seen Penny make a couple of hustle plays. And a terrific one here. And it looked like the Chicago Bulls had a clear one. Steve Kerr, not the most fleet of the Chicago Bulls, very rarely gets a layup opportunity. And didn't get one there.
Michael Jordan. He continues to struggle in this first half. He is 2 for 12. But despite that, the Bulls are only trailing by 2 points. Illegal defense called against the Bulls. That's the first violation for Chicago.
The next is a technical foul.
Michael Jordan coming off the pick from Luke Longley. A good look there, although that shot challenged by Donald Royal. And Michael, I don't know if he got hit on the play or once again tried to use that body language or use some body English to try to get that shot to fall.
Hardaway played by Pippen. Pippen got screened. Longley picks up Hardaway on a switch. Here's Scott. And Anderson for 3. Kukoc reaching for the rebound. Good pressure on the ball. They doubled up on Kukoc, and the Magic with another 24. Anderson posting up. Oh, blocked from behind by Pippen. Scottie Pippen providing the help.
Looked like the Chicago Bulls have another fast break opportunity, but Tony Kukoc unable to release that ball. He knew he had open people down the other end, but terrific hustle by Donald Royal to shake it loose.
Ryan Hill has just called for a 20-second timeout. 47 and 6/10 seconds remaining in this first half, and the Magic up 43-41. A reminder tonight at 8/7 Central, as the music indicates, for the first time on television, NBC will present the biggest movie ever made, Jurassic Park. That'll be tonight at the conclusion of our NBA playoff triple-header. No stuff will not be seen in Jurassic Park. That is the Orlando Magic mascot. Good friend of yours, I know, Stump. The Magic.
I know he has other commitments.
Yes, I'm sure. What a day of NBA playoff basketball, beginning with the Knicks and Indiana in that improbable conclusion, followed by the defending NBA champion Houston Rockets knocking off Utah for the second time in Salt Lake City. So Houston will advance to go up against the Phoenix Suns. Hardaway for Royal, and an offensive foul. It is a charge on Hardaway. And for Hardaway, I don't think that is a sincere applauding the call on the part of Penny, but that's his second foul, and Royal was shaken up on the play.
Penny not happy with the play. He felt he was under control that time, and he looked at referee Don Baden and said, that's the second one you've called on me here. As Penny actually thought he was going straight up, and I thought a good defensive play by Scottie Pippen. He did step out far enough in front of the rim. You should be up at that dotted line, but the officials will not take kindly to this. This they would consider being shown up.
Michael Jordan is 2 for 12 in this first half. He has missed his last 4 shots. And you go back to Thursday night in the game against Charlotte, Jordan is 7 for his last 30. Now, we mentioned earlier that he's bothered by the bruised bone and a shooting hand. I don't know if that's the reason, because he really has not lit it up since the return. He's had maybe 3 or 4 really good shooting games, although he certainly made a major contribution. The Chicago Bulls winning 13 of the last 17 when Jordan returned. The ball back to Chicago. Dennis Scott could not handle it. And we're told by Jim Gray, who checked on Donald Royal, that he re-sprained the left ankle that he had sprained earlier this season that sidelined him for a while. That is bad news for the Orlando Magic. Donald Royal, a very important player for this club. 10 seconds left in the half. The Magic up by 2. Good coach. Off the dribble for Jordan. And here is Jordan going to the drive. And he's tied the game at 43. Final seconds. Hardaway from center court. Oh, just off to the left side. So at the half of game 1 of this best of 7, the Orlando Magic and the Chicago Bulls are tied at 43. Shaquille O'Neal, 18 points, 8 rebounds. Michael Jordan, 3 for 13 from the field. 8 points. He was able to hit his third bucket right here.
Shaquille O'Neal taken out of the game again to be protected for fouls in the closing seconds of the second quarter, and Michael Jordan takes advantage of it as Penny Hardaway had this thing measured, all lined up. He thought he had it down.
Coming up in a moment, Bob Costas with the Prudential halftime report.
Bob Costas back in New York, only long enough to tell you it's halftime in Orlando. Bulls and Magic tied at 43. Now, coming up for most of you, except on the West Coast, an extended break for your local news. And then we'll bring you highlights of that amazing Indiana win over New York, plus Utah's defeat at the hands of the Rockets. First, these messages from your local station.
This is the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the Prudential. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
All right, Bob Costas with Julius Erving, Peter Bessie, and Bill Walton in for a cameo appearance. In our next segment, we'll bring you highlights of the Jazz and Rockets. Right now, though, we want to expand a little bit on the Knicks and Pacers. What a game. If you didn't see it, the Pacers won it in a stunning finish, 107-105. They trailed by 6 with 18 seconds to play as they inbounded, knowing they needed to ring up a couple of threes to get back into it. So naturally, they immediately go to Reggie Miller. He cashes in here. They are within 3. Now watch Anthony Mason trying to inbound, and Greg Anthony's the target. When Anthony slips down, Mason is afraid that 5 seconds is going to be called. He tosses it in, and Miller picks it off, retreats behind the line, and hits another 3 to tie the game. Now watch. Miller may have pushed Anthony down. He holds up his hands to indicate, please don't call a foul on me, and he got his way and then made the steal with Anthony on the floor and tied the game. Then, after John Starks was fouled by Sam Mitchell, Starks goes to the line, misses the first, as you see, and also misses the second. What are the odds of that? Still, the Knicks have another chance. Patrick Ewing, a dead-on shot, but he misses it, and then when Miller gets the rebound, he's fouled by Anthony Mason. Pat Riley can scarcely believe what he's seeing. Miller hits the first. He'll also hit the second, but the Knicks still have a chance. They don't have any timeouts left, so they have to rush it up the floor, and Greg Anthony is going to slip down, and by the time he can get the ball to Patrick Ewing, the clock has expired. You'd have to say through all the years, this is the most difficult loss in a game of consequence that a Pat Riley team has ever had to absorb. Here's some post-game reaction, beginning with the hero. There's Greg Anthony. He can't believe it. And here's the hero, Reggie Miller.
Last year, I'm not going to lie, coming in here for the Eastern Conference Final, we didn't think we could win. John Starks choked. We came up big. We feel we can sweep this team. This is for you, Indiana. We're coming back. Yeah.
Reggie reminds me of a little kid I grew up with that only talks when things are going well and only has something to say when his friends are around. So that's how I treat it.
He can't call the Knicks. He can call me a choke artist, and I choked. Simple as that. And but I had to bounce back game 2 and and help this team win.
Who would believe that it actually happened the way that we planned, and just a big time win, and it says a lot about this basketball team once again. And number 31, he's something special, and that's the reason why his picture's on the side of the building in Indiana.
I mean, this is a tough one to absorb, but we're going to have to absorb it. There's, we have nobody to blame but ourselves, and we're totally disgusted by how we finished that game, and if we've ever played a big game in our life, it's going to be Tuesday night.
Well, Reggie Miller has played a few big games in his life, and the 2 biggest in terms of really establishing him outside Indiana in the national imagination have come at Madison Square Garden. Game 5 last year when he drilled all the threes and got into it with Spike Lee, and then today.
Magnificent performance, of course, by Reggie Miller, and that's what superstars are all about, coming through when it's all on the line. The ball was there. I still can't believe that Mason just threw the ball right to him, though.
Well, don't you think it's possible that Mason was afraid that there was going to be a 5-second call? He kind of lurched forward when Anthony fell, and he thought, I better get this in before they call 5.
But you have to run the baseline there. You have to keep in balance, and you practice killing the clock your whole life. That's what you start doing in 6th grade when you're playing basketball at that level.
The other thing, Bill, if you're going to throw the ball in, just throw it to the other end of the court. But Larry Brown certainly has to thank his lucky stars. I mean, you know, this was a game that they had control of for so long, and then when they lost control of it, the Knicks just stepped up, seemed like they were going to win, and Reggie came through with the, you know, Miller chime stuff. But I think the Pacers have to, you know, dedicate this game to Rick Smits, and after the fine effort that he put forth today, you know, he was sitting over on the sideline having fouled out, and those guys just said, let's win it for Rick.
You know, really overlooked in all this, Patrick Ewing gets an early foul trouble. Rick Smits, who generally does pretty well against the Knicks anyway, got 34 points and 7 rebounds, while Ewing, who was able to play only 30 minutes, had 11 points and 9 rebounds, shot 4 for 14, but no one's going to remember anything come tomorrow except what Reggie did.
No, well, I think they're going to also remember that the Knicks took Dumb and Dumber to the ultimate. I mean, not only does Mason make the mistake on the baseline, then he commits the foul on Reggie with 7.5 seconds to go, and also Greg Anthony. Where was he going with the ball in those last few seconds? Even if he hadn't stumbled, what was he going to do with it?
Well,
bad play.
What are the coaches telling their players, though, to call timeout when they're falling out of bounds? That's a big mistake. That whole trend, which goes down to the high school and biddy ball levels, that has to change.
He sounds like Doug Collins.
Right, you should have gotten on that bandwagon about six years ago when they started to do it. It's a little late now. They've been doing it for about 4 seasons in the NBA.
Well, the Knicks could have used Derek Harper in that situation, and that's why the senior veteran guard is the guy who they need to have into the game. And I said earlier today that, you know, when cooler heads are needed, he's the one who's usually there and needs to be on your team, and he wasn't around because he got tossed.
You know, Bob, Mark Jackson told me about a month ago, he said this is the first year he's played with Reggie Miller. He said that the one flaw that Reggie has is that he's too unselfish. But he said once the playoffs come around, look for Reggie to step it up. Everyone was worried that Reggie was in a slump coming into the playoffs. He averaged 11 threes in the Atlanta series when he averaged 3 during the year. I mean, this guy really stepped it up.
Couple of other quick items here. Although he denied it in a post-game press conference, according to a wire service report, we haven't been able to check this out fully. Maybe we'll know by tomorrow or something, but Reggie Miller was yelling choke artists in the direction of the Knick locker room as he walked through the tunnel. Also forgotten in all of this, 9 technical fouls in this game, 5 on the Knicks, 4 on the Pacers.
Why would we not believe that Reggie Miller would do that when he did it in last year's? That's what we did the piece on with Derek Harper. He had his hands around his neck when the Knicks would choke him.
And now he's going to back off, and this guy's the ultimate trash talker in the league today.
Well, here we go. A heartbreaker for the Knicks, obviously. Let's switch gears and talk about heartbreak in Seattle. The Sonics know all about it after being eliminated in the first round 2 consecutive years now. Denver shocked them last year, and the Lakers did the damage this time. Here are the comments of George Karl following Game 4 against the Lakers.
Not much to say right now. There's no need to really talk. I think it's just a time to face our embarrassment and be humbled and feel the humility of sport and go on and hopefully try to figure out some things. We're a better basketball team than we've played in the last 2 years in the playoffs. I think everybody in that room knows that, and it's my responsibility to stand up and say that.
What do you think has stopped you from advancing then?
Ourselves.
Well, a week or so ago, you were telling me as they were hanging by a thread against the Lakers that he expected to be fired if they didn't get out of the first round for a 2nd consecutive year.
Actually, Bob, his wife said she expected them, George to get fired, and we still think he might get fired. He has 1 year left. He also has an option year that he would get paid for. But George, I don't know if he's naive or optimistic, but he wants to stay. He thinks the Sonics can still win, even though he has really no control. Management is controlling everything as far as trades go, and he's gotten into it with some players. He still wants to ride it out and atone for their sins for the last 2 years now.
But what happened there with Seattle, poor player personnel management. You got a situation here where the 2 acquisitions, Cartwright and Marciulionis, non-factors. The Kendall Gill, Nate McMillan situation, unresolved. That's a coaching problem there. And then the big 3, Peyton, Schrempf, and
and Kemp, they just don't come through at the biggest moments, and that's what superstars do.
I thought Kemp had a great series, though. I mean, I don't know why Perkins and Detlef Schrempf were taking the threes at the end of that game, but I did find out that the play was supposed to be run for Gary Payton, and he allowed himself to be defended in those plays.
But superstars, which these guys are built up to be, they win the game. That's what Reggie Miller did today, and that never got to happen with Seattle. Gary Payton has the broken finger. That's an excuse there. But Kemp and Schrempf, they've got to come through huge in that situation the way Miller did, the way Bird did, the way Jordan does, the way Shaq and Penny need to.
You have a system in Seattle where you have 8 players and they all think they're equally talented. You know, you think the first guy is as good as the 8th guy. And this is a system, you know, that's been exploited in the playoffs where you aren't able to exploit it in the regular season, you know, because it's a one-shot deal. You're in and out. In the playoffs, you can scout them. You know, you can put in different wrinkles to try and, you know, take away from their effectiveness. If you got a 1 or 2-star system and you consistently go to those guys, they're going to be productive, and you know who your go-to guys are going to be down the stretch. It's not going to be a matter of thinking that all 8 can get the job done, or 5 of the 8 when they're on the floor.
We got about a half minute here. Another point, Pete?
I just want to talk about the Hornets. What are they going to do with Muggsy Bogues now that Alan Bristow gave up on him in the last few minutes of that last game against Chicago? They proved that he can't hit that shot, and they can't come back another season and have him exposed like that. They've got to make a switch at point guard.
All right, by way of review, before we head to this commercial, the Pacers came back and beat the Knicks 107-105, and Houston advances, and Utah, despite a 60-victory season, is out. They lose, the Jazz do, the 5th and deciding game at home, 95-91. More on the 2 early games when we come back in a moment.
You're watching the 1995 NBA playoffs on NBC. This is the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the Prudential. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
The Bulls are tied with the Magic at halftime at 43, despite the fact that Jordan is just 3 for 13, Pippen 1 for 5. Shaq, who hit all 6 of his free throws in the first half, has 18 points and 8 rebounds for the Magic. But it's questionable whether the Chicago-Orlando game can top the 2 early games in terms of drama. Both the Knicks and the Jazz had leads late in their games, only to see them evaporate. The Knicks collapsed, by far the more dramatic of the 2. They led by 6 with less than 20 seconds to play as Indiana inbounded, looking for a miracle, and they got it. First, Reggie Miller will connect, and then he will steal the inbound. At this point, they're down by 3. Greg Anthony stumbles, actually shoved a little bit by Miller. No foul call. Miller has the presence of mind to retreat behind the line and hit another 3 to tie it. Then after a foul, sends John Starks to the line. Starks, who had 21 in the game, 12 in the first half, 9 in the second, missed both free throws, but still they had another shot as Patrick Ewing got a dead-on look, but he missed, and then Miller was fouled by Anthony Mason on the rebound, and unlike Starks, Miller went to the line and made them both. Now, amazingly, the Pacers were up 2. Knicks didn't have a timeout, had to go the length of the floor. Anthony falls down again. The clock runs out. Starks walks off in dejection. Miller follows him taunting, and afterwards, here's post-game reaction.
Last year, I'm not going to lie, coming in here for the Eastern Conference Final, we didn't think we could win. We feel we can sweep this team. This is for you, Indiana. We're coming back. Yeah.
You know, we played our asses off, played our hearts out to get a win, and simply gave it away at the end.
Meanwhile, in Utah, another terrific fourth quarter as the defending champions, the Rockets, pulled one out against the Jazz. Highlights from early on, Jeff Hornacek had a hot hand. The Stockton feed, and Hornacek hits the 3. Hornacek had 19 points in the ballgame all told. This is as time runs out in the first half, an almost impossible 3 guarded by 2, and he hits it. On to the third quarter, and Hornacek will dish to Karl Malone for the slam. Malone had 35. The Jazz led by as many as a dozen, but the Rockets came back. Clyde Drexler, who came up huge in the last 2 games, 5 3-pointers today, one of them there. He had 31. Akeem Olajuwon had 33, and he finishes off a late 10-point run by the Rockets. Houston by 3 after this bucket with a minute and a half left. They go on to win 95-91, and Phoenix is next for them.
Even though we were down 7 with a few minutes to go, guys never quit. We kind of got together and said, hey, if we pull this thing together, we can do it. And we just kept encouraging each other, and it worked out pretty well.
Our guys believed in ourselves, and the guys believed that we couldn't lose. You know, we hadn't lost a series in a year and a half, so there's no reason to start now.
It's difficult to lose. Nobody likes to lose. But
I would have felt a lot worse if we'd have lost and didn't put in the effort. I didn't have a guy that I don't think walked out on the floor today, didn't bust his butt from the time he was on there until he walked off. We got beat by a team that just hung in there and beat us.
Not going to the gym tomorrow to practice is kind of strange. It's hard to swallow right now.
Sadly for the Jazz, they become just the second team in NBA history to win 60 or more during the regular season and be bounced in the first round of the playoffs. Last year it happened to Seattle when they were upset by Denver. Now here's what our busy schedule looks like next weekend. Doubleheader on Saturday, showtime at 12:30 Eastern. Phoenix will be in Houston for Game 3 of that series, followed by Game 4 of the Knicks and Pacers from Market Square. On Sunday, another triple header. Showtime again at 12:30 with Phoenix back at the Summit for Game 4 with the Rockets. Then it's the Spurs and Lakers in Game 4 of that series from the Forum. And finally, Game 4 of the Orlando-Chicago series from the United Center. One last reminder, Game 2 of the Spurs and Lakers can be seen tomorrow night at 8 o'clock Eastern Time on TNT. Right now, the Bulls and the Magic are all tied up at 43, and we'll send it back to Marv and Matt for the second half after these messages.
This has been the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the Prudential. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
Back in Orlando, Marv Albert, Matt Dukas, and Jim Gray. The Bulls and the Magic are tied at 43 as we head to the second half. 7-0 run by Chicago to tie the game in the final minutes of the first half. A look now at the Miller Lite halftime statistics. Neither club shot well in the first half. Bulls 35% of the Magic, 16 of 36, 44% shooting.
Michael Jordan unable to get on track, at least from the perimeter. 3 for 13, and seeming to have some problem with that right hand, as many of the shots not good leaving his hand, but terrific free throw shooting by both teams. And Shaquille O'Neal 6 for 6 from the line. Unbelievable.
All right, for more on the injury picture, let's check in with Jim Gray.
Okay, Marv, I spoke to Michael Jordan. He said his right hand is bothering him quite a bit. He said he's just going to try and shoot through it and play through it in the second half. As for the Magic, Donald Royal's sprained left ankle was retaped. He will be back here in the second half. Penny Hardaway with his big left toe jam told me he's feeling better. He'll be all right. And Shaquille O'Neal at the end of the half was not hurt. He was just tired. That's why he left the game. Marv?
All right, Jim, and Michael Jordan, as you saw, 3 of 13 of the first half. And Matt, 6 of the 13 shots were with the left hand. 2 of his field goals with the left hand. He has that bone bruise on the right hand. And he hit only 1 jump shot. The other 2 were off the drive. So the third quarter is underway. The game is tied at 43. Pippen with the save. Pippen, Kukoc, Longley up front. Jordan and Armstrong at the guard. Michael Jordan popping it wide of the mark again.
In the post, but right behind him was Shaquille O'Neal coming over to challenge that shot, and Michael had to put up another awkward-looking shot.
We were wondering why Shaquille O'Neal was lifted with 3 minutes to go in the half, and when he was out, although he did come back briefly, Chicago ran off the 7 straight points. That was last touch by Orlando, so Chicago in possession with 20 on the 24.
A good defensive play that time by Nick Anderson, as the Bulls had numbers and a good fast break opportunity. Nick able to save it one time, flicking it out of bounds.
Longley. So Luke Longley facing up and hitting his second field goal. High point man of the game, Shaquille O'Neal with 18 on 6 of 9 from the field and 6 of 6 from the line. Nick Anderson with 9, Dennis Scott with 7. Anthony Hardaway, a quiet first half, 6 points. Horace Grant has not been able to get going offensively. Horace taking only 2 shots, 0 of 2 from the field.
And that's his favorite spot on the floor for that spot-up jump shot. Shot it very well in Game 4 in Boston, 9 for 15, but in the other games, not so well.
Here's O'Neal, and he was fouled. Longley coming over and picks it up. Orlando has missed its last 6 shots from the field.
Well, Horace Grant, who's been struggling offensively, but will never relax defensively, active with the hands to pick off that ball. And this is where the Chicago Bulls want to make sure they put Shaq to the line. Foul him when he's ready to lay it in, or foul him when he's ready to dunk it. Jim Gray mentioned Shaq just a little bit tired at the end of the second quarter, but with 2:58, that was a rather conservative move to try to protect Shaq. He had 2 personal fouls that will wind up costing the Magic 7 points on that 7-0 run by the Chicago Bulls. And when the game, it's going to be in the low to mid-80s. That's a lot.
Well, Shaquille finally missed from the line. 7 of 7 from the line. So the playoff record of 17 for 17, Matt, is safe. Held by the combination of Bob Love and Gail Goodrich and Reggie Miller.
Only Mr. Stats would be ready for that number.
Rejected by Grant. The Bulls by 1, 45 to 44. 2 minutes gone by in the third quarter, and again the foul called on Longley. That is number 4. Luke Longley.
Luke Longley on a nice cut, and Horace Grant continues to make outstanding defensive plays to start this semi-break, and Shaquille O'Neal getting excellent inside position. This is an area where the Magic have really improved, that kind of slow transition play where Shaq runs hard, the middle of the floor, stops in the paint, and then they try to generally make a long pass. And if it's a good crisp one, the defense cannot get down there in time to double team.
Will Perdue checking back in for the foul play. Luke Longley. Shaquille O'Neal is 8 of 9 from the line. I would think the Orlando Magic shot doctor, Buzz Brayman, is very proud.
I'm sure he is, but Buzz has so many ups and downs with Shaq.
Yes, he does.
He can never relax.
2 minutes in, third quarter, game tied at 45. Jordan flipping it back to Pippen. And tipped by Perdue.
Well, Scottie Pippen right now just does not look like a confident offensive player. He's just out there playing, not with a lot of purpose.
O'Neal foul. And again, Shaquille to the line. Foul on Perdue.
A little bit of a flip shot by Scottie Pippen.
Foul number 32.
Without a lot of authority here. Will Perdue just trying to keep the ball alive, but Will Perdue is a good instinctive offensive rebounder. Perdue gets him, and Pippen gets him on the same play.
Shaquille up 10 at the line. Now, Shaquille shaken up as he took that shot. There is Buzz Brayman to the right. And Pat Williams, general manager of the Orlando Magic, to the left.
Pat has gotten a new order of shirts in this year. Gone away from the plaid.
Buzz giving up some shooting advice to a youngster now.
That's young Anthony Bowie, who incidentally has pretty good release on his shot.
Bulls lead 47-46. Armstrong for Pippen. Open shot for Perdue.
Well, that thing almost went in, but Will Perdue, not a confident shooter at all from 12 to 15 feet. As soon as he released it, he started to chase it down. However, if he had just stayed with his follow through, he might have gotten it.
Orlando's gone 6 minutes without a field goal going back to the second quarter. They're 0 for their last 7. Pippen passed up on the 3. And it will be Orlando back in possession. Scottie Pippen, 1 of 6 for the game, only 3 points.
Well, despite the fact that the Bulls have the 1-point lead right now, the look in their eyes is not one of confidence. They're very unsure of themselves at the offensive end.
Horace Grant with his first field goal. Oh, it's Orlando by 1. Illegal defense against the Magic. So a technical foul awarded Chicago. That is the 4th illegal defense on the Magic.
Horace Grant has been wondering where his jump shot has been on a consistent basis. It was good all season long. He's a career well over 50% shooter. He has not been confident with it of late, but certainly felt good on that one. Shaquille O'Neal that time got caught underneath the basket as Will Perdue on that transition play stopped way up above the top of the key. And in that situation, Shaquille has to leave the basket and come all the way up above the free throw line. I think our league really has to take a good hard look at some of those illegal defensive guidelines in this offseason. It's just not natural basketball.
8.5 remaining in the third quarter. And the Magic up by 1. Donald Royal doing a nice job in fronting Scottie Pippen. Shot clock at 5. Offensive foul. Scottie Pippen called for his second.
Well, the Bulls do a decent enough job of spreading the floor on their triangle offense here. And there is a seam there. A little hack by Penny Hardaway. He got away with it. But a good job by Donald Royal stepping in to take that charge as Scottie Pippen continues to look very unsure of himself offensively.
And off the turnover, Bulls have a 3-on-2. Nice pass from Pippen. Beautiful setup on the no-look. And the Bulls now lead 49-48.
Not unsure of himself there, although Scottie Pippen is not attacking the rim. We've seen him when he is on top of his game, especially with his left hand. He has really improved in that area of taking the ball strong to the goal. He is pulling up time and time again, although that was a nice pass.
Armstrong had a diagnosis, but Hardaway with the steal. Grant is fouled. Yes, they count. Foul on Pippen.
Scottie Pippen with the fast break situation, but again, looking for other players. Pulling up and does have Will Perdue as Shaquille O'Neal not keeping his eye on the ball and not really finding his man. And terrific speed by Hardaway inside to Grant. Pippen trying to stop the layup. Unable to do it against Horace Grant, but the Chicago Bulls defensively made some adjustments at halftime in the little continuity play that the Magic are running, starting one side of the floor, getting it up top and swinging it. They're starting to get in the passing lane, time it, and get some steals.
So the former Chicago Bull, Horace Grant, giving the Magic a 2-point lead. Horace, the guy who said he never felt comfortable playing for the Bulls. Obviously upset as Kukoc is able to knock down the three. Horace obviously upset about the contract situation, particularly with Tony Kukoc getting the big numbers and coming to Chicago. Says he feels very secure here in Orlando, which is certainly understandable. A 5-year, $17 million pact, building a home here in Orlando. Also admits he and Michael Jordan never did see eye to eye. Here's Grant again, and he's in the midst of a good run. Horace with 8 points, 7 of his 8 here in the third quarter. And the Magic leading 53-52. Kukoc. Kerr for 3. Steve Kerr has hit the hot hand. He missed his first shot. He's hit his last 3, 2 from downtown, and Kerr has 9. The Bulls are up 55-53.
Well, Horace Grant may not have been comfortable with the Chicago Bulls, but they were very comfortable with him. I wish they had him back.
Shaquille O'Neal with the finisher. He has 23, and the game is tied at 55. Jordan being played by Anderson. Shot clock at 5. Michael not forcing it. And then a foul. A reach in is called as Kerr looked to make the move off the dribble and was hit by Hardaway, who has committed his third. Timeout call. You are watching the NBA on NBC.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by the new Ford Explorer. Far and away the best Ford Explorer ever. By the Prudential. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock. And by Budweiser, the king of beers. This Bud's for you.
Welcome back to the arena in Orlando, where the Magic during the regular season won 39 and lost 2, best home record in the NBA. And then were beaten in the playoffs last Sunday here by the Boston Celtics. So trying to reclaim the home court mastery. And they're tied with the Bulls at 55 with just under 6 minutes to go in this third quarter. Steve Kerr came on a moment ago for B.J. Armstrong, hitting Will Perdue. Jim Gray over at the Chicago bench telling us it's Michael Jordan again off the mark, and again a beautiful tip by Will Perdue. The Bulls lead by 2. Perdue kind of flicking it toward the hoop. Jim telling us that B.J. Armstrong asked Phil Jackson, why did you take me out? Phil said, you're playing lethargic.
And B.J., although he did some scoring in the first half, did look lethargic. And for Scottie Pippen, I felt, has been lethargic throughout this ballgame. But Phil Jackson telling me before the game he prefers to get Steve Kerr in there for big minutes.
And the foul is called, which stops the Chicago fast break. The foul on Horace Grant. B.J. 3 of 6 from the field for 8 points.
I mentioned earlier that Will Perdue is a good instinctive offensive rebounder. When the man guarding him leaves to go help, Will has a knack of sliding in there. The 2 tip-ins, he had nobody left. He just kind of slapped at them and got him to go down.
Pippen. And again, Scottie not only missing, but considerably off the mark. And he's 1 of 7. Out of Royal. Offensive foul, a charge on Royal.
And this is one of the reasons why when Scottie Pippen is not getting things done offensively, he is going to play big minutes because he does so many other things on the floor. His passing, his rebounding, and terrific defense in here as he steps in on Donald Royal.
Well, Michael Jordan telling us earlier that he feels his teammates have to elevate their game. Well, you take a look at the combination of Jordan and Pippen, 4 of 22 combined. So I guess the rest of the guys have elevated because the Bulls still lead by the count of 57-55.
And they're shooting 38% as a team. The reason they're in this ballgame is on the offensive board.
Michael Jordan hoping that jump shot gets him going. He is now 4 for 16. The Bulls lead by 4. And the Magic calling for time with 4:27 remaining in the third. The Orlando Magic fearful that last jump shot could get that man going. He is only 4 of 16 from the field, but he's given the Bulls a 59-55 lead with 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go in the third quarter. Anderson being played by Jordan. Hardaway. And Grant is fouled, hammered by Perdue. It's a hard foul. The crowd looking for a flagrant on Will Perdue.
Well, that's the kind of fouls that you're going to get in a playoff situation. We talk so much about Shaquille O'Neal getting hacked time and time again when he's around the basket. Nobody wants to give anybody a layup or a dunk, but they're going to call this flagrant on Will Perdue, saying he really... Well, it's not about making a play on the ball. He actually got a piece of the ball, piece of the head, and the shoulder, but it's just unnecessary contact ruled by the officials, the reason for the flagrant.
So Horace Grant with the 2 shots, and then Orlando will have possession. Horace Grant with a strong third quarter after the slow start offensively.
You mentioned that Brian Hill not particularly happy with the way that last jump shot went up and in for Michael Jordan. It was the best looking one he's had all evening. The 2 quick hard dribbles up in the air and the good release. But you get a feeling here, the crowd right now waiting for something to happen. This is normally when the Magic start to make a run. Do it with their defense. Or Shaq will get going. Or Dennis Scott will start hitting the threes.
Judd Bushler on the floor once again for Chicago. Anderson for 3. That's his second from downtown. And Orlando has taken a 60-59 lead.
Or Nick Anderson will hit a 3 and get the crowd going.
Jordan looking for the jumper.
Yes.
Michael Jordan has hit 2 in a row, and the Bulls have a 1-point advantage. So Jordan now 5 for 17 with only 12 points. Here's the double up on Shaquille. And a nice play by Shaquille getting it to the cutting Horace Grant. Foul on Jordan, his first.
Well, it's hard to understand why sometimes Michael Jordan, his shots just don't look good at all. Other times he gets into that rhythm, keeps his feet under him, a good release, and you can tell it in his body how he feels it. Here, Michael Jordan trying to prevent the layup by Horace Grant. Scottie Pippen has been coming down to double team Shaquille time and time again, and what he's doing is overrunning the play instead of just coming up big and not committing himself. But by overrunning, it's enabling Shaquille to make an easier pass, which is what he did there.
Horace Grant 5 of 6 at the line, a 69% free throw shooter during the regular season. Harris spent 7 years as a member of the Chicago Bulls on 3 Bulls NBA championship teams, signings of free agent with the Magic. Game is tied at 61. 3:25 to go in this third quarter. Purdue. Will Purdue done a nice job. He's hit 4 out of 6. He has 8 points. Bulls 63. And the Magic 61.
And now Will Purdue using his body to beat Shaq up high to stop him, and now trying to draw the foul, the charge, and able to do it. This is what Will Purdue does better than the other centers as far as defensively making initial position. Here, Will Purdue wide open. Horace Grant just a little bit late, not really worried about Will's offense, but he had to pay for it. But Will Purdue made that initial contact up around the elbow area, which made Shaquille slow up, and then getting the call from the officials with a little dive.
That's 3 on Shaquille O'Neal. Jordan. And a foul is called. It's against Orlando. Michael Jordan with a nice move to unleash the jump shot, but could not hit. Foul on Dennis Scott. That is his second 13 foul. 13 foul on the Magic. Bulls are over the foul limit. Bushler, Pippen, and Purdue up front. Jordan and Kerr in the backcourt for Chicago. Under 3 minutes to go in the third. Jordan did not have the shot, trying to get it out. Hardaway with the steal. Hardaway fouled by Kerr.
The foul number 25, Steve Kerr.
Michael Jordan normally does not get himself in those awkward positions where he jumps in the air because the defense is usually looking at him. The fast break doesn't happen, but he threw this one out to start that fast break opportunity. The quick hard spin by Michael Jordan getting in the air as he's challenged by Shaquille O'Neal, but with the defense all focusing on Michael, that's why a lot of times when he takes as many shots as he does and does not shoot a good percentage, the other team doesn't run. But that pass actually started the fast break for Penny Hardaway.
Obviously, Michael Jordan still in the process of working his way back, not in the rhythm with the rest of the ball club, and to compound matters, is bothered by the bruised hand. So we have seen him go to the left hand frequently here today.
And starting to look a little bit fatigued. He played 21 minutes in the first half and has gone all the way here in the third, almost 10 minutes.
Bulls by 1. 2:20 remaining. Third quarter. Pippen setting up with a crossover and then fires. The save by Jordan and a new 24 for the Bulls, but Hardaway picked it up. Hardaway going the distance, rejected by Pippen. Scott with the recovery. Anderson for 3. Nick Anderson on fire. He has 15. Orlando with a 65-63 lead on the Bulls. Call for time. So Nick Anderson, who grew up in Chicago, attended the University of Illinois, turning it on here in the third quarter, hitting another from downtown. Anderson is now 3 of 5 from three-point land.
Well, this is what the crowd has been waiting for. Nick will step up and beyond that three-point arc, always waiting for passes out of double-team situations. When you have Nick Anderson and Dennis Scott on the floor, three-point threats, it opens up things inside.
Minute 53 to go in the third quarter. Tonight at 8, 7 Central, for the first time on television, NBC presenting the biggest movie ever made, Jurassic Park. That's at the conclusion of our NBA playoff tripleheader, immediately following Orlando and Chicago, right here on NBC.
Well, the Chicago Bulls had a 4-point lead, mainly because they have been doing a job on the offensive board, primarily Will Purdue, despite the fact not shooting the ball very well, around 38%. But now on a couple of three-point shots by Nick Anderson, the Magic have recaptured the lead. And what the Bulls have done is with some errant, careless passes, have started a couple of fast break chances for Orlando. They not necessarily getting the fast break, but either getting the foul or getting another play. That was an outstanding defensive play by Scottie Pippen, getting back to block that attempted layup.
And we've been close right throughout. Orlando is led by as many as 7. Chicago at 1 point led by 4. We've had 10 lead changes in this third quarter.
Here's one of those passes starting that fast break. Penny Hardaway coming down on Steve Kerr. This time I don't think he saw Scottie Pippen, or else he would have used his other hand to possibly get the foul and the layup. He knew he had Steve Kerr, but hustle on the part of Scottie Pippen stopped that layup.
And this capacity crowd of 16,000 at the Orlando Arena, urging the home team on, a team that won 39 of 41 during the regular season in Orlando, the second best record all time at home. The Boston Celtics of the 85-86 season went 40-1. Steve Kerr, who used to play on this court here in Orlando, has had the hot hand. 4 of 5 from the field, 11 points, and he has tied the game at 65 with a minute and a half to go in the third. Now Bill Wennington is guarding Shaquille O'Neal. Dennis Scott. 9 points for Scott, and it's the Magic by 2. Matchup remains Nick Anderson defending against Michael Jordan. Judd Bushler. Jordan. Now Grant over to help. And Grant with the steal. Here's Grant going all the way. Not able to put it down. Hardaway with the recovery. Scott for 3. A lot of jostling going for that loose ball, and a foul called on Orlando.
Foul number 25, Nick Anderson.
It's on Anderson.
Well, you can't play pick and roll defense any better than this. Horace Grant stringing this out, not letting Michael Jordan turn the corner, not letting him get into the lane, and then adding insult to injury, stealing the ball. Only thing worse could have been for Michael Jordan had Horace Grant made that layup.
You know Horace enjoyed the moment.
He'll send him a note.
Jordan with a 6th turnover. Magic with a 2-point lead. Half-minute left in the third quarter. Shot clock at 5. Grant doing a good job defensively here on Kukoc, who went to the fadeaway. Shaw with the rebound. Down to 20 seconds, and the Magic trying to hold for a final shot in this third quarter. Ryan Shaw setting it up. 10 seconds for the quarter. Orlando with a 2-point lead. Down to 5. Down to 3. Scott. 4-point Magic lead. Bushler got it off in time, and it was deflected short. And they are on their feet, providing a standing ovation here in Orlando. We'll be back after a word from your local station. Welcome back to Orlando, Florida. Marv Albert with Matt Dugas and Jim Gray as we head to the fourth quarter. The Magic with a 69-65 lead on the Chicago Bulls. The Orlando Magic with big problems, though, during the course of the regular season in fourth quarters, and had their difficulties in 2 games against the Celtics in the fourth quarter. And a foul is called.
The foul number 34, Bill Wennington.
Wennington picked up the foul. Check this out. Against the Boston Celtics, game 2, they shot 423, 17% in the fourth quarter. Game 3, 4 of 18 from the field for 22%. One of the problems, the reluctance to go to Shaquille O'Neal, who has his difficulties at the line, although today he has been going at a torrid pace, 9 of 12 at the free throw line, but it just changes the entire game plan around for Brian Hill.
Well, there has to be a different mindset as well. Shaq getting his rest right now, but when he comes in, you have to go inside to him. He will get double teamed, he will get fouled when he makes the move to the basket, but there are other ways for Shaq to score, whether it be fourth quarter or any quarter, without touching the ball. He can get to the offensive board.
As this fourth quarter gets underway, Michael Jordan receiving a rest. Jordan 5 of 18 over the first 3 quarters. Only 12 points. Myers forcing.
Wow, that's just a terrible Beautiful shot there as the Bulls never got into anything. And right now, Pippen and Kukoc have to get things together as Michael is getting his rest. We saw this last Sunday in Charlotte. When Michael went out, everything fell apart.
And Pippen is only 1 of 8 from the field. Anderson with a nice move. Yes, and it counts. Nick Anderson has taken over offensively for the Magic.
And I already see the different mindset and the confidence level that the Magic have to start this fourth quarter. You want to, especially with Shaq out of the game, you want to attack the defense and attack the rim, and you want to get the other team in foul trouble, so you will be shooting free throws coming down the stretch. And it might be Shaq sometimes, but you're going to have to live with that.
18 for Anderson. 7 of 11 shooting for Nick Anderson. Biggest lead of the game for either club. The Magic up by 8. Weddington, Kukoc, and Pippen up front. Myers and Kerr at the guards. The Bulls needing offense for the man with the ball, Scottie Pippen. Kukoc for 3. Yes. Well, they'll take it from Tony Kukoc, too.
Oh, they'll take it from anybody at that point as the Bulls look like they're starting to reel a little bit. Needed a hoop desperately.
15 for Kukoc, along with 8 rebounds and 5 assists. Anderson. Nick Anderson has been unstoppable. 20 points for Anderson. 75-68, Orlando.
Harper getting set to check in. Phil Jackson, a lot of confidence. Look at Bill Wennington. Time his jump very nicely to get yet another offensive rebound and finish for the Chicago Bulls.
The seldom utilized Ron Harper over at the scorer's table, and he will come on. Scott for 3. Rebound, Grant, and a foul. It won't count. Basket will not count, but Horace Grant will go to the line. Timeout is called with 9:43 left in the fourth. Michael Jordan receiving a rest. Only 5 of 18 for 12 points, and he's right there in a list of dubious distinction from the personal point of view of Michael Jordan in terms of worst shooting playoff games. He did come back from that 3 of 18 against the Knicks with a 54-point effort the next game a couple of years back.
I'm sure in the back of Michael's mind somewhere throughout this series he is going to have one of those huge games, and he's probably going to have to do it in this building if the Chicago Bulls are going to try to, and in fact, get the home court advantage back.
So the Magic up by 6. Shaquille O'Neal getting set to return, and Phil Jackson has put in. Ron Harper played only 1 minute in the series against Charlotte. Seldom used. Ron Harper is on the floor, being guarded by Anthony Hardaway. Nice pass. Kukoc rejected by Rollins, and the basketball count. It's a goaltend.
Actually, Phil Jackson was not pleased with the way Pete Myers was guarding Nick Anderson and to double team him. The Magic got an offensive rebound. Nick a little bit tired coming out for a rest, but Phil Jackson told me as Tony Kukoc getting good position in there, the goaltend by Trey Rollins. Phil Jackson saying that he would like to see Ron Harper play Penny Hardaway. He's got his wish right now.
Right, he'll try to insert Shaquille O'Neal, but the substitution waved off. Rollins remaining on the floor. Wild shot by Shaw. Rollins with the rebound. And back comes Pippen. Pippen shot and lost it, but last touch. Let's see what the discussion is. Did Jake O'Donnell said yes, last touch by Pippen.
Oh, you can take a tape of this game and see all the outstanding defensive plays that Horace Grant has made. Some of them conventional, some of them just hustle plays there, but he clearly took the ball out of bounds. Hey, Jake O'Donnell so close to it. I think he was looking, or at least Jack Neese was looking to give some help on the play. Larry Krzyzewski, the former Magic player, who in fact in game 4, the 4th regular season game, Michael Jordan's first against the Magic at the United Center, Larry Krzyzewski got 2 technicals and thrown out of that game, and it was a major factor in why the Magic won.
Larry Krzyzewski's been sidelined by a bruised knee, and yes, he was in a heated discussion with Jake O'Donnell, and the foul is called against Orlando.
Offensive foul, number 1, Penny Hardaway.
It's on Hardaway, his fourth.
Well, this is what Phil Jackson thought he might be able to get from Ron Harper defensively. A lot of people don't give much respect to Ron Harper's defense, but he can make plays like that, and he can steal the basketball from time to time.
8.5 remaining in the fourth quarter. And a hand-checking foul called on Brian Shaw. That's his third. Things being called very closely here in the fourth quarter. The Magic up 76-72. Shaquille O'Neal is back on the floor. Michael Jordan continues to sit it out, buying some time. Hopper, Pippen, played by Scott. Pippen stripped and fouled. Scottie Pippen is 1 for 9, only 3 points, has 8 rebounds, 6 assists.
This is a tough cover for Dennis Scott, who just does not have the foot speed, the lateral movement to stay with Scottie Pippen in that situation, despite the fact that Dennis got in good defensive position there. Did the right thing as far as the Magic are concerned, shaded him to the middle where he knows he's got some defensive help, but the quickness of Scottie Pippen able to get in the lane before the defense could come.
Under normal conditions, this would be a perfect situation for the Chicago Bulls. I say normal if Michael Jordan were himself. He's had an off game. We don't know the extent of the injury to that right hand. We mentioned that it is a bone bruise that has affected his shooting. We've seen him go to the left more frequently here today. But the Bulls normally would love to be involved in a close game down the stretch with Orlando, with Jordan well rested and coming on.
Well, he will be well rested when he finally gets back. Terrific defensive play by Dennis Scott that comes from behind to flick and steal.
Orlando by 2, 76-74. And they get another opportunity off the steal. Shot clock is down to 7. Lawrence Grant has come up very strong in the second half. 13 of his 14 of the second half. 78-74. Orlando. Wennington with the room. Bill Wennington has connected on 4 out of 5 from the field. And Chicago down by 2.
Well, Jackson likes to have Wennington late because he can step outside and shoot that jump shot.
Scott had an open shot, took his eye off the ball, and lost it.
A lot of times Dennis has a problem in those deep corners because his shoes are size 16, and oftentimes he put that back foot back and step out of bounds. That time, you're right, Marv, just took his eye off the play.
And a foul is called, putting Wennington at the line with 6:54 remaining. In this fourth quarter, Shaquille O'Neal was called for his 4th foul.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Honda, building quality automobiles in America for the past 12 years. By the U.S. Army, learn how to get an edge on life. Be all you can be. And by cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft, making the world a very cool place.
Back in Orlando, 6:54 remaining in the fourth quarter. Coming up following the Bulls and the Magic, Jurassic Park, right here on NBC. Michael Jordan making his return. The Magic up by 2, 78-76. A moment ago, Shaquille O'Neal committed his 4th foul, putting Bill Wennington at the line for the first time. Let's check in with Jim Gray. Jim?
All right, Marv. Phil Jackson looked at Bill Wennington and said, hey, we need you to play some tough defense, but offensively, we're going to go to you. Try and pick up a quick 5th foul on Shaquille O'Neal, and we're going to go to you the next couple of times down the floor. Marv?
All right, Jim, you saw that stat in the 3-headed center combination of the Chicago Bulls. Statistically, has played Shaquille O'Neal to a standstill. Wennington has done a nice job. He now has 10 points, and the game is tied at 78. Hardaway with a low percentage pass that was picked off. And back comes Pippen. 3-on-2 developing now. The Magic getting back. New coach Wennington And Pippen on the front line. Kerr and Jordan in the backcourt. Jordan going to work against Anderson. Shot clock at 5. Jordan did not have the shot. Shot clock at 2. Kukoc trying to find Pippen, but the shot clock expires.
Another one of those disorganized looking plays. But I think Michael Jordan was thinking, take Nick Anderson to the basket, pick up the 4th team foul. The Magic started this 4th quarter with the right idea. Nick Anderson attacking the rim, getting the Bulls in foul trouble. Now both teams have gotten away from that.
And both teams with 3 team fouls. Jordan with the steal. Did he save it? No. Stepped out. So Orlando will get it back.
Shot clock was winding down for the Chicago Bulls. Tony Kukoc in trouble. Scottie Pippen looking for a little bit of an opening. And Dennis Scott just tossing Scottie Pippen to the floor, or Scottie Pippen trying to convince the official that it was a foul. And foul shooting is going to play a very important part down the stretch of this ballgame. The Magic have had the best of it so far. 20 for 28 from the line. I'm way over there. Bulls, 14 for 16.
A discussion over at the scorer's table. I believe they're talking about the 24-second clock. That might have still been considered an Orlando possession with Jordan off the steal and then stepping out of bounds.
Michael was trying to tightrope that sideline as he made a couple of dribbles. The building's so loud, couldn't hear exactly when that whistle was blown to stop it.
And they have adjusted the shot clock back to 11. They're ruling that it was not a Chicago possession, so it goes back to the previous Orlando 24-second sequence, and they adjusted the shot clock. With just under 6 minutes to go in the fourth, Hardaway is stopped and fouled. Well, Anthony Hardaway has had another quiet game. 3 of 8 from the field, only 7 points, fouled by Michael Jordan, who commits his second.
He's been frustrated all night, having some offensive fouls called on. This time blows right by one of the best defensive players in the business. Penny Hardaway had his problems throughout that Boston series, but came up with some gigantic plays to save a couple of games. His block in Game 3 on Dominique Wilkins basically saved the series for Orlando. But there you see the shooting percentages, the problems he is having with shooting and from the line.
He shot 76% from the line during the regular season. He's 1 for 4 here today. The score remains tied at 78. 5:45 to go. Fourth quarter. Kukoc with nowhere to go found Kerr. And it's a foul as Kerr was pushed by Hardaway.
Well, we have all kinds of unusual matchups at both ends of the floor. The last time down, it looked like Steve Kerr was guarding Horace Grant. Penny Hardaway continuing to having problems, picks up a little push touch foul as Steve Kerr did a good acting job.
And that is number 5 on Hardaway. Jordan to the fadeaway. Yes. Michael Jordan's jump shot showing some signs in the second half. Although overall 6 of 19 for the field, 14 points. The Bulls lead 80-78. Hardaway got the step on Kerr, went to the left hand. Penny Hardaway ties the game at 80. Hardaway has to be careful playing with the 5 fouls.
It's interesting that Brian Hill not making a move on him is going to stay with his young player.
Bulls have hit their last 4 shots. Kukoc. Gets it back. Pippen. And the space closed by Scott. Weddington. Kukoc. Nick Anderson able to go to the boards. Stay with us immediately following the conclusion of our NBA tripleheader, Jurassic Park, right here on NBC. 4.5 remaining in the fourth quarter. The game is tied at 80. Here's Horace Grant. And the foul is called. That will put Shaquille O'Neal at the line.
The foul number
frustrating game for Anthony Hardaway, but this guy keeps coming at you. He's going to try to make up for the foul trouble he's in, the free throws that he's missed, the poor shooting, and keep attacking the basket. As this is how Shaquille O'Neal can get involved offensively in the fourth quarter without touching the ball initially in a post position, is to get himself off the ball, wait for the shot to get up, and then just climb the offensive glass. This is the problem you have when he gets hit before he can make the field goal.
Timeout, Chicago.
Against the Celtics in the opening round of the playoffs. First 3 quarters, Orlando shot just under 66%. Shaquille O'Neal at 58%. And in the 4th quarter, you see they continue to have their problems. Shaquille hit his first 7 free throws here today, and now he is 9 for 13 from the line. 4:24 to go. In this 4th quarter, the game is tied at 80. Back in Orlando, 4:24 remaining. In this 4th quarter, the Magic and the Bulls are tied at 80. Second free throw for Shaquille O'Neal. So he converts 1 of 2. He is 10 of 14 at the free throw line, which for Shaquille is being on fire at the foul line. And the Magic up by 1. B.J. Armstrong is back on the floor, taken out earlier. Scottie Pippen for 3. And Shaquille O'Neal with the rebound. We mentioned earlier B.J. Armstrong asked Coach Phil Jackson why he was taken out. Phil said, because you're playing in lethargic fashion. Let's see how he reacts down the stretch. He is guarding Anthony Hardaway. Shot clock is down to 5. Here's Hardaway for 3. And a foul is called. Jake O'Donnell with the call against the Bulls. It's on Pippen. And that is number 5 on Scottie Pippen.
Well, Penny Hardaway putting up this shot. It never looked good when it was going up or when he left his hand, but really getting a break here as Scottie Pippen trying to spin out of the play and avoid contact, but just brushing up against Hardaway right in front of referee Jake O'Donnell to give Penny Hardaway the 3 free throws that he wanted. He wants to make up for those last 2 that he missed.
Hardaway now 2 of 5 at the line. It has been a brutal day for Scottie Pippen. 1 for 10 from the field. Michael Jordan, 6 of 19. Yet, as we have been saying right throughout, it's been a close ball game. Orlando up by 4 with 3:40 to go in the 4th quarter. Jordan getting a pick from Wennington. Wennington with the fake, and that is rejected by Grant, and a foul is called. That's number 3 for Horace Grant.
It's just so unusual to see the Bulls so tentative offensively, especially Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan. During that last timeout, Jim Gray telling us again that Phil Jackson wants Bill Wennington to be aggressive offensively, which he was there. Horace Grant all over him, seemingly getting all ball, but a number of times Michael Jordan looks like he's had an opportunity to either shoot the ball or to drive, but he has passed it up.
Bill Wennington is an excellent free throw shooter, 81% for the season. And Wennington 3 of 3 here today. 3.5 to go in the 4th quarter. Orlando with an 84-82 lead. Marv Albert with Matt Dukas. Jim Gray from the Orlando Arena, game 1 of his best of 7. Nick Anderson. Dennis Scott. Shot clock at 7. Scott for 3. Now it's called a 2. Put on the line. Dennis Scott with 14. The Magic 86. The Bulls 82. Just under 3 minutes to go on the 4th. Hardaway deflected it out.
Oh, a huge shot by Dennis Scott as the Magic had nothing going, trying to shake a little bit to avoid or get around Tony Kukoc or get the shot up, and his left foot right on that 3-point line.
Jordan. The tip by Wennington. I don't know, perhaps the new look of Bill Wennington contributing to the offensive prowess. 14 points for Wennington. And the Orlando lead is 2. Shot clock down to 6. Scott forced it. Pippen with a good box out. Here comes Jordan to the backpedaling Anderson. Jordan got stabbed, and Jordan has tied the game at 86.
And that's what you expect from Michael Jordan in this situation. A little bit of open court, has a seam, takes it hard to the basket. Both teams over the limit and the penalty.
Just under 2 minutes to go in the fourth. Hardaway looking to post up against Armstrong. Hardaway, yes. The Magic, 88. The Bulls, 86.
Phil Jackson did not like the matchup he had before with Steve Kerr guarding Hardaway. He can't be too happy with Armstrong watching him now.
Jordan held by Anderson.
The foul number 25.
Michael Jordan has not had many opportunities all game long like this, but this one opened wide as you could be, as able to beat Nick Anderson off the dribble. Horace Grant waving at him, and nobody in that back line of defense as Bill Wennington taking Shaquille away from the play.
Michael Jordan shot 80% in a 17-game return during the regular season. He's 2 of 3 here today.
And Phil Jackson is very much concerned about Hardaway. Has gone big now. Pete Myers in the ballgame. It'll either be Jordan, Pippen, or Myers watching Hardaway.
Oh, Jordan misses on both. Orlando with a 2-point lead, 1.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Michael Jordan missing the 2 free throws down the stretch. Hardaway with the ball fake, and Pippen rebounds. The Bulls want to run. Here's Pippen for Jordan. Yes, and it counts. The game is tied, and Jordan will go to the line. Foul committed by Grant, his 4th.
His 4th.
Fast break chance for Scottie Pippen on the middle. Gets it to the right man. Able to finish here as Horace Grant trying to prevent the three-point play, but just not fouling Jordan hard enough. At the other end of the floor, Hardaway felt he was fouling the play. Brian Hill trying to calm him down.
3-point play for Jordan. He now has 19. The Bulls lead by 1 with 1:11 left in the fourth quarter. With the timeout, we'll take a break. Back after this from your local station. Welcome back to Orlando. The Bulls have taken an 89-88 lead as we come up on 1 minute remaining in this fourth quarter. And following the Magic and the Bulls, it will be Jurassic Park right here on NBC. Nick Anderson was trapped, and he called for time. Anderson in trouble, surrounded by Pippen and Jordan, and took the timeout with 58 seconds left in the fourth. Let's check in with Bob Costas back in New York. Bob?
All right, Marv, briefly, here's what's next weekend looks like on NBC. On Saturday, a doubleheader starting with showtime at 12:30 Eastern. Phoenix will be in Houston for Game 3 of that series, followed by Game 4 of the Knicks and Pacers from Market Square on Sunday. A tripleheader, showtime again at 12:30 with Phoenix back at the Summit for Game 4 with the Rockets. Then it's the Spurs and Lakers in Game 4 of that series from the Forum. And finally, Game 4 of the Orlando-Chicago series from the United Center. That is next weekend. Now, to finish things up for today's tripleheader, let's go back to Marv and Matt.
Thank you, Bob. A look at the timeout rundown. Chicago with 3 plus a 20. Orlando down to 1 timeout remaining. The shot clock showing 12 seconds. Both teams are over the limit. Hardaway to the reverse. O'Neal with the rebound, and a foul is called. Michael Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal.
The foul number 34, Bill Wennington.
And the foul was called on Bill Wennington.
Penny Hardaway trying to force the action on penetration there. As Michael Jordan making sure that Shaq does not lay that one up or dunk it, and then going over to Shaq to make sure he's all right.
And the words from Jordan were accepted by O'Neal, who is hitting his free throws. 11 for 15. And he has tied the game at 89. B.J. Armstrong returning. So it is Jordan and Armstrong at the guards. Wennington with Pippen and Kukoc up front. 48 and 9/10 seconds remaining in the fourth. Clutch free throw shooting by Shaquille O'Neal. And when is the last time that has been said? The Magic up by 1. The lead from Pippen. connecting with Pippen, and the Bulls have a 1-point lead.
A pet play for the Chicago Bulls after free throws, but what a time to bring it out in a very difficult play to execute. The Kukoc and Pippen got it done.
Down to 25 seconds in the fourth, 10 on the shot clock. 1-point Chicago lead. Dangerous pass thrown by Scott. Low percentage intended for Hardaway, who was in a crowd. Picked off by the Bulls, and they immediately call for time. 18 seconds to go. We'll be back in a moment. Well, the Chicago Bulls turning it down the stretch. They've hit their last 4 shots, including this beautiful lead from Kukoc to Pippen.
Well, that just takes perfect timing and perfect execution. And with the game on the line, there's about 40 seconds to go. A very difficult play to call. A lot of courage on the part of Phil Jackson to make that call during the free throw.
And a costly pass thrown by Dennis Scott in a crowd that was picked off by the Bulls. And Jordan spinning his way against Anderson. Here comes Hardaway. The Magic by 1. 6 and 2/10 seconds to go. Michael Jordan having a very difficult time. He missed the 2 free throws earlier. He was just picked off, stripped, which led to the lead bucket. We'll be right back. Well, 6 and 2/10 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Another look as Nick Anderson did it from behind. Chasing Jordan, knocked it away, leading to this.
And Penny Hardaway finds Horace Grant flying in on the right side. I think Michael Jordan felt with the 18 seconds left in the fourth quarter that he was going to get fouled on the play. It looked like he had beaten Nick Anderson, but then the flick from behind, as we have seen some wild and crazy things happen in the final 18 seconds today, in particular that game between New York and Indiana, the craziest 18 seconds I've ever seen.
And a timeout taken by Michael Jordan. Anthony Hardaway has not had one of his better games, but a beautiful combination on a 2-on-1 break there for the Magic to take the lead. Back on February 26th here in Orlando, Hardaway had a career high of 39 points and hit the game-winning shot with 7/10 of a second remaining as he was racing the clock and was able to hit. This also was a race, but still time left. So Hardaway with his 5th steal of the game. And the Magic up 92-91.
Jordan is definitely going to want to get his hands on the ball. The Bulls can usually get him. Ryan Hill has to make a decision. Double team Michael without the ball and give somebody else a chance to take the final shot.
Tony Kukoc will throw in. Jordan played by Royal. Jordan to Pippen. And it will be Orlando ball. Michael had the shot, but decided to pass off. And that is something we've rarely seen. 1 and 5/10 seconds to go, and the foul is given by Armstrong. Well, that's one we haven't seen. He had the shot.
Well, we saw it a number of times in the third quarter when Michael would make a move, penetrate, get between the foul line and the dotted line, jump in the air, and then change his mind. I think initially Michael was thinking drive to the basket, but he was sealed off by 3 players, and Pippen started to move instead of stay, spotted up in that left corner, and the 2 great veterans miscommunicate on the play.
I think when the people look back at what has taken place today in the NBA, I know I can't recall 3 such improbable finishes, starting with the Knicks Indiana game. Houston comes from behind. The defending NBA champions defeat the Utah Jazz in Salt Lake City. And a stirring finish here in Orlando. The Magic now leading 94-91. 0.8 of a second remaining, and a timeout is taken by the Bulls. Also improbable, the shooting performances of Scottie Pippen, 2 of 11. Michael Jordan, only 8 for 22. We'll be back right after these words. And turnover a moment ago by Michael Jordan, his 8th of the game, which ties a career high. 0.8 of a second remaining.
This is where Tony Kukoc has made about 4 or 5 3-point shots in this situation.
And it comes to Kukoc, broken up by Grant. And that will do it. The final scores, time is run out on the Bulls. The Magic 94 and the Bulls 91. Led by Shaquille O'Neal at 26 points. Now we take you directly to Jurassic Park.